Hey y'all, I'm AdaKay, and I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Good morning. Yes, I'm in dark mode this morning. We overslept this morning. How are you guys this morning? I'm fixing my cup of java. I got my coffee. Oh, take a deep breath. My lights are down because the kitty disconnected them, and I got to find out where. And it's like tons of wires behind that thing. So we're going to be in dark mode for a little bit this morning. I hope this finds you well. Good morning, Miss Kevin. Oh, good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, that reminds me. I got to do something. That's what happens when you run in late. Nobody wanted to move this morning. Nobody wanted to move. We were all kind of like, no. And Drell, good morning. It was one of those mornings when the bed felt exceptionally well and comforting and cozy. I didn't want to get out of bed this morning. I did everything. I've just got my hair in a bun today. Got my makeup done, surprisingly. I can do a full beat, as they say in the makeup world. Full beat, meaning full face. I can do a full beat in 5 minutes. Literally a full beat in 5 minutes. Something's wrong here. It's driving me nuts. I gotta fix it. I knew that's what it was gonna be. Why are you even in there? I have a tool in the wrong location. And I'm going to be hunting for that baby. There we go. Court people are starting to arrive, but it hasn't started yet. I love this judge. He's like right on it. Thanks for the IOY. The judge is like so on it. Jules will not be in court today, I don't think. She was talking to me early this morning via text. She's not feeling too well. A lot of the people in the courtroom are sick. And I'm like, I'd stay home, babe. My little gray wispies are showing. I told her I'd stay home. It's not worth it. She's barely over COVID, y'all, if at all. Mm. Nothing better than the first cup. Nothing better than the first cup. And I stir it with the chopstick. I use that chopstick to reach some buttons. Well, guys, while we're waiting and I'm mentioning First Cup, I have been so blessed to have a sponsor so early in my YouTube career. And I just want to give them a big thank you. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. So you like the new commercial? Thought I'd change it up a little bit. Y'all, I'm having too much fun. Good morning, Erica. I'm having way too much fun with Canva. I'm freaking addicted. I have made so many little commercials like this one. Hey, y'all, I want to give a huge shout out to my favorite mod. Nah, just kidding. All my mods are my favorite, but she's my right-hand mod, and I call her my mod boss. Her name is Miss Kevin, and I just want to say, girl, I couldn't have done this without you. Love you, and I look forward to many, 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 many more posts and lives with you. Be blessed, and thank you for all you do. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Awesome. I'm checking our Discord. If you guys, oh shoot, I don't have our Discord. Yes, it's you, love, it's you, it's you. Something's beeping on my end. Who's beeping on my end? Okay, let's scroll down and get the birthdays. We have a lot of birthdays to get, so we're going to make this quick. I'm going to move this over here so I don't lose it like I did yesterday. And we're going to do birthdays, and I've got to be quick about it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to all of y'all today. If we don't mention you, we apologize. We have Happy Gretchen, Michelle, happy birthday. Gayla, Boyd, go Gayla. Y'all go donate to her St. Jude's. Boyd, Laura, Carol, Wanda, and Vicky. We have a blast birthday. A blast today. Samuel, Becky, Misty. I'll have a blessed birthday, Jamie, Karen, and Starling. All of y'all have a birthday. And if you have a birthday and we have not called you out, come on in. Drop your name. I'll shout you out. Happy birthday, everybody. May it be a blessed one. Wow. Okay, well, it's not Discord. There's nothing coming up in Discord. Somebody's getting a hold of me. God only knows. Oh, Miss Kevin. Oh, happy heavenly birthday, Grandpa. Happy heavenly birthday. Thanks for all you did in her life. We got to give a shout out to all grandpas. Oh my God. Just checking Facebook, making sure all hell didn't break loose last night like it did the night before. There it is. Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark. Hi, Erica. Nice to see you in chat. My YouTube is doing what somebody else's was doing recently. Only emojis are sticking in chat. Oh no, that's awful. Uh-oh. We got a special call. Let me, Miss Jules, just a momento. Good morning.
Good morning. I had a cup of tea. I feel a little bit better. I'm definitely coming down with something, but I'm going. So I just got in my car about 10 minutes ago. Hopefully, because rush hour is nearly over, maybe I'll make some good timing. I probably won't get there before 10 o'clock, which means I'll miss Eva's testimony. So I'm going to be watching it on my phone while I'm driving.
Whoa, slow down. Eva's testimony?
Yeah, the state is recalling her.
Oh. Okay, wait, she's been all over YouTube. She's been not YouTube, but Twitter and Twitch and everything else.
They're recalling her. So, I probably won't get there until what I'm hoping is, and this is why I'm going to be watching you while I'm driving. What I'm hoping is that at 9 o'clock, they're going to do some stuff before they bring the jury in, so maybe I won't miss so much. But I look awful, but I don't give a shit. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
What do you call it? But yeah, it's so freaking cold in there. You have no earthly idea how cold it is. And then when you go outside on the breaks, it's like 100 degrees out. So you're going from extreme heat to extreme cold and the back and forth. But it started out with the judge being sick and Taylor being sick. And as the day went on, more and more people in the gallery, you could hear them coughing and sniffling. And I even saw one guy passing Zicam around. So people are getting sick.
Well, I'll tell you, the defense attorney's voice is very low and raspy to begin with. And yesterday it sounded like he was scratching the bottom of the barrel.
Oh, every time he went over to the defense table, he was popping a, oh, that's what I forgot, my lozenges. He was popping a lozenger in his mouth.
Yeah, well, he said he wasn't feeling well.
Yeah.
Everyone says take care. They said, I hope you make it before closing statements. She definitely will.
Oh, I will. Closings won't probably, I'll definitely be there for closing. It's just that I wanted to be there for when Eva took the stand. So, I'm gonna do pedal to the metal on this one, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. It's very foggy out today, too. It stormed so bad yesterday, late in the afternoon, that the last 15 minutes of my drive home, I got caught in the most outrageous storm that even my windshield wipers on the fastest speed they go couldn't keep up with it. I was just getting out of my car and going about 6 feet to my front door. I was drenched, and it did that all night long. Thunder, lightning, pounding rain. And so, yeah, it wasn't very pleasant. But thank God that my power didn't go out, because I would have died without my power. So yeah,
Wow.
And there's a 70% chance of rain today, which means we're definitely having rain. There's no doubt.
Yeah, definitely. 70% here means it's really a 10%. Because of the topography of the land, the storms split and go around us. Well, Miss Jules, I thought they were going to finish up some in-court work in the morning and then start with testimony. So hopefully that's what's going to happen.
I hope so too. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. It's 9:00 and it's already 9 and I've been driving 15 minutes now. Yeah. So I'm gonna really.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
The question is, the defense said yesterday, I watched the whole day, that they were going to rest. They weren't calling anybody else. So when did you hear they were going to call Eva?
The defense is not calling Ava. It's the prosecution.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard you. That's my hearing. My bad. So they're going to call her on redirect. Ooh, this is going to get juicy.
Yeah, something about for her to identify when a particular photo was taken and what her father's, body stature was, because we had seen the photos of him muscle bound, and the prosecution is saying, well, that's not what he looked like at that time. And so I think those are the only two questions that they're going to ask her. I don't know if they're bringing anybody else on for rebuttal, but they're definitely bringing her.
Interesting. Well, do you know when Ashley was up on the stand and they showed this beautiful picture of her, and she made the comment when it was taken, and the cousin was shaking his head vigorously. That's not when that was taken. And so he was adamant that photo wasn't taken, and he obviously knew when it was taken.
Also, he was upset yesterday when, was it February? I can't remember if it was Dr. Control. It's in my notes. But there was a question asked, and the state objected, and he was shaking his head up and down in agreement with the state objecting, but the judge overruled it. And if you would have seen the look on his face, I mean, like his face jerked, like what? He was not happy that the judge overruled it, and I can't remember which one it was, but it is in my notes.
Yeah. Good morning, Miss Tracy.
Yesterday was a good day.
Well, it'll be interesting.
Tell everybody I said good morning.
They can hear you.
Oh, they can?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, hi, everybody.
I got you on. Everybody's waving.
Somebody that I met in court, this is an interesting story. I haven't told the story to anybody. You're the first one to hear this one. Drove in from Indiana for this trial because they were so intrigued by it.
Wow.
And, she was sitting behind me the day before yesterday. She didn't come into court yesterday because it was so cold, but she called me this morning. She's the one that actually convinced me, oh, come on, get up, get dressed. I know you're not feeling well, but you could do this. I was like, oh, all right. But anyway, she drove in from Indiana. She has a really good perspective that she shared with me that it didn't dawn on me. And AdaKay, I think this falls into line with when you were playing devil's advocate. I think this falls into line with you. She thinks Ashley is 100% guilty. And her reasoning is that she knew she couldn't take the baby out of state without his permission.
That's
So
right.
she feels that she manipulated him. This is her speaking, not me, okay? That she manipulated him and made him think that he was going to go to Maryland with them. This way she could get the baby out of state with no problem.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know, you said that. I know. And she kept saying to me, Jules, just think about it. Think about it. She can't leave the state without his permission. And so I said to her, well, what do you think about what happened with the actual shooting? What's your thought? She goes, I think she did it on purpose.
Because if he wasn't going to let them out of state, that's the only way she could do it.
She thinks that at that particular time they may have been arguing, and she may have spilled it to him about, yeah, you're not going to be living with us, blah blah blah, and that's what happened.
Very well could be. Well, court is starting, love.
Bye, love you guys. Bye.
Bye. We love you. Okay, guys. Let me add court to stage. Let's get everything up and rolling. That was the infamous, notorious Jules. Glorious Jules. We love our Jules. Okay. We don't have any sound in court yet. Now we do.
All right, good morning, everybody. We're back on the record in State of Florida versus Ashley Benefield, 2020 CF 3014. I have both the state and the defense here along with Ms. Benefield. Is there anything we need to talk about, state, before I bring the jury out?
No.
Mr. Taylor?
No, sir.
All right. Are you ready? Are you ready to go? Do you need another minute, or are you okay?
I'm ready.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, let's go and bring the jury in. All right, y'all can have a seat. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Before we get started, did anybody talk amongst yourselves about the case, discuss it with anyone else, or do any research about the case? Nobody says no. All right, when we were finishing up yesterday, the defense had rested its case. The state, if it wishes, can present a rebuttal case. State?
Judge, just very briefly state and call Eva Benefield.
I wish someone would get this girl a clue how to dress for court. She has nicer clothes than that. Wears them all the time on her text thing.
Ma'am, same rules as last time. Just make yourself comfortable. Get about 12 to 15 inches away from the microphone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name.
Eva Benefield.
And I just have a couple of questions for you. The first is, was your dad right or left-handed?
He was right-handed.
Okay. And I just want to show you a picture. This would be Defense Exhibit 24 that's been entered into evidence of your dad appearing to do a push-up. Have you seen that before?
I have.
Okay. And when was that picture taken?
That was taken in 2018.
And then I want to show you State's Exhibit 105. Can you tell me what this is?
That's a picture of my dad on the boat.
And when was this picture taken?
That was August of 2020.
And is this an accurate reflection of the way he looked in August of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And Judge, I just want to publish it briefly. Oh, at this time, I would enter State's Exhibit 105 into evidence.
Same objections?
No objection.
No objection. Proceed.
I don't know why. There. Okay. Is this the picture 105 that you just identified?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Good morning, Ms. Morales. Good morning, Ms. Tracy.
Can the witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes.
Can the witness be released? Can the witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes.
Ma'am, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now she's going to talk to everybody because she's been released. Watch out, TikTok.
All right. All right. Members of the
I
jury,
know that's
at
just how
point,
this
both
generation
sides have
deals with
rested their
things.
cases. That means that the presentation of evidence, testimony, and exhibits has come to a conclusion. If you remember when I gave you those preliminary instructions when we started, I talked about three things: listening to all of the evidence, hearing the argument of counsel, and listening to the law as I instruct you. At this point, we need to take a break so the attorneys and I can sit down, now that everything is done, and work on those jury instructions to make sure they're in final form so that I can instruct you on the law, you can hear those closing arguments, and then we'll release you to go and begin your deliberations. That does take some time. So, and of course, after we're done working here, I want to be able to give the attorneys a break as well to get ready for those closing arguments. So my plan is to, did anybody want to be heard before? Right.
I think he's going to release them till this afternoon, and then they will come back after lunch and finish everything. Yeah. So, oh God, it felt so good. I have some thoughts I want to talk about during the break. Oh, I love the kitty coming out of the box, Erica. That is stinking cute. Oh, love it. I want that emoji. I want that emoji. I still have that crick in my neck, believe it or not. Day 3. It's better, but still there. Now,
So what I'm going to do is give you a break. If I could have you back downstairs at the jury assembly room at 12:30.
I
and
knew
then
it.
we're going to get you rounded up and get you back up here and get going with, if you remember, it's going to be some initial instructions by me on the law. The attorneys will have a chance to give their closing arguments if they wish. Then there'll be some final instructions. And then we'll.
Andrea, you make them in Canva.
So remember, now that everything is done, please remember the rules. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves until all of those things are done. Don't talk with anyone else about the case. Please don't do any research or watch any coverage about the case. All right, so we'll see you back downstairs at 12:30. Thank you.
The last poll that I took about her being innocent or guilty was literally 50-50.
All right, you all can have a
I
seat.
think if anything, they're going to find her innocent or hung jury.
As I was coming downstairs, Kelly handed me an email from the state
Oh crap!
with, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet.
Yeah, so you have a printed copy?
I do, I had to print out a copy for me.
Uh-oh. What happened?
All right, so
You did what?
I assume that this has all of the changes that we discussed yesterday.
Yes.
Oh,
So this is our
yeah.
belief.
The way he
So let's
said
go
it, I
ahead
thought it was
and
going
take
to
a run through these. And Ms. Benefield, please feel free to share a copy with your attorney, look over his shoulder. So, Mr. Taylor, as we go through these, we'll take our time, just look at them. If you have any objections, additions, corrections, deletions, please voice them. State, even though you prepared them from the standards, if you have any objections, additions, corrections, or deletions, please let me know as we go.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. First, 3.1, any objection?
Hello, my dear.
Hello, I just heard, and they're not going to come back till 12:30.
Yep.
Because I don't feel well. I'm turning around. I'm going back home.
All right. Well, come
I'll
on with
just
me if
watch
you'd
for-
like.
Yeah. Let me. Yeah, I got to find an exit where I can turn around. Ooh, here's one right here. Yeah, I'm not going to get up there like I will 10:15 and then 11, 12. I'm going to sit around for over 2 hours before. Yeah, I'm going home. I'm going back home. It's yeah.
All right. Well, when you get
So-
home, I'll go ahead and text you the link. If you feel like hopping on and co-hosting, you're more than welcome.
Okay.
All right, love.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye. Yep. Wise woman.
And I think particularly because of the nature of the facts.
Now I need to send that link.
State.
It's a standard jury instruction, Judge. We'd be asked that it be read unedited.
Specifically, Your Honor, because of the unique facts of this case, that is to say, relatively minor bruising leading up to the crescendo of the actual event, I think to keep this instruction as it is to the distinct detriment of Ms. Benefield, because it's basically telling them that they can overlook what precipitated the final incident.
All right. I understand your argument. It is part of the standard jury instruction. It's not misleading in its nature in describing great bodily harm. It complies with Florida law and the statutes. I think it needs to be given as part of the standard instruction. So I'll overrule that objection. Other than that one, the rest of it looked all right.
Yes.
Invitation sent to Miss Jewel.
7.4, murder in the second degree.
And it's the state's position that part in yellow about sudden provocation should come out.
Judge, I'm sorry. I just wanted to also mention in the May update to the jury instructions, they cut out the reference to mere bruises.
No,
Well, online, it still has on the,
Do you have the Florida Supreme Court order on that?
I'm on the bar website. So I
No,
don't-
defense. Do you have there'd be a Florida Supreme Court order. Do you have that?
I do not have it with me, no, but I believe that it was removed from the May update.
Anybody heard from Braxton? No, he's working a new job. I bet he's tired. I just sent him a little checking in.
I may have it, Judge. Give me 1 second.
That
Yeah, I'm gonna
man
have
can
to
sing bass today.
see it. The Florida Bar website still does not include mere bruising.
Okay, here, Judge.
Look, you show it to the state first.
Well, this is a different instruction, sir. This is not homicide. This is just felony use of deadly force. That's a different instruction. That's the one that was updated in May. Murder, the introduction of homicide was not updated in May.
This is 3.6F, justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force. Court will note that mere bruises has been redacted.
All right, thank you for letting me review that.
Just to make sure we're clear, the old version of self-defense read exactly like the new version. It wasn't taken out in 2024. That was not the parts that were amended. On 3.6.
All right. Again, I appreciate the argument. It's a standard jury instruction. It's not a misstatement of the law. I'm going to give the standard. All right, 7.4.
Good morning, Miss
It's okay.
Pocket. I have missed
It's the
you.
state's position that there's been no
Where
evidence
have
of
you
such
been,
provocation.
darling?
I'm sorry, heat of passion on adequate provocation.
By the way, I want you to know that Eva's TikTok sign on is Eva the freaking diva. OMG. And yeah, they're goofing off before court outside. Oh, I gotta say this, and I'm not trying to start anything, but the girl that's with her all the time, I'm starting to think there may be a relationship there more than just a friend. And I'm not trying to start anything, but it's weird. But her TikTok, I was looking to see if she had anything about court today. And, well, that's not what's going on. They're goofing off in front of the house. But I've been kind of watching. I'm concerned for her. I'm looking awfully pale. I got to do this. That light, whew, I'm looking weird. I'm highly concerned for this little girl. And I call her little girl because to me, I'm old enough to be almost her grandmother. So we'll let that
There was
roll.
no evidence that The
Miss
reasonable
Toxic,
person would
we
have
have
lost
missed you,
moment
my
control,
dear.
would have been dropped. There was no
That
evidence
is
of a blind and unreasoning fury, so the state would ask that
always
that
welcome,
section
my
be
love.
removed.
Do you want the sudden provocation? Towards the bottom of 7.4, going to the second page.
It's the yellow part.
And y'all go to Discord,
I'm fine with it like it is.
download that
So
app
you want it in?
as the
Yes.
gavel drop. Sorry, I got to turn him off. Go to As the Gavel Drops. It is a fabulous place. It's a community of people who are just like us, and they have over 500 cases they're following. And you can, if it's available, that's where you find it. Documents, videos. It's a fabulous resource. So y'all go give them some love. Okay, let me get this other banner because I feel led to do this today. I don't know why, but I did. If you or know somebody, if you yourself or know somebody who is struggling with domestic violence, please call this hotline or text start to 8788. They will get you out. They will help you. They're a fabulous resource. Your life is more important than the relationship. So if you need help, please call this hotline number 1-800-799-SAFE-7233.
And state you want it out?
Yes, I don't think there's been any evidence that entered to go to those facts. That portion.
All right, I'll leave it in. Three point three D, possession firearm.
Fine.
State. 3.4, lesser included.
Fine.
7.7, manslaughter.
Fine.
3.3A, aggravation of manslaughter with a firearm.
Acceptable.
All right, 3.6, justifiable use of force.
Yeah. Which one?
We need to have an emoji war. Let's have an emoji war. Come on, y'all.
Two small tweaks.
I'm sorry.
Emoji
what type of
war.
instruction are we on?
Best emoji win.
3.6F.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought.
Have some fun.
I wonder if the court would consider under the second part, giving an instruction on imminent, what imminent means. The instruction as is reads, the danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real. We could provide to the court a definition of imminent, but we'd like to have it.
Jules is on her way home. She was not
All right,
feeling
you
well.
have it? Do you have a proposed jury instruction?
I'm not prepared at this point to tender it to the court.
Jules was not feeling well. Whatever crudge going around, she's getting it. And so she was running a little late. And on the way there, the state had Eva testify for about 5 seconds. And there's no more court proceedings other than what we're watching until about 12:30. They'll bring the jury back. So what she's going to do is she is going to go back home. It's too cold in that courtroom. She's just freezing to death. And she's hopefully going to hop on here. That would be great. We'd love to have her on with us. she's just recovering from COVID, and this is nothing personal. I mean, she shared it. And I'm recovering from COVID and then going in there, and there's a lot of sick people in there. So I think it's a wise decision. Oh, that's a cute one. Pillar turquoise hot coffee. Oh, the Highland cow emoji. Oh, Miss Kevin, can we make that? I'll make a Highland one. I want to make one that looks like this one. So we'll make a Highland cow emoji. We'll make one. Heidi the Highlander. She's right back there, keeping an eye out for us. Okay, back in court. Bobos. Bobas. Wow. Come on, Miss Kevin's winning. Everybody, we're having
Well, this
an
is the
emoji.
final charge conference, so I'm going to need it.
Oh, I'm glad you're feeling better. We've been praying for you, Miss Karen. Oh, look at the basketball. That's so cute.
Give me a moment.
Oh,
Sure.
I like emoji words. You get some cute ones.
Okay, there's one that we have, Judge, in preparation,
Oh, alien. Is that
trying to
alien?
keep up with all the paperwork.
Good one. Yeah, Tracy and I have a connection to this.
It's the one that you know about. Your Honor, I'd also like to request, if we could, adding a definition of great bodily harm in the deadly force definition paragraph.
Where did that definition come from? Immediate.
I think it might have come from case law.
It says it comes from Webster's Dictionary. The state objects. Number one, that definition does not make sense to the state. Number two, I'm on Webster's Dictionary where it says it comes from, and that is not the definition provided by Webster's Dictionary. It's partially, I mean, it's parts of the definition, but the Florida Supreme Court has not felt the need to define imminent. I think imminent is a word that is commonly understood by these jurors, and the state would object to adding that definition or changing the definition of great bodily harm in this 3.6, which I think was his second request, which it's in the second paragraph. Great bodily harm means distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. That second paragraph.
We're not asking the court to change the definition of great bodily harm. We're just asking Your Honor to add it in that paragraph as well.
In which paragraph?
Under 3.6F, the second paragraph, where it defines deadly force, means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm.
The very next sentence is the definition of great bodily harm.
Well, it's got the definition of great bodily harm. And actually, my copy has an explanation.
That's
Right, it's from the standard.
Okay.
And then it was you asked for imminent, you made your arguments against it, rebuttal.
The rebuttal, other than I don't see what the downside is to it. I don't see how there could be any prejudice.
Okay. I appreciate that. I've never given a definition for imminent, and I'm not saying my ruling is based upon, well, I've never done it in the past, why would I do it now? I've separately and independently reviewed your proposed definition of imminent. I don't find imminent to be a word not in common usage or understood by an average juror. I don't think it needs to be defined. It's not defined in the standard. So do you want this marked and put in? Because I don't think you read it in. So let me mark it to preserve. So this is defendant's proposed definition of imminent. See, the 30th.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that would be fine.
And Judge, I think we got ahead of ourselves in this instruction. So if we could go
Mhm.
back, under the paragraph on 3.6F, the first page, it says the law and justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. It's the state's opinion that that first section in yellow would come out because of where it says, but is not relying on 776.0131, which this defendant is relying on that portion, which is the very next portion, and it's almost identical, other than
Hello.
it adds extra things about since she
How
was
did I get
involved.
echoed?
Well-
Are you listening to me? Okay, are you hopping in? Huh?
On explaining the difference between the two and the distinctions and why 7760122 and 7760312
Hold on.
differed than 7760131,
Working on
but
something.
covered the same ground. Just one is
There we go, beloved.
general self-defense and stand your ground, and the other one is in your home. And I would think that the defense wants the in your home.
Yes, sir. So I think we would pick up after that law and just to, if she's in a dwelling, that portion.
Right. All right, here's where we're going to need to take a few moments to talk about the forcible felonies. And Mr. Taylor, I had written them down yesterday. Hopefully you saw, oh, there it is. All right, state yesterday, well, let me confirm with the defense. So on the actual self-defense instruction that we're going to use for the 776-013 subsection 1, I assume that you're going to want A and B?
Yes.
Okay. And then the forcible felonies you mentioned yesterday are burglary, felony bat, ag assault, false imprisonment.
Correct.
Are there any others?
No, sir.
No felony battery. I thought that felony, did you say felony battery?
Mhm.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's what was requested.
Yes, I missed it when you just said it, Judge, sorry.
Burglary, ag bat, felony bat, ag assault, false imprisonment. State, are there any of those that you want to agree with before I hear argument from both sides?
No, Judge.
Okay, Miss Kevin. I'm
You don't
sending
agree with any of them?
forward.
I may agree with false imprisonment. I need to think through burglary still. I've been thinking through it for the last 12 hours or 16 hours, but I'm not sure yet on that one. So I just think there's
Exactly,
probably
Miss
one of them,
Andrea.
and I'd rather if we could just go through them.
Okay. Burglary.
But it needs to be.
I think it's a classic remaining inside. The testimony, if the court recalls, from Miss Benefield was that when he spun her around in her effort to leave the home and block the door, she summoned the wherewithal to command him to leave now. You have to leave now. That would have revoked his license to be present, and as a result, at that point, he was a remaining inside burglar.
All right, well, that's not just the end of it. So I've got the standard instruction for burglary, which would need to be obviously modified because I don't instruct them on the burden of proof. It's just the elements for any of these forcible felonies. The initial portion is going to be the elements of or for the forcible felony of burglary are, and then it'll give the elements. But if you, on the burglary under 2, there's 2A, B, or C. So I need to know which one of those you're arguing. And based upon what you just argued, I'm assuming that you want 2B, as in Bravo, that would be essentially 2 would be Doug Benefield, after entering the structure, remained therein after permission to remain had been withdrawn and with the intent to commit, there has to be some crime alleged, right? Because it can't be burglary or trespass. Or it could just be an offense other than burglary or trespass inside the structure. I need to know what you're proposing.
Give me a moment.
I found an emoji with the hearing aid. Good morning, beloved.
I think we would prefer other than, Your Honor.
All right, State, now it's, and are you asking for any other portion of the burglary statute if it's to be given?
Give me just a minute, Your Honor.
You know, it bothers me that he says, give me a minute, not please. May I have a minute? It's give me a minute. And I would be like, Your Honor is polite, but please is good too. We have a new emoji coming up for members only. I just made it. Thanks to Ms. Kevin for showing me how to make emojis. If I had more places to add emojis
Judge,
in.
did I see the instruction the court is referencing?
It's 13.1. 13.1 burglary.
No, we're having computer problems, Your Honor.
I think the internet just came back. It was down.
While they're talking, please subscribe, but we are 9 memberships away from
All right,
adding
what
a
was the
new
court's
emoji.
question?
So if you're
On
watching and you love what we're doing here, please
the
join.
burglary instruction. So we've nailed down the elements that you're asking for. I'm asking, is there any other portion of that, before I go to the state and get their argument, is there any other portion of 13.1 burglary that you're requesting?
I don't want the cup of coffee. She's not on my end, love. I don't have her. I spelled her Hydie. Like I had a girlfriend in high school. She's deceased. And that's how she spelled her name. So I spelled it her way. You know me. I got to be
What are
different.
we talking about? I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yep, we're 2 peas in a pod. I can make emojis all
Ordinance
day.
Giving 1 and 2
It's
have
good.
permission or consent to enter, and 2 after entering remain therein.
Yep, and then I have to give A, B, or C
Okay,
as appropriate. And I'm sorry, that's A, B, or C. Can be in the conjunctive or the disjunctive.
all right, we would request B and C, Your Honor.
Got it. My little girl needed some attention. Attention?
All right, and on C that you're requesting, is it just to commit or attempt to commit a forcible felony?
Yes.
Which potentially will be.
You're-
Now, any other portion of that instruction before I go to the state?
Okay, we'll go. Hold on. Hold on. Yes, I know. Hold on, baby. There's my Heidi. Heidi. I'll be right back. We're going to take little girl to potty.
Or you state, whenever I get over to you, if I do decide to give it, if there's any additional portions, be prepared to argue those.
No, that's it, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, that's it, state. So they want, defense is asking for that. Are you looking at the standard for burglary?
Yes.
So it's on the second page.
Yes, sir.
And if I give it, it'll essentially be something along the lines of the elements of the forcible felony of burglary are 1, 2, B and C. On B, of course, the conveyances would be struck. B would be after permission to remain had been withdrawn and with the intent to commit an offense other than burglary or trespass inside the structure. C, of course, there'd be an or. C, commit or attempt to commit a forcible felony. So obviously you object to that. But if I am going to allow it, is there any other part of this instruction that you would want to be given?
Oh. 2 paragraphs. Oh, let's see. It says the next paragraph is about intent being an operation of the mind. The following paragraph says, even though the unlawful remaining in a structure is proved, and I know we're not supposed to talk about proof, so I don't know how we would word it, but the evidence does not establish that it was done with the intent to commit a crime other than burglary or trespass, the defendant must not be found guilty. I don't know how we would word that because we don't have proof.
They're not on mic.
That is an important.
Good news, I have suggestions.
Okay.
All right, so the state, in addition to what you're requesting for the elements, is asking for those next 2 paragraphs to be given, which explain intent. And I only had, when I say I have suggestions, this comes up in, I don't want to say every self-defense case, but so many of them, I have language that I've used in the past.
Yes, sir.
All right, so here's what I propose it would sound like, and everybody can object, because you don't want it, you want it, but might not like the language, but I've given it before and it works. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. Here's where the changes are because we're not saying proof beyond a reasonable doubt or anything like that. Here's where I've made changes. Even if an unlawful remaining in a structure is proved, if the evidence does not establish that it was done with the intent to commit an offense other than burglary or trespass, then a burglary has not occurred. That's what I've said in the past. And it's an accurate, I'll hear your arguments, but I've found that it's an accurate statement of the law because the other way is the defendant must be found not guilty. That's not what we're talking about here. So it's just letting them know that what intent is and how that portion of the instruction operates.
Yeah, that's fine with us, Your Honor.
All right. Do you need that, State?
I will need that. And I can say based on the conversations we have, I don't have an objection to the instructions as you've crafted them.
All right.
I just will need to.
Oh, I'm sorry. And we also need structure because structure is not defined in any of the other instructions. And that's on the very next page. All right, Mr. Taylor, what I've done is I took the standard instruction and have amended it in my own hand as I've read. Do you mind if I give this to the state so they can take it back and make it part of the instructions?
No.
All right, thank
Does
you.
that include the elements portion too?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to do it
Yeah.
as you were talking, but I wasn't keeping up.
My penmanship is horrible. I
That's fine.
apologize.
This is perfect. Thank you.
All right. So that's what I've approved.
My
for her.
ex-husband.
Let's talk about false imprisonment next.
Real quick, funny story. I was dating my ex-husband and he was graduating, so they had their banquet. And he was given the award for the worst handwriting in that college's departments ever. Worst handwriting ever. Some fields of study, I'm trying to be careful here, have bad handwriting inherently. Some are lawyers, some are judges, some are doctors, some, and so he was given in the history of the college and that department the worst handwriting ever. Yeah. But he could read it.
And that's instruction 9.2.
Judge, I had one thing before we leave. The last portion
AdaKay.
Yes.
of 3.6F, justifiable use of deadly
And
force.
for what?
I
Instruction.
wanted to ask the court to substitute
Instructor?
2 words in
Be
the final
to
section.
instruct someone?
We're not gotten there yet.
Not to the end of the instruction. We're still doing the forcible felonies
Instructor
portion.
to show how. I do show
So
how.
the next forcible felony that the defense has requested is
I'll look
false
it up.
imprisonment. So 9.2, if I give it, again, it'll begin with the elements for the forcible felony of false imprisonment are. So which one of those elements or methods by which one is falsely imprisoned do you think the evidence supports, Mr. Taylor?
We would like to have
Didn't have to look it up. I remembered.
confined and restrained.
Just those two?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Miss Kevin, what have you not done?
And
Say that about
also on number 1, it's
you.
it would need to read Doug Benefield forcibly, secretly, by threat. Which one of those?
Forcibly.
So you're not asking for secretly or by threat. That actually make it easier because secretly has to be defined.
Morning, Cindy Orion. She can attest to
How
that
about
last
the
comment with
forcibly
Miss
by threat?
Kevin. Doctors have the worst
Well, it'd
handwriting.
be or. And that means we would not need secretly. All right, state.
The state would object. There is no evidence at the time in which Ms. Benefield used deadly force that Mr. Benefield was preventing her from leaving. If there was a time in which there could be argued a false imprisonment, it would have been when she tried to get out the door and claims that he spun her around by her arm. But there was no evidence that once she was in the bedroom, there was any effort to forcibly or by threat confine or restrain her without her lawful consent, so the state would object.
All right, rebuttal.
Well, actually,
Nice.
I believe the testimony was that when she turned around, he was standing in the middle of the doorway, blocking the exit to the room.
All right, I understand completely that each side has their own theories and thoughts and not versions of the facts, but view of the facts. However, the facts as presented by the defendant do support the giving of this instruction. False imprisonment, here's how it'll read. The elements for the forcible felony of false imprisonment are Doug Benefield forcibly or by threat confined or restrained Ashley Benefield against her will. Doug Benefield had no lawful authority to do so. That would be the end of that instruction. as I review the rest of it. The rest has to do with certain enhancements.
Are you giving me that one too? Are you gonna give me that one too?
I would ask.
If not, I'm gonna need you to repeat it.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
my plan is to, after I do this, give them to you, because then it's all,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm sorry to put that on you, because
No,
I know
it's
you're
okay.
objecting to it, but,
It's on her. It's fine.
all right. Anything else on false imprisonment? So I am going to give it as I just read.
Yes, we would request a specific definition of the term false imprisonment based on the case law Proco versus State, if I may.
A definition of false imprisonment?
Yes.
The elements of it.
That, isn't that the elements of false imprisonment is the definition of it?
This just lays it out, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me just, oh, yeah. Go ahead and take a look at it real quick, State. Thank you. All right, did you want to be heard on this?
Oh, we object.
All
I
right.
think the elements are sufficient.
Any further arguments?
No, sir.
All right. I see where you pulled case law that defines and explains some of the factual scenarios that have been presented in various cases and whether those meant or equated to or violated the false imprisonment statute. But I don't think I would give a definition of false imprisonment in the false imprisonment instruction. It's false imprisonment, then you explain the elements, and then both sides can certainly argue whether those acts were or were not violative of false imprisonment. Do you want this one, Mark?
Please.
All right, so let me do this. Same thing, it's just my marked up version that I'm going to give them so they can, that way the typeface will all be the same. Thank you. For
Thank you.
instruction in false. What about this? There we go. How about aggravated battery next? I'm trying to take them in some semblance of descending order. Might not be perfect, but all right.
Morning, everybody.
Ag bat.
Everybody, good morning. Blessed morning. We're kind of doing some weird things around here. Yeah. Out the door and dressed at the same time is a task. I remember those days. I fully remember those days. Sometimes the dressing happened in the car.
So I guess what I'm looking for, defense, from you is what parts or portions of aggravated battery 8.4 you're asking for. It would start with Doug Benefield, A or B under number 1.
Judge, I think, frankly, after reviewing this instruction, we're going to withdraw the request.
Okay. So ag bat is withdrawn. Next one is felony battery. 8.5.
Whenever you're ready, just let me know, Miss Diane.
Did you know that the Nielsen's died?
I saw it the moment it happened. I cried.
It was terrible.
Yeah, we're going to withdraw that.
I cried.
All right, felony battery is withdrawn as a forcible felony. And the final one that you had requested was 8.2 aggravated assault.
Daughter's husband, the
Assistant
pilot, his wife, and the sister.
and somebody else's husband.
I think might have been the assistant's husband.
Husband, yeah.
But yeah, I just.
Miss Kevin,
Well,
done
there's
that
a
100 times.
brief break. Everybody check your phones. Make sure they're on silent or
Okay.
turned off.
This one, I think, is viable.
You want to keep?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so let's look. There are some options, so let me go through them. So 1 is standard, 2 is standard, 3 is standard, but then under 4, are you asking for A or B?
B.
And what is the felony charged? The assault was made with a fully formed conscious intent to commit.
I think false imprisonment, Your Honor. Give me just a moment. I'm considering whether it would also establish any of the others.
Oh gosh, there's a bunch of drama with Turtle Boy and Paul O'Keefe. We'll talk about it later.
Sir?
False imprisonment.
Okay.
Yeah, Cindy, it's horrible.
State.
They were on their way
It's the
to
same
the
argument,
gate.
well, it's a
Gaither,
two-part argument, Judge, it's the same
uh,
argument as
Cruz.
to false imprisonment, I know you're already, they're getting it, but
to be
I
some
don't
of the
think that there's
performers
evidence
and the
that
plane crash
he made threats by word or act, I guess, other than you're done,
by Alaska.
which the state would argue is
Oh, it was in
ambiguous.
Alaska.
At the time, the defendant Mr. Benefield appeared to have carried out the threat. I don't know what that means for this case, and the defendant created a well-founded fear of violence was about to take place. I mean, I think this is so akin to the self-defense argument that I think
They
One
wouldn't.
thing, all right, some people don't understand. There's a gospel group. Their names were
Kelly
Kelly Nelson.
Nelson. Oh, what was the last name? Kelly Nelson Thompson.
There was a
It was Kelly Nielsen Thompson.
Yeah.
The married name.
right, but there were 4 of them. There was a mother, father, and 2 daughters. Right,
One daughter.
one daughter. Who's the other young woman?
Yes.
Part of the group?
Assistant, I think.
No. Who sang in the group? There are 4.
I don't know.
There was a daughter, 2 daughters. I think it's Nielsen's. Thank you, Nealon. I'm bad with names, but anyway, there was a mother, a father, and 2 children, 2 daughters.
Who died?
And I believe the second one that's alive was a daughter. She was driving up with her husband. Was not on the plane. So, but 3 family members, and the pilot and his wife, assistant and her wife.
Let's see.
Assistant and her husband died.
It was Jason,
Mm-hmm.
Kelly,
Mm-hmm.
daughter Amber.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for all the names.
So
Melody Hodges. That was the assistant. Pilot Larry Haney and his wife Melissa. It wasn't autopilot issue in the flight. That's what they said. The youngest daughter of Autumn was not on the plane.
Yeah. See, I thought the fourth person in the quartet was the youngest daughter.
Well, she
So this poor,
wasn't on the plane.
no?
No, she wasn't on the plane. No.
Yeah, that's what I said. She was not on the plane. She lost a mother, sister, and a father all in one day,
Brother-in-law.
and a brother-in-law. Well, hi, Zach. Hi, Tori. Thank y'all for hopping in. Hey, Zach, I'm still waiting for that nighttime fishing invitation. Yeah, it has hit the gospel community very hard,
Yes.
very hard. I've listened to them.
Brother Todd and his wife Rhonda are
Mhm.
asking for prayer because they have to do the funeral plans and everything now for 4 of their family.
That's insane. We had to do that. My grandmother and grandfather got in a car wreck with an 18-wheeler, and all 18 wheels went over them. And yeah, we had to do a double funeral. I couldn't imagine a quad. It's overwhelming. And do you know what sucks? They prepaid for all their funeral plans, and they doubled it on some of the services.
Why? Why did they double
Had
it?
to have more people on the day of the funeral working.
Because so many people came? Or why did they double it? Because so many people came?
No, because they had to have 2 of everything on the same day. And I'm like, please.
Called,
It was horrible.
that's called gouging.
Yeah. Yeah. My mom and dad had to pay extra. I got a massage next door last week. I was going to stop by, but I had an appointment right after. Ah, Zach, I'm offended. No, I'm not.
It says that the airplane is in a remote
Pilot mode.
remote location.
And
When
I,
they get access, they'll begin filming and documenting the area and checking out the plane.
guys, I saw the video on YouTube with all the victims on the plane getting ready to leave the airport. It was their last video.
Yeah.
They were going to go eat, and then they got on the plane, and then that was it. I cried.
Oh, yeah. I used to sing all of Kelly's songs.
I know. Same.
So easy to sing with. And don't you know their albums and CDs and DVDs are gonna,
Through the roof.
yeah.
Well, let's get back to court. But y'all, if you are part of the community, the Christian,
And we will pray
please, and you pray, please do.
and pray.
This is going to be a very difficult time. I don't know if the cruise continued or not.
I don't know. I know that it said that
The Gaithers went and consoled.
to help
Yeah.
with,
Yeah.
but I don't
Yeah.
know. But I'm sure the cruise is sold out. So
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, the Gaithers, Mr. and Mrs. Gaither, I've met them.
I've met them many times.
Yeah.
Wonderful people.
Wonderful people. They are who you see that they're exactly who they are. 100% real. And it's going to be a hard time. I don't want to start crying.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's counting.
It's devastating news to the Christian community. Okay, while we're on Christian, I want to say something. I really had a problem with the witness yesterday, the psychology witness. It really upset me that they basically were alluding to religious abuse because he sent texts every morning, and some people have talked about that and thought it was strange. If you are Christian and in a relationship, I've done it to my husband. I've done it with friends who are going through a hard time. I've done it to a lot of people, sent texts early in the morning with Christians, with a scripture. But when I'm in relationship, every morning and every night, if I wasn't with the person, I would text a prayer or a scripture as a part of my quiet time in the morning and evening. It is not abusive. It is not used to be overpowering. Now, if he had a God complex, like some people, well, women too, who think that they are the authority of in the house and they are top dogs, so to speak. It's not anything to do with religion or spirituality. They just think that they know better than you. That can be abusive, and a lot of abusive people have that. Very manipulative. All right, there are people who do religiously abuse, but what I'm saying is not everybody who sends those kinds of texts every day are religiously abusing. The scriptures that I saw that they showed in the text are not controlling scriptures. They're not about how the man is the head of the household, the woman is to submit to the man. It wasn't those kind of scriptures. But I just don't want those of us who have done that to be judged as controlling and manipulating. You agree? You wasn't impressed with that either. Yeah. If she wasn't of like faith, I could see how she may feel a little pressured. But that's a decision she made when she dated him and married him. He was of that faith, and that was a discussion between them two. Unequally yoked is what they say spiritually.
Okay, you need to
You're
expand.
right, Zach. You are, and that's what I'm trying to say. It's not the scriptures, it's when it's mixed with psychological issues that it gets weird, and it very well can. But I had comments, and people have stated to me and don't understand. They think it's weird that you would do it at all, period. If it is mixed with manipulation, and if it is mixed with psychological issues, I'm not going to argue that. But whether that's here or there for this case, I'm not going to say because I'm not giving my full opinion. I'm just letting people know that in the Christian world, that is not uncommon. Now, you can use it to abuse people, yes, and manipulate, but it's not always. You have a comment, Miss Diane?
My hand keeps falling out of the screen over here. Can we make this area a little bigger? Because I am really, really working to keep me in the screen.
I will try to do that. Let me see what I can do.
Hand.
Well, part of the thing is where your camera is. I can only enlarge in the boxes so big.
Okay, which way do I
Is that a
need?
little better?
Which way do I need to move? Left or right?
Where's your right?
My right is here, so I need to move.
You need to
left.
move right just a little bit.
I need to move which way? Right.
Right. Yeah.
To move this way. So I move my camera that way.
No, just your chair
Well, I can move my camera. It might be a little easier.
or your camera. You lean to your left.
That seems to be a little better right there.
Yeah, I embiggened you just a little bit, but but I part of it is that you lean to your left. You rest on your left hip.
Okay. Let me move my chair. Let me move my chair. Move it to the right or the left.
Oh, to your right, a hair, beloved.
To the right. To the right. To the right. 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 That's right.
Okay, sit down and see if that's better.
You like my coat?
I do. It's nice.
My court coat.
Okay. My husband's not always receptive of that until he was almost shot in the line of duty, and then he appreciated them.
I bet.
But once again, I'm not saying he did not. I'm not saying, Tori, I think the people you send the messages to understand they're coming from a place of love. Exactly. Those who think otherwise will ignore it and continue on with their time. Yeah.
They will ignore it until something happens in their life. My grandmother always told my father, David, you need to go to church. David. And Daddy would go, I will, Mama. I will, Mama. Oh, go away, go away. And my grandmother's sister, my aunt, would always say, I'm praying for you, David. I'm praying for you. And he was just like, until my daddy at 45 was diagnosed with cancer. Guess who went to church? Guess who developed a relationship with Jesus? And guess who thanked his mama and his aunt and his sister for praying for him for years?
Okay, here's Zach gave us scripture, so I'm going to read it so people know. Proverbs 11:22 in the King James Version. A ring of gold in a swine's snout, so is a lovely woman who lacks a discretion. Wow.
Without who lacks what?
I think it's discretion. So, wow.
In other words, what's the point of it? There's no
Right.
reason to have gold in a pig's nose. And if you have a beautiful woman and she doesn't have wisdom and she doesn't understand scriptures and she doesn't, doesn't live a moral life, what's the point?
Do you know what? You're still leaning. Turn your camera towards your left. Angle it towards the left more. Okay, now try. Oh, yeah. See, when you lean this way and sign here. Okay, we're going to get back to court. I just wanted to explain.
Yeah, that's better.
I just wanted people to understand that not everybody who sends scripture texts to a spouse on a regular basis is manipulating and abusing.
It's duplicative, but also to then say that assault was made with a fully formed conscious intent to commit false imprisonment against her. Their argument was just that he was already false imprisoning her when I don't know how you would put this in there, Judge, because he was already committing a false imprisonment, and then when he made the threat, he was then fully informed to commit another false imprisonment. I just think it's circular, and I'm not sure that it will make sense for the jury. I think it'll be confusing.
Like most of these things, it becomes a question of fact for the jury, and I'm not prepared to say precisely when, given those facts and the fluidness of the circumstances, when or for that matter, if the jury will conclude that there was a false imprisonment.
All right, thank you both very much. I'll give it. The question is, any other portions of that, or it's just the elements of that one? Certainly, there's no deadly weapon.
I think the first one, if the circumstances were such, that should be in. Deadly weapon is out, as would be an object not designed to inflict bodily harm. Great bodily harm is out.
Yeah, this is a lot better.
As would be Judge, not necessary that the
Thank
defendant
you.
have
You're this
intent to kill.
So that's better.
Okay, you give this one to the state. So that'll be the last one. Those are, so we ended up with 2, right?
3.
3.
And I guess, Judge, I'm gonna need some guidance on how to word this. Imminent commission of forcible or burglary, comma, false imprisonment, like, that sentence isn't gonna make sense.
I'll give that to you.
Thank you.
All right, so I think it would need to say imminent death or great bodily harm to herself, or the imminent commission of burglary, false imprisonment, or aggravated assault against herself. It'd be in the disjunctive. And then immediately after that, I'll need,
Those in order.
yes.
Yes.
thank you. All right, the next portion of what we need to discuss on the self-defense, we're still on 3.6F. We're through the use of force in the home. The very next paragraph talks about 782.02. This is the bottom of the second page of the state's. I think it's on the bottom of the second page.
I thought I took it out.
I think we talked about yesterday
No, it is
removing
not,
that,
Tracy.
but let me make sure. The portion about 782.02.
I think I already took it out.
I thought we did, but I have a question mark next to the one on my copy.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just making sure.
I have the next, just for clear, the next paragraph I have after the ones we were just discussing is in deciding whether Ashley Benefield was justified, is the next paragraph I have on the one we did last night.
Y'all gonna get in the scripture war here in a minute.
Oh, the court.
I look at the one.
I thought you had asked yesterday if we wanted A and B. We said
I
yes.
can't hear lawyer.
On which one?
They're
I'm
not,
talking about the portion that was 782.02.
and I'm ganged up.
And like the state said, I have it, we weren't gonna give it, but then I have a question mark by it, so that makes me wonder if it was, we're not gonna give it, but we're gonna think about it.
This morning, I was reading about Ahab's wife.
Jezebel.
That scripture applies to her for sure.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, nice.
It does.
She fell out the window and the doggies ate her.
Oh,
She was not nice.
I appreciate the court TV app commercial, but it's driving me crazy.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can go to our friends and see if they're streaming yet. Are they live yet? No, they're not. They're doing technical repairs on our friend's site. Zach, I know, right? LOL. because he broke in. Father, how did he break in?
We'd like
He
to
was
have a
helping him
judge.
move.
We would
All
request
right.
he is.
Yeah,
I got it. I got it. I got
think
it.
was
I got it.
She
I got
told him to leave.
Okay. Because they're claiming, the defense is claiming he broke in and it's considered burglary, followed her to the bedroom. How can that be break in when he was invited to help move?
Because she told him to leave.
Well, that's not breaking and entering. That's trespassing.
Well, maybe.
When yeah, no, but no, but other people are thinking they were moving things in and out. When you tell someone to leave and they don't leave, that's trespassing.
Hey, question. Wasn't he only supposed to be helping her move things from the garage?
That has been unclear. She said home and then they said garage. It's not clear. Oh, okay. I don't know. They were moving together. Oh, yes, would love to have you backstage, Miss Jules, because we're having we need some clarification. We need clarification. I sent you the link. So you're good to go when you want to come backstage. But when someone is in your home on invitation and then you tell them they need to leave and they don't, that's trespass. She was upset because they were mixing their stuff together. I remember that. But he was there on invitation. He was there on invitation. And so burglary to me doesn't fit this. I'm not a lawyer. I do know the difference between breaking and entering. Oh, you have no sound on your microphone?
I hear you.
That's true. It was their home, her and her mother's. But that's where I get frustrated because it's not clarified. It's not clarified. Exactly. It really comes down to is would a responsible person in her stead been in fear of great bodily harm? All the manipulation stuff on both sides is legally irrelevant. And I've been saying that it doesn't matter. A lot of it doesn't matter. Like, why did they have to have a gunshot analysis? She's not disputing she shot him. There's some of this stuff I don't know why they even needed it. It all boils down to exactly what Zach said. And she's the only remaining witness unless the state can prove she's lying. She's not guilty by default. Not by ethics. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the neighbor. But in the end, was what he was doing and a reasonable person, most commonly us, most people in the same situation use deadly force. According to Florida state law, Cindy RX says it's self-defense. It's for the jury to decide. Miss Jules, do I need to call you? Are you struggling, babe? You can call me. We can have you with voice over the phone. You can't hop in. But I think part of the biggest problem for me in all this is going to be okay, they're on break now. Is is going to be if I'm on the jury. Oh, will do. I'll send you the link. For me, my biggest thing on this, if I'm on the jury, was it reasonable? How do I say this? Was his actions met with equal force? That's the best I can say it. Let me get this link to Miss Jules. Interstudio. One guest. Oh, why are you're showing up on my phone but not on my computer? Okay, Miss Jules. Let me go to the computer and send it to you. How? Oh, I know what to do. I'll be right back with you. I don't know why it's doing it this way, but it is. That is so strange. Copy.
Can you talk and do that at the same time?
I sure can.
How's the food war going?
The food wars.
Well, what you're eating. I don't like the word
Oh,
because
fine.
in it.
I haven't eaten anything today.
Have you stepped on the black thing from hell that has numbers on it?
No, not yet.
You know that thing that has numbers on it that you either love or hate? I only love it if the numbers are less.
I can. Let's see. But it's not here. I have to go get Wade at the office. Okay, you guys, I sent Miss Jules a new link. Let's see if it works. Cheap viewer.
Black thing.
What is this stuff coming up from Twitter? Because I'm on, is it Twitter? And every time someone pops in, it says cheap viewers on something else. I don't know what that is. So I'm going to, I don't know what to do with that. I can't do anything with that. That is so weird. Dum da dum dum dum. Is she going to make it? I don't understand what the problem is. I sent her 2 different links. Is Jules in my messenger? Did I hear a pop? Oh, I heard a pop. I'm adding you to stage. Hello, beautiful Jules.
Hi, what a nightmare. I can't get my sound to work.
It's working
I
now.
can hear you.
No, but like I could hear you on the StreamYard, but if I were to pop over, like here's an example.
I'm going to do this for now. We don't need the court feed.
It's freaking weird that I can't, nothing is working. I can't hear anything on my laptop at all, no matter what YouTube channel I go to.
Did you check your volume? Are you muted?
No, I'm not. I'm not muted.
Are you muted in the YouTube? You got your mute on the computer and you got mute on YouTube.
Okay, let's pull up Recovery Addict. It is not muted, and there's nothing coming from him.
Okay. I'll help you later, but are you on your phone right now?
No, I'm at home on my what do you call it? On my laptop.
Oh, because we're doing well right now. That's interesting.
This is crazy. I wonder what happened. It kept saying it kept saying your browser. I don't remember what it was saying now.
I'll help you later.
Yeah. Or it might be a Braxton thing. Who knows?
Well, Braxton's got a job, so we can't go, Braxton, and him just here anymore.
I know.
I'm happy for him. So, Miss Jules,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think, babe? Catch us up. We haven't seen you in a few days.
I know, Miss Jules.
Yeah, I missed you too. I don't know how this is going to go. I really don't. I can't call this one at all.
Miss Diane, are you going to interpret?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
But yesterday afternoon was quite interesting. The what do you call it? The Detective Warren. That was a nothing burger.
Will be just a second.
Okay. But where is it?
Yeah, Detective Warren, what's his name?
I don't know what the purpose was of him calling him, but that was just it didn't go well. I can tell you that. Bruce Ferris, that dude was really good.
And he was the mental health dude.
Yes.
That was good.
But I have some issues with that.
Go ahead.
And I wanted to talk about that.
Yeah.
I understand the wheel, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand the abuse. I'm going to mute you for a second, Miss Diane. So if you need to cough, you're fine. So my issue with that is this. In my home and in my marriage, I'm dyslexic. My husband took care of all the finances. He worked. I stayed home with the kids. We had defined roles. And I felt that in the wheel, if you had that kind of definition, it was portrayed in a badly way. Now, in my previous relationship, I'm looking back, he was an older man. I was a younger woman. Not 30 years, but still a big enough difference. And there was control and manipulation with money. I stayed home. He had all the money. He had the car. If I wanted to go somewhere, I had to ask. If I wanted to buy something, I had to ask. But let's think about the mentality between a 20-year-old who is confessed on TikTok, for example, the daughter, Eva, who blows money. She says it herself. I blow money. I love to spend. If an older person in a relationship or another person in general is good with controlling and budgeting, and somebody else in the relationship just will blow everything in one shopping spree, I can see why there needs to be control.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard anything in this testimony that he manipulated her with money.
No.
For his vasectomy, she wanted the ballet company and he helped fund it. I don't see the manipulation and control in that. So the wheel is good. I'm not saying it's not, but we cannot say that all the behaviors in that wheel, if any of them are there, it's automatic control and abusive and DV. It's not. And that's one thing I wish was described a little better. Yep, older men will sometimes prey on younger women because they are easier to control. I'm not saying that, but I wasn't controlled in an abusive manner, Andrell. I didn't know how to budget money. I wasn't good at taking at 20 years old, 24. I was raised in a family where I didn't have money until I was all on my own. One day I graduate and now I don't know how to budget. I don't know how to take care of finances. So if he was controlling money, have we ever thought because she didn't know how to control money? I'm just saying there's a balance here. And what I'm hearing here is all or nothing. Am I making sense, Jules? When I see this
Yeah,
wheel,
I don't think
there's a
that
character listed doesn't mean you're abusive.
I don't think money was the issue.
No, but it is one of the topics that everybody is going crazy over. The other issue is, I just think that when you have a demonstress like that wheel,
Mm-hmm.
and I wish it was just explained that just because these character traits or things are listed, it's not meaning there was abuse. It just is how are these character traits used? Do I believe that there was abuse? Yes. In what way? Anger. He definitely had an anger issue. Definitely. Do I believe that he may have had attachment issues? Definitely. But
I do believe he had anger issues.
yes, not disputing that.
I mean, she admits he never touched her until that day. But if she saw several times, explosive behavior, and then knowing that she was going to have to tell him that, hey, you know what? You're not moving in with us, may have caused her great fear. And I'm still wondering, she didn't say she told him that, but I'm wondering, did she tell him that day? But if she told him and he went nuts, wouldn't she have testified to that?
Well, that's that. Yeah. And here's another point that we talked about earlier. When you're in a situation with custody and courts, you cannot take the child out of state without the opposite parent's permission. And I've said this, and nobody's really focusing on this, and I'm mad about it.
The state never brought it up. The state never made it part of their case.
They didn't, but they should have. Because here's the thing, it changes the dynamic. So everybody, take a breath. Oh. Okay. Here we go. Here's my explanation. The case is rested so I can talk a little more freely. You have a man and woman who have a child together. They are not living together. She wanted to move out of state, partially, I believe, to get more restraining orders, more legal grounds, I think. I'm not sure, but that's not the point. She cannot move out of state without his permission. And he is not going to let her move out of state with that baby. Tamika Whitaker. He fought to get visitation rights with that baby. So what happens? She goes along with moving out of state with that baby. She is saying, I'll move with you. And then when she gets there, they're going to live separately. But he's being led to believe that they're going to be living together. And that's why she was on the fence in the therapist's office. I believe she was being deceitful, manipulative in her own way. And there's a possibility that when he went to move them, she wanted her stuff in the front, his stuff in the back of the truck, because in her mind, as soon as we get there, we're living separately. In his mind, they're living together. And so when Jules, you turned your own voice off. I can't turn you back on. Yeah. So when he gets there to move and they have that clash over how the truck is being packed, his realization, I'm being manipulated because she's not going to live with me. And they had an argument.
And one of the few things I think that can get a man to go from 0 to 100 in rage is you talk about their baby and not giving them visitation and that manipulation. And if that was the case, that's on her. She is equally responsible for that fight and what was going on because she too was manipulating. And it frustrates the hell out of me that they put all the manipulation on him when I can see throughout this trial some of the manipulation she's done. That is my humble opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I firmly believe that that is a very plausible scenario that it may have happened. Jules, your opinion.
It's plausible. However, if he did strike her in any way or formed an aggressive manner to her in any way where she felt threatened, here in the state of Florida, you can use any means if you are in fear of your life. That's what she's saying. She was in fear of her life. We don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't
But
know.
the devil's advocate to that is she saw an opportunity. Because if he was not going to say, he said, I'm not letting you leave the state. She was saying he wouldn't let me leave. That may have been true, but leave the room? Mm-mm. He could have been saying, I'm not letting you leave the state with my baby, not necessarily leaving the room of the house. It can still fall under self-defense, but once again, how angry was he? And I don't know if he really did slap her. I
No.
can do this to myself and claim that my son hit me. We weren't there.
No, we
The
weren't.
slap on
So
the
we have to take, we don't have to take her at her word, but we can take the witnesses, the expert witnesses at their word. Now, according to Dr. Contrell, I mean, he, in his opinion, Doug behaved abusively. And he also stated, where did I write it? He presented as domineering and controlling. And because he was physically fit, he presented as an alpha male.
Okay. My daughter's boyfriend has got a 6 or 9 pack and he is petite. And just because he's built does not make him an alpha male.
Well, I said that yesterday, but he's taking everything and putting it into one: the domineering personality, the controlling personality. Then he's adding his anger issues, and then he's adding in the physically fit part and combining all of that together. That's where he came up with his assessment.
One thing I told somebody once is therapist, psychologist, everybody that deals in that field bases everything on what is said. It is all relied on their words. I can go into a therapist office for 2 weeks, twice a week for 2 weeks, and make up or exaggerate things and make things far worse than they were to manipulate the situation to get them to believe that I'm the innocent party.
I get that. I
I'm
get what
talking
you're
for the
saying.
people on the channel who don't understand that this is still. Yes, he did admit it. He did admit that he hurt the cat. He did
And
admit
he
he hurt
admitted
the
the
dog.
dog. Okay, he admitted the dog. He shot a gun in the ceiling.
Right.
He kicked his first wife in the leg so hard she almost passed out. I mean, he had violent tendencies. All right. So I get what you're saying. Anybody could go into a therapist's office and say anything they damn well please. I understand that. However, the therapist also spoke to him as well. Okay. So, and you also have to take physical evidence. I mean, Michael Haig, and he used the state's evidence. Okay. He used the state's crime scene photos, and he showed exactly how these shots took place. Also, and the jury liked them. And then the ME, Dr. Emma Lou or Lee, or however you say her name. No
Lou, Emma
disrespect.
Lou.
Yeah. You guys didn't see what I saw. Okay. I saw the actual demonstration. And
We saw part of it, but not the whole one.
well, with the leg, the shot in the leg and the upward thing, she had the guy on the ground. She demonstrated first on how the first shot went, how it threw him back, and how the shot in the leg went from the downward to the upward position. We were all standing. The jury was standing.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, what was really weird is that when the judge said that the jurors could stand, I thought that they were going to stand in their own, like in front of their chairs where they were. No, they got up, they walked to the rail. And so all of them were crowded at the rail, that two of them kind of stepped out of the box. And I was concerned that they were going to get caught on camera. But no, we were standing. Everybody was standing. And well, not everybody. A lot of people were standing to watch it. And so her chat, and mind you, she's an ME out of Miami. She recently retired, and 90% of her cases were testifying for the state of Florida, not for defense attorneys.
Right.
So that was big for me. And the jury absolutely loved her. Yesterday afternoon was the first time I saw them taking notes, really showing, especially when Haig was on. I mean, the two men were like super interested in what he had to say. So if you've got physical evidence to match her story, I mean,
I'm not arguing that. What I'm trying to get to the point is that she's sitting in a therapist's office, blaming him for everything, being the victim, where she herself could have, and like Tracy said, she could antagonize him, push him to a breaking point, and then you have no idea if she made a step towards him and it escalated. We don't know what her involvement was in that because he's not alive to share it. But I'm just saying, I'm not saying she's not guilty. I'm not saying she's guilty. I'm just saying that it concerns me that.
Do you think the state proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt? That's really the question you have to ask yourself. I have no horse in this race. Doesn't matter to me.
I don't either. I don't. I think they didn't. I think, though, that what frustrates me is that they could have done better, and they didn't. There's so much more they could have talked about and gone. I think their angle on all of this is like totally wrong. But I believe I'm so on the fence right now. I still can't say yes. I still can't say no. And because of that, she has to be not guilty.
Or they're going to hang.
I think they're going to hang.
I don't know. I don't know. To me, the defense witnesses, I think Taylor did a good job in countering the state's case. Also, their own ME, okay, the state's ME stated the bruise and the abrasion on the back of his head was caused by when he was shot and he fell back and hit his
And
head
hit the
on
floor.
tile floor. Now, all of a sudden, the state asked the defense ME that testified, well, isn't it possible you can't change your theory in the middle of the trial? She said, isn't it possible when they dragged him out, the head injury was sustained when EMT was dragging him out?
Keep talking. I'll be right back.
Okay. So she says that. And then it's like, and the ME said, no, because you really would have to hit hard. And, like with force. And so then she said, well, what if when they were dragging him out and his head hit the door jamb? If they were dragging him out, if his head hit the door jamb, it would be on the side and not square in the middle of the back of his head. But now she's trying to say that this was all caused by the MEs dragging him out. Strange. Very, very strange. So what does anybody in the chat have to say about this?
I'm back.
Cindy thinks she may get off. The evidence shows she acted in self-defense. Yeah, it does. I agree. Up until yesterday, I didn't know. But yes, the evidence shows she acted in self-defense. Now, what Ada's saying is, well, it's possible that she provoked it. Well, that's true. It is possible that she provoked it. But even if she did, that doesn't give him the right to put hands on her. And we don't know if she says he did. She said he grabbed her by the wrist and swung her around along with smacking her in the face. So, two wrongs don't make a right,
Exactly. First of all, the back of the head, I agree. Hitting it on the door frame, not going to work. However, as a first responder, when the room is too small to get the full rolling gurney in or the backboard, we can pick them up. Sometimes the head does scrape the back of the floor. But that to me is irrelevant.
But she made it relevant by asking that Emmy the question.
I thought it was stupid.
Yeah.
But get back to the thing that bothers me with this thing is I understand she may be found technically not guilty. But what bothers me is that she plays 100% victim. I would be more believable if she got up there and said, look, I got mad at him. I started screaming at him because he didn't listen. He wouldn't listen. We got in a fight. Then he hit me. And then he did this. I would have more respect and be more accepting of her version if she took any kind of responsibility or acknowledge that she was a part of the argument and that she herself argued back. It was just all one-sided. And it doesn't work that way in life. I firmly believe that it is a great possibility that that's when he found out they were not going to live together and he realized what was happening. She's manipulating too. Doesn't mean that he had a right to harm her, but something doesn't sit right with me, Jules.
Okay.
But that still doesn't mean that she wasn't in fear of her life in that moment.
Right.
And welcome on the ground. Welcome, welcome.
And
We
you
have some new people here. Please
oh, good.
subscribe. What?
Connected, secured. Window.
Something happening, Jules?
I just trying to figure out what is wrong.
What are
with
you
it.
laughing at, interpreter? Me?
Are you eating Cheez-Its? Oh, why can't
That's
I?
AdaKay. That's AdaKay. She's asking, are you eating
Cheez-Its.
It's
Not real Cheez-Its.
What do you mean not real Cheez-Its?
Gluten-free. Copies. Fake.
Oh, well, then,
doesn't matter. Do you know they'll burn? You can use them as candles if your power goes
This
out.
isn't Cheez-Its.
But you can still use them as candles if your power
What are you
goes out.
talking? Diane,
Yeah, you
what are
can.
you talking
And
about?
Dorito chips.
Uh-huh.
Wait a minute.
They will burn. She's gonna go get some and try it.
She's all like, I'm out.
No, don't take my Cheez-Its.
Okay. I think it's going to be a hung jury. Andrew, that's it. I'm breaking out the tortilla chips. Breakfast of champions.
I'm looking for the word, the legal word for hung jury, or what am
How to sign it?
Oh, I don't know. It's not Cheez-Its. I'm talking about Cheetos.
Oh, I don't
No.
have Cheetos.
Well, try Cheez-Its anyway. Well, you can do an
Try
experience.
Cheez-Its.
Try it anyway.
Let's do an experiment. Let's see.
Don't burn yourself. I'm not close enough to render first aid.
Yeah.
What are you? A hung jury?
Yeah. It doesn't have hung jury.
How to sign it?
Yeah. Well, you can't say hung jury. And I
No.
know I've been using stuck.
Stuck or tied?
Uh-huh. Tied. Okay.
Stuck.
'Cause
I don't like
yeah.
that.
Yeah. Well.
Let's see if
I didn't
now
know.
those are real Cheez-Its.
Yeah, they're real. You can just eat those. But if you need to get yourself some Doritos or get some.
Don't burn yourself.
Oh my God, what am I eating?
Really?
Well, it will burn. It's made of flour. Blow it out before you burn your finger.
Well, it's not just flour. It's all of the preservatives that's in it.
Well, guess what? I got the
Mythbusters.
I love BOGOs. You know, I love going. So,
Love what?
BOGOs.
BOGOs. Buy one, get one.
How the heck do you think I get by every month on my freaking food stamps?
I'm the same way.
I buy, no matter what it is, it either has to be on sale or it's a BOGO. These were BOGOs.
This one has a good point.
I applied yesterday for food stamps. First time in 10 years.
This is my first time ever, Diane.
But for the last month, no work. Why do you think I'm able to sit here and do this?
I've been on them for 4 years, and every time my SSI goes up, they decrease the amount that I get.
Hey, Miss Diane, did you call that number?
The man, it was busy. It was busy when I called, so I have to call again and again.
Okay.
And again.
Did y'all see our new emojis?
Did you remember his name?
Weatherman.
Weatherman. Is that because he
goes by online?
Weather? Okay.
So those of you who don't know, we have our own emojis that we created for those who are members can access them. There they go. We have the coffee cup. We have my Highland cow because we have a Highlander behind me.
I love the Highland cow.
We go WTA. You know, the happy poopy unicorn. The mind blown travel, the ASL ears, and the I love you.
Do you know what unicorns poopy? Do you know what unicorns poopy? They poopy rainbows and glitter and stars. I don't know about that,
I
but
hope not.
rainbow.
Well,
You
I know
can
you
just
didn't like poopy, so
well,
I
you
thought
can
I would do that in honor of you and make it a fun, cute poopy.
well then you can do the poopy as the rainbow poopy has stars and glitter. You can skip the rainbow if it, you know. But
I
Um,
hey,
have, won't go there.
what do
For
you
those
call
of you, real quick, for those of you who just joined us, if you or someone you know is a victim of domestic violence, and yes, I said the word, there's a national hotline number you can call 1-800-799-SAFE 7233 or text START at 88788. They will help you get out of your situation, and they have a ton of resources. Okay, Miss Jules, sorry.
No, Swan said with the jury being mostly women, and if any one of them has man issues, it could be not guilty. Here's what I'm going to say, Swan. In my personal experience, I find that women in general are harder on other women.
True.
So even if I wasn't there for jury selection. I don't like going for jury selection, but I probably should have gone for a little bit just to hear what the questions were that they were asked. So I don't know what questions they were asked. If they were victim, I would think that the state wouldn't want anybody that had DV issues, but I would think that the defense would. I don't know, but the majority of the jury is 50 to 60. I don't know where they're, but I don't know where they're gonna go. I really don't.
I had an older person I was talking to yesterday
Mm-hmm.
in that age bracket. And once again, I'm not saying I agree with the question. It just was the question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why she did just get out. She was out. She was with her mom. Why would she go back? There was no need for her to go back.
So what was your thoughts when you found out when the realtor took the stand that he was trying to rent and or buy the house directly behind her? And remember, there was an RO in place where he wasn't allowed within 200 feet of her, and the houses are back to
Was
back.
the RO still active? Remember,
Yes.
they had someone come in?
Yes.
I don't know.
It's obvious she couldn't get away from him. He was going to be
Well,
up her
let's
butt
flip the
all
coin.
the
If
time.
that was the case, that's not good. But let's flip the coin. What if he was going to buy the house to put her and the baby in and get her away from her mom? Because living with mom isn't easy. And I heard some things, I can't validate it, but people have said that they had some issues with her and mom.
Stop it, Frankie.
That her and her mom were fighting over this situation a lot. He could have been buying the house for her, trying to win her back.
No, that's not what the realtor said. It was for him alone.
Oh, I may have not heard that.
Yeah.
Well, then that's not good. Not at all.
I have no clue what he's doing.
Huh?
I said, I have no clue with what he's doing. Meaning him.
Oh.
Look at him. He's on top of the desk. I don't know what's wrong with him.
He just wanted some 15 minutes of fame. Here's Sophie, because they were giving her full custody for her child. So she tried to co-parent. Remember, she Googled how to co-parent with, yeah, that's true. She tried too, since the law wouldn't help her and get along. Okay. I accept that.
And I think
Oh,
they
that's funny,
should.
y'all. Did you see what I just did?
No.
I tried to drink my chips
Good.
instead of my coffee.
We know you're beautiful, but sometimes in the smart department, AdaKay.
It's body memory. Cup
I
is
know.
always on that side. I moved it on this side for the snacks.
I know.
What's
I
Copper's
do the
name,
same
Jules?
thing. Frankie.
Right. Yeah. See, Diane knows.
Are you not listening? Look at that
Oh,
tail.
that's a good Frankie. Who's a good Frankie? Now my dog came over. Come here, baby. All right, Sensei. Come on, up. Oh, Joe.
Yes, look, they're good doggies.
It's doggy showtime.
Woo-hoo. Mine is in the living room
Frankie,
sleep.
what do you think you're doing?
Whatever I can.
Here you go. Go place. Sensei, here. Yours. Let him be. Okay. So I have to
Yes.
say what I'm more worried about out of all of this are the two little girls.
The two what?
I saw the two little girls. Well, Eva, the 20-year-old, she's mentally that of a teenager by her behavior on TikTok. Found out that she was suing over a business situation. She has her own clothing line. And she's suing somebody over the brand. So she's got this case and that case. And she stated that she has no money because what money she makes for the last 3 months is paid for lawyer fees for the money for the other case. And
I don't believe that. I don't believe that because when you're suing someone in a situation like that, usually the attorney takes the case on a contingency thing where you don't.
I was just going to get there.
Okay.
And then the other thing is this. She said she got nothing from her dad's estate. She didn't get life insurance.
No, that's true.
Well, wait a minute.
True.
But he had a home.
You get the sale of the house.
That's what I was going to say. She gets the sale of the house. She may because she was she not
the burnt cheese it.
It was cooked. You don't have to worry about that. It's not raw.
Frankie, bad dog.
Was it good? So, but here's something else to think about. How old was she when he died?
17?
Either 17 or 18.
What did you get when your parents deceased?
SSI.
Both parents deceased, so she would get
Double
for a certain
SSI.
time. For a certain time.
Right. I got it for when my father died. Okay, but
to the age
once
of
I was
21.
out of school, it's to 18 unless you go to college. Then it continues, and then 21, it's over.
Right. But my thing is she's leading people to believe she got zilch.
Well,
And
she's
that's not
looking
true.
for sympathy.
There was no life insurance policy, but the sale of the house and his estate and all of her mother's stuff, she did get. Now, the family, I'm sure, has helped her out. She's living, there's pictures and videos on Twitter or whatever it is, X, where she's in her apartment and it is nice. She ain't living in a cardboard box. But the thing for me that it's frustrating is she needs a lot more help emotionally to deal with all this. And I pray she can get it. Now let's go to the little girl. When that little 5-6-year-old girl is standing out on the sidewalk with grandma with a bullhorn screaming, "Save my mommy." not my mommy. Why would you have a little girl that age picketing outside a freaking courthouse?
I agree with you on that. I'm not going to disagree with you on that.
That to me makes me question the ability of that grandmother to take care of that child. I don't think the grandmother is in the right mind right now either.
She's not even allowed in there. Can you imagine how stressful that is for her?
I do. I've been there. I wasn't in my husband's trial. I had to sit outside the door for 10 days, not knowing what's happening. And it was my husband, my home, my kids. I know it's her daughter, but she's not going to lose her home. I did. I get it.
Look what I got.
Oh,
This
A
is
little putty cat.
this is Henrietta.
you know, they're the biggest victims in all of this, of the
And
children.
see,
I feel for
Andrea,
Eva for losing both of her parents, but there's something about her. I don't like her, and it doesn't sit right with me. And the little girl, I do feel bad for her.
and
I
see, but
think,
you see, Andrea Hills backed up what I said. The SSI, the survivor benefits, only goes to 18. But if you go to college, it will continue until you're done with school.
and I think she took some college.
2 years. That was it.
Yeah. So that's 20. That's two
But
more
don't
years
forget,
of
the
income.
survivors' benefits are based on the amount of money of the last 7 years
Right.
of his what his income is. So we don't even know how much she got.
Well, but she would get from both of them until she was 18 or the second year when she quit college. Mom and dad.
Still, did mom work? We don't know if she worked.
We can find out, I think. But I'm just saying, if you're going to say, I didn't get anything from my dad, I just think that that's a play on words for attention. I didn't get life insurance. She did say that. But then she went on to say, I got nothing. And she said that she built her business from zero and all this stuff. And kudos. She has a hard life. I'm not disputing it. I get it. I just wish someone could pull her aside and say, baby girl, this is not how to do it. Somebody needs to step up and help that girl. That is true. That is so true, K Swan. I think Ashley had data issues to marry someone 30 years older.
It could be. We don't even know what her background is either.
Well, she said she had a really good childhood and loving family, but that doesn't really mean there weren't issues. I know people who live in denial all the time. But what? Speak your piece.
They live in Egypt.
Oh, the River Nile.
Sorry, it just happened. The thing leak out.
Well,
Cindy, I just asked the same thing.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah. In the end, like I said, the ultimate victim, of course, was Doug in the sense he lost his life. I don't think, and I know I'm going to get yelled at for this, I am very much in support of DV victims. I really am. But was his behavior truly, by the way she described it, worth his life?
I guess you had to be there. I'm not
defending him in any way.
and I'm not defending her either. I'm just saying we weren't there.
And that's true. I'm a military brat. I understand parents not being there. But the daughter, the 5-year-old, and then Eva are the two biggest concerns for me at this point.
I have to put the cat out.
Okay, Missy. We all have dysfunction in our families. It's how we handle them. That is so good, Mrs. Swan. We all have dysfunction in our families. It's how we handle them and how we become bitter or better. Better or bitter, if I read word for word. Exactly. You muted yourself. There we go. What did you say?
I agree 100% with Case Swan.
Yeah. Yeah. I was looking back on my situation.
And Cindy RN agrees with me. The state did not prove the case, and that's what's issue.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you or I think she's guilty. You have to go according to the law. And if the state has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. In my opinion, they failed. The defense, because now normally in cases, the defense does not have to put on a case. They don't have to defend their case. But in a self-defense case, when they're going for self-defense, yes, they have no choice. They have to defend their case. I think that they did a decent job showing that this possibly could have been self-defense. But like I said, if she antagonized, we weren't there. So I just don't know. People think that she manipulated him into that spot to purposely kill him.
I don't think she was that forethoughtful.
Maybe.
That would be premeditated. But
right.
I agree.
And that's what gives me pause, because if the state thought it was premeditated murder, they would have charged her with first-degree murder, and they did not do that.
What are the lesser thans? Do we know?
Oh gosh, I don't even remember. What do you call it? Manslaughter. I don't know. Can you read? Can you go back to this morning when they were talking about the charges? Isn't that what they're talking about now? Why are we not streaming that?
They're not talking. They're on break.
Oh. I didn't know. My apologies.
Okay. Second-degree murder.
Yeah, and I think one of the lessers was manslaughter. I'm trying to think now. I was watching it while you were streaming while I was driving.
I'm looking in Discord because my mods I have a fabulous research mod, Ronnie.
on the ground thinks it was totally premeditated. Sophie doesn't think so. Oh, thank you, Gabby. Manslaughter and aggravated manslaughter are the lesser.
Aggravated manslaughter. Yeah, I just got it right there as soon as you said it.
Okay. Thank you.
So if she gets second degree with firearm, which I don't think she's going to get, is punishable up to life in prison.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think this is going to be hung, honestly.
I don't know.
Or it's going to be one heck of a debate.
I don't think we'll have a verdict today because if they start closings and jury instructions, that's going to bring it to like 3 o'clock, 3:30.
Well, it depends. If the judge lets them work until 7, 8 o'clock their time.
No, it won't. It's up to this judge, and he's not one that likes to stick around. It's like, let's do our business and get the hell out.
Well, the other day he stuck around till 6.
Well, that was important stuff. Yes, case one. What? Because don't you think that that's what happened in the Karen Reed trial? That the jurors were confused by the judge's instructions,
and the defense tried to get them to make it clear, and she didn't fall for it.
And Cindy, if she gets sentenced to 45 years, that's basically a death sentence for her because
she's
that will put her at 35, 45, 55, 65, 70, almost 80 years old before she would get out.
Mm-hmm. This judge has been awesome. I have to say, I think he's my favorite judge thus far.
I wish we had a judge that looked like Pierce Brosnan.
Wait, are you not having the thing on? Because a friend of mine just texted me and said, good, judge is wiping his nose and throwing Kleenex at the sidebars.
I have it on Court TV Live. And they're look, I'll show you.
I'm gonna check
add it this way.
Hold
look,
on.
See? It's live. And the other, let me go back and see. Sometimes, depending on where you live, you can get things a little different. What?
I got sound all of a sudden.
What?
She's got sound.
Holy moly! I don't know what I did.
Well, you got sound. Ooh-ah.
It's your magic tip.
Let's try something else.
Don't lose your
Let's try this
sound.
one. Do I? I got sound. I don't know what I do. I'm not going to touch a damn thing on this computer because I do not want to screw it up.
Now you know that wouldn't happen.
Oh, Sophie, thank you.
I am so blessed to have Miss Jules.
She used to watch me on Nerd Report. Yeah, I miss Lewis. I do, Sophie, but now you can see Frankie here.
So Florida goes along with Oklahoma's almost hand in hand. Mm-hmm. So we have 2 different feeds. One of them is on a black screen. The other one's on the logo. So the judge is it not true? Doesn't the judge sit in court and get some stuff done?
I have to say that this is the first time I've seen a judge do that. Yes. He'll come in, even in the morning. He's in the courtroom at like at 8:30, and he's working from the bench. Now, his chambers are 3 floors up. They're on. This trial is on the 6th floor, but his chambers is on the 9th floor. So I wonder if that has anything to do with it. I don't know.
So people want me to clarify where I stand. Okay.
She's in the middle.
I believe the prosecution did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt. But do I believe there's more to this story that's been told? Absolutely. I think that it will end up either in a not guilty or hung. I would be totally shocked if it was guilty on anything. Oh, look at this. Way better than Judge Bev. Wow. I'd love to have him in the Karen Reed trial. That would have been interesting.
Listen, every time I predicted how a case was going to go,
you fail.
Except in the Maya case. That was the only one I got right. Well, no, Wade Wilson. I got Wade Wilson's right too.
Me too.
But Curtis Reeves, I thought he was going to be found guilty. He was found not guilty. Michael Keating, I thought he was going to be found not guilty. He was found guilty. Obviously, we all know where I stood on Casey Anthony. I thought she would be found guilty. She was found not guilty. OJ, I always knew back then, he was going to be found not guilty because I couldn't figure out the stupid DNA. And I don't think the state of California proved their case against OJ. And I was convinced then. I'm talking about then. And I watched all 9 months, every day of that trial. That they proved the case and that he was not guilty. Now, put that case on now that I know about DNA, how it works, the PRCs, all of that stuff, then I'm going to say, yeah, he did it. But back then, no.
It was too new. One of the things with OJ that I always questioned, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. That wasn't accurate because he had a rubber glove on trying to put leather. That's a no-go. That's a no bueno. You try it. And then because it was saturated, the leather sat and it retracted. That was brilliant on behalf of the the defense. But in reality, that glove could have if they rehydrated it and put it in a normal hand.
Johnny Cochran was the best defense attorney of his time.
He was.
Especially out there in California. You could you know who is like Johnny Cochran in his ways? Think about it. Who do you think I'm going to say?
Chat, who is she going to say?
Who do you think I'm going to say that today? If you were to pick a defense attorney today, who would be able to stand in Johnny Cochran's shoes? There's somebody out there.
That's a good chat question.
Who would be able to stand in Johnny Cochran's shoes? Only one person that I know of. And he proved himself. Bingo! Swan got it. First one in the chat. Alan Jackson. If you look at Alan Jackson's history, when he was a prosecutor and he prosecuted high profile cases and won. And then he's a defense attorney. Yes, some of his clients that he defended, yeah, we're not going to talk about Harvey Weinstein.
Someone said Lally.
Yeah, okay. All right. And as
You have a right to your opinion.
yeah, but he was an excellent prosecutor, and he's an excellent defense attorney, and Johnny Cochran was an excellent prosecutor and an excellent defense attorney. And between the time of Johnny Cochran's passing to date, I have not come across any other defense attorney that was like Johnny Cochran. I mean, F. Lee Bailey was very good in his time, and I guess that's why Johnny had him as part of his team. But F. Lee Bailey didn't have charisma.
No.
F. Lee Bailey did not have charisma. Great attorney, but he didn't have charisma. Johnny Cochran had this, and he had the charisma, and he knew how to work a courtroom. He was very precise in questions. Yeah, and
Methodical.
very methodical. And Alan Jackson is on that level.
I agree.
That's it. That's all I got to say.
Anything going on with Dr. Joe?
I spoke to him the day before yesterday. He is leaving Thursday for Colorado. Oh, I wonder if I'm supposed to be saying any of this. He's doing fine.
I gave up hope of having him on my show.
Well,
I know he's busy.
Listen, I don't think he'll care. I don't think he'll care. He is
not like I have a million followers.
He has come out of retirement, and he's going back to work for HCA and rebuilding them, and it's in Colorado. So
closer to me.
He starts on Monday, and he's going to try to do his work week where he's working Monday through Thursday, fly back here on a Thursday evening, be with his family Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday fly back out.
Ooh, that's going to be tough.
Well, that's what he did when he was rebuilding HCA in Las Vegas. So,
well, how long does that take? Years?
He's pretty much, he did it for a really long time, and then he got the position here in Brandon for that hospital, and that's the one that he retired out of. So, but yeah, so he's coming out of retirement and doing that, and I think that's I mean, his wife, he's got a very supportive wife. So, and his wife, has her restaurants, the Breakfast Company. If you guys are ever, in the Sarasota, Bradenton area, you really need to check out the Breakfast Company. It's like a breakfast, brunch, lunch. They don't serve dinners there. The food is excellent, especially the lemon chicken soup. Yeah. So definitely check it out. But yeah. So, and Jack called me yesterday morning while I was at the courthouse, and we had a very lovely conversation, which I'm not going to go into that, but he laughed. He knew I was at the Black Swan trial, and he goes, "You getting into trouble?" I said, "Apparently." And he goes, "I heard."
What, your second day?
No. Reddit is back to the whole trashing thing again. So, like what they did.
No, I'm talking about when you went and told the bailiff about.
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, that wasn't, no, he was talking about Reddit.
I don't ever look at Reddit. I barely even know what it is.
They're horrible
want to.
beings. They're horrible. They just want to dredge up people's past. What they are keyboard warrior abusers. They are just as bad as somebody that verbally abused you, mentally abused you, physically abused you. The only thing of it is that they sit behind a computer and they do it on there, so
and they get away with it.
Yeah, and they get away with it. Yeah. Like they dug up an incident for me from 27 years ago and put it on there the other day. And I had to wake up on Sunday morning. Frankie. On Sunday morning to my kid. Yeah.
Can you go after him?
No.
Well, I will never get on them after that. I mean, I have never, but this will, yeah. I'd like to go and drag up stuff on their past, find what's in those people's backgrounds.
I'm not interested. I don't really care.
No, that was rhetorical.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
sarcastic.
I don't care, but
means what goes around
from 27 years ago between me and my husband, put it on there without any context at all, and called me a perpetrator. That I'm the perpetrator of DV. Yeah.
Okay, look, I understand First Amendment right, but that right doesn't mean you get to abuse and affect my rights. And lying, defamation of character.
Well,
it's horrible.
What happened 27 years ago, that part is not a lie, but they posted it without any context because they don't know the story of what actually happened. And so there, whatever. But I'm a perpetrator now. Ada, you saw the pictures. And I didn't.
Yeah, I did.
And I didn't even send you all of them. But I'm a perpetrator because I hit him in his face while we were in a moving truck. And why did I hit him? I'll tell you why. I'm in the passenger, right? He's driving. He's got his left hand on the steering wheel, and he had his right hand
choking you.
Well, it wasn't so much choking me as it was his thumb in my windpipe right here.
That's choking.
Well, whatever. And then his two friends, Jimmy and Leonard, were in the back part of the cab. And they were telling him, stop. And he wouldn't stop. And he started swerving with the truck. And I kept saying, I want to get out. And when he got over onto the shoulder, with one hand, I'm releasing the seatbelt, and with the other, I clocked him and jumped out of the truck, and I started to haul ass down the highway into oncoming traffic. And the police car came and stopped and said, are you all right? And I was like, no, I'm good. I need to find a payphone to call my sister. This was 27 years ago. And this is at the time I was speaking to my sister. It happened here in Kissimmee, Florida. And so they asked what happened. And I said, we were fighting in the truck and I just wanted to get out. I left my bags, everything were in the truck. So there was a McDonald's nearby, and they took me to the McDonald's. And he said to me, did he hit you? Hit me means hit, right? I said, no, but I hit him to jump out of the truck.
There you go.
I didn't tell them about this because
That wasn't a hit.
specific. He said, did he hit you? I said, no, he didn't hit me. I hit him and jumped out of and was able to jump out of the truck. The truck is going by 7 times. I said, I kept telling them, there he is. He's looking for me. So they went and flagged him down and pulled him into the parking lot. And Jimmy and Leonard were not in the back seat anymore. Well, I didn't find out until after the fact on where they were. They actually, after I jumped out, they got out. One went on one side of the highway, one went on the other, and they were walking the roadway and checking
Looking for you.
bushes and stuff to see where I was because they were really upset about the whole situation. So anyway, he comes into the McDonald's parking lot. The one cop goes over there and he said to him, did she hit you? And he goes, yeah, she was angry and she hit me. And the cop said he noticed a red spot on the right side of his face. They arrested me for DV. And and in the report, the police put in there that John wanted to press charges against me, that John was willing to testify against me, blah, 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 all this stuff. So I get hauled downtown and I got processed. About 2 hours after I was in there, Jimmy and Leonard showed up. And I had a bond hearing. And Jimmy and Leonard testified at the bond hearing and told the judge what really happened. And they're like, yeah, you're gone. Bye. And well, I guess it was like 10 days later, officially, the state attorney's office dropped the charges. So now, according to Reddit, I'm a perpetrator of domestic violence. I'm the one that inflicts that. So yeah, that's the story, folks. That's what happened. Mm-hmm. So they put the police report out there and the arrest thing, but no other context. Just what was in the police report. And my ex did write a letter to the state's attorney's office. Sure did. So, and that's what Reddit did to me over the weekend. So an incident from 27 years ago. Yep, Diane, that's what Reddit did. Yeah.
So it's true when they say your past will come and bite you in the butt.
It sure can. That was 20.
I'm sorry, guys. My mother's not well, so she called, let me know how she was doing.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she just frustrated. She can't get in to see a doctor for, 2 weeks type thing. Nothing critical at this point.
That's good. Thank God.
But I really hate, situations where the police report and what people can find online do not fully, like your situation, describe what happened. And what really is bad is when you have a situation and sometimes it can be squashed after the fact. I didn't hear the end. Did you get charged?
I was arrested.
But you were not charged.
No, they dropped the charges.
Right. But the arrest is still on record. You can get that squished.
Why do I care?
I know. There's people out there who don't know. It's more for educational. But sometimes in things like that, you can get it suppressed. So when you go to get a job or something, it doesn't come up. Because that's what ticks me off is if you have an arrest and you go get a job and they see there's an arrest, even though charges were dropped or dismissed, they still hold it against you. Yeah.
It was
20
never
years
held
ago,
against
people need to
me.
get a life.
It was never held against me ever. Ever.
Then Reddick needs to get off your butt.
Oh, but they won't.
Tell him you're going to sue him.
You can't,
Why not?
because they're
What
allowed
record?
to do. First off, it's public information, so
Okay.
it is public information. But again, they're taking something without the context and had the nerve to call me a perpetrator. My ex was kicked out of the Navy for unbecoming conduct because of an incident that he did to me while we were living on base.
Y'all, I've seen the pictures and I'm not advocating this in any way, but I will say this. You had far more reason to believe that he could end your life than this trial.
Yeah, well,
I'm talking bodily harm. That kind of what I'm saying. She, other than what she accuses him of smacking her or hitting her in the face, which not sure 100% if that happened, but we have to take her word for it. Comparing, and I don't like to compare, but I'm just saying, you of all people could have done what she did, and you would not be charged or would not be found guilty.
even though he did all that stuff to me, don't think I'm a crazy fool, please. I loved him. Well,
You loved who he was when he was not in that state.
yeah.
And I get that for her too. She said he was doting and loving and kind and giving and all of that until he got into one of his little states. Sometimes I tell people we love the person, but we hate what they're doing.
True.
And in Christianese, we love the sinner, but hate the sin.
True.
Andrea, you like hospital food? Or Ronnie?
If you haven't been in the hospital lately, I got to tell you, it's pretty damn good.
Our cafeteria at our hospital, I've gone there and gotten lunches. It's quick. Go in, get it, and leave. It's good food. It gone up a little bit.
I'm talking about as a patient.
Oh yeah, well they eat the same food we do in the cafeteria.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Some of them are good. No. The state hospital in Kerrville, that's horrible. The inmates are doing the inmates. I can't believe I just did that. They'd fire me over that. The patients.
I don't know what all the you get out of there, Frankie. No. I don't know what all the never mind.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you to do something, but I changed my mind.
Well, I'll do it.
No, you might not.
Text me.
No, I'll tell you. I was just going to see if you wanted to show just one picture, but I've changed my mind.
Oh, well, no. It might trigger some people.
Yeah, that's why I changed my mind.
Well, I'll just say, guys, she is not lying. I saw the pictures.
And I only sent you pictures from two incidents.
I'm sure.
Not all the incidents because a lot of them were, years ago, and no. But those were the more recent ones. But hold on for this. Wait, I'll be right back.
Okay. I mentioned State Hospital. By the way, I'm on Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. So I've got, you guys in YouTube are only seeing YouTube comments, but somebody asked about me working they thought I was in the state hospital. No, I worked at the state hospital as a CNA, which is equal to a PNA, but I think a little more dangerous. I actually had loved my job. I really enjoyed the patients. What I didn't enjoy was that the employees were cray-cray. Seriously cray-cray. And I never understood why a psychological hospital for the forensically insane or for those who are incompetent to withstand trial would hire patients who have schizophrenia, bipolar disorders, and then there's, by the way, I'm going to preface this, there's nothing wrong with those who have all these. I mean, you are who you are. But as long as they're on their medication, they were fine, they were stable. Then they get off their medication and come to work, and all hell breaks loose at work. And I just never understood it. I didn't, but I worked in the unit where we had people who were bipolar, schizoaffective, schizophrenics, you name it, they were there. And they also had Alzheimer's or any form of dementia on my unit. And I'm not against people who have mental health issues. I'm very supporting and loving towards that. But these patients had Alzheimer's, most of them on my unit. And when you have somebody who's got dementia along with all those other disorders who have ended the lives of people, 90% of the people on my unit ended somebody's life. And I adored every one of those patients. It was an awesome job as far as that's concerned, but I like figuring things out. And one of the things I told people, they asked me, do we know everything about the people? We have the choice to read and know the case or not as an employee. And a lot of people asked me if Andrea Yates was there because people know where she's at. Yes, she was. I got to know her. I can't say much, but I will tell you that I have to tell you that today who she is totally different. And people have asked, why hasn't she left? And this is public knowledge because daily we get death threats on her. So, but it was a job that I enjoyed except for the employees. Drama. Go to this. If you like drama, go work at the state hospital. The employees will satisfy that itch. But somebody asked, why was Ashley not considered, at that moment, incapable of making a rational decision? And why would they not go for the guilty, but with the reason of insanity? She doesn't fall under that category.
No.
What were you going to do, love?
I was gonna, there's this new term out there. It didn't exist, or at least I didn't know if it existed, but love bombing.
Yeah.
Well, this is all Now, this isn't all. These are the ones that I just happened to hold on to.
Unknown caller.
I
I muted you.
It's probably a freaking bill collector.
I know, right?
This one here, they're all following a beating. Okay. Sometimes a person needs warmth, caring, and special support, not just during a crisis. He's referring that the beating was the crisis, but afterwards too. And he writes in here, I love you, Julie, and I don't want to lose you. Love, John. So yeah, another one here. I just want to remind you that I love you and I always will. Please let's stop fighting, please. And he signs it, love me. This one. If I could take it back, I would. Inside it says, I'm sorry I hurt you. And he handwrites, Julie, I am sorry for what I did to you. Please believe me, I never meant for it to end like this. I love you with all my heart. I need you. Give me another chance to try to make it better. I love you, John.
Yeah, love that. I never heard that phrase, but I understand the meaning.
Yeah. Hey, Julie, sorry about today. Hope we can be lovers again. Love, John. And then you could see I had torn this up, but then I taped it back together. He wrote me a poem. And it says, another day, another fight. Somehow it just doesn't seem right. If I could, I would make it go away. But unfortunately, it's here to stay. It may be good, it may be bad. Either way, it makes us sad. And when it's all said and done, it usually ends up in fun. Yeah, I know what he was talking about on that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. In order not to set a trend, we have to find an end. With hurt and pain, we have nothing to gain except love to see us through. I bought all of this. I bought into it all, but it just kept happening over and over and over again. Yeah. So.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you, Jules. I didn't get that kind of love bomb with my first significant other. He never hit me, but when I look back, I see things that were abusive verbally. He would threaten to leave and with no intention to leave. It was manipulating. I mean, that out of everything, that pisses me off. I can take a lot of crap.
He would leave after he hit me. He would leave. Sometimes only for a few hours, sometimes for a few days. One time he was gone for weeks, like 3 or 4 weeks. Yeah. Because he thought he was going to jail.
Well, yeah. But sometimes when we're super young, like I was, and my guy was 20 years my senior, I did love him. We were together 7 years. But I didn't know this is how bad he was. We lived in an apartment for most of that time. And the apartment complex had, like in San Antonio, had these huge complexes where they have like 500, 800 apartments, Mm-hmm. So we lived over on this side, and he come home from work and he goes jogging every day for an hour. Then you come home, cook dinner, have a good regular night, right? I didn't know until our relationship ended, and you would talk about feeling like a fool. He had another woman at the other end of the apartment complex.
I knew you were going to say that.
And then at his shop, he had a storage building, which I never would go in because it was a mechanic, auto sales place, resale, auto, and I didn't know it, but it had adult playroom. And I didn't know that SOB was going to the clubs where women remove their clothing.
Strip joints.
I mean, I can keep going. Didn't know any of this until after we were
Who
no
was a
longer
sweet,
together.
innocent girl?
Huh?
I said, you
Fringe
was
benefits?
the sweet, innocent girl.
Yeah. Yeah, right. So,
Mine just,
yeah. So I was living a lie thinking we were happily, and we went to Las Vegas and got married. Year 3. We got married at the little chapel. It's called the Little Chapel. We went to the courthouse. Back then, either the JP would send off your marriage license or you could hand deliver it to the courthouse. So we decided to hand deliver it to make sure it would get there.
Mm-hmm.
I had this white sequins beautiful dress on. And he went in. It was 110 degrees. He ran into the courthouse. About 10-ish minutes later, he comes back. Woohoo! Right? When he walked out on me 4 years later, he never filed it. We weren't legally married. I didn't know it.
Wow.
I got my driver's license with our marriage certificate. It came in the mail to the P.O. box. A couple weeks later, he brought it in. We got our marriage certificate, No, he had it in his closet the whole time.
Wow.
The good thing was I didn't have to go through a divorce, and I've never been legally married, so that was good, I guess.
That saved you a lot of money, woman. I'll just tell you that right now.
Oh, no, you have no idea. He didn't pay his taxes on the property. He didn't pay taxes on the income. He had a house when we were dating, and he sold it. And he never paid taxes on that either.
Well, lucky
So,
for you, it wasn't legally, you weren't legally married. So
I
this
found
way-
out,
Go ahead.
revengeful me, found out that he hadn't paid taxes. I thought my income, we were filing jointly. I had minimal. I worked a part-time job here and there. Worked for him mostly and thought that my taxes were paid. And
is this a
I
doctor?
went to do something with my Social Security and found out that I never paid taxes. Luckily, it was below. I was fine, but I discovered he never paid taxes. So I reported him. Guess who got in major trouble?
Frankie, stop.
So we are all young and dumb once.
Was
But-
this the doctor?
No,
Okay.
I've only had 2 major relationships in my life and one minor between. I dated a guy a couple of years ago for a few months. I don't even call that a minor. I'm not one who dates all over the place. But I must say that I know people who have 20-year differences in their relationships, and it works great. So it's not always the man is the predator. Sometimes they just work great. I know a couple who've been married for 20 years, and they're 23 years apart. So go figure. What is this? My bio dad did the same thing, didn't pay taxes. My mom had to deal with all that. Luckily, I didn't, because I was like, oh my, and I didn't have to pay for divorce. And when I got married, this guy tried to show up at my wedding, but we knew he was going to come, so we hired security because he was going to try to say that we were common law married. Well, he dumped me the same year that the common law changed in Texas.
Well,
Used to be, if you live together and use his name, that's it. You're common law. which
See,
would
here-
require a common law divorce.
Here in Florida, common law does not exist anymore, but it used to be you had to live together and have joint finances, like, bills in both your names, except for 7 years. After 7 years, then you were considered married, even though you didn't get married. But they have done away with it. It no longer exists.
Well, but that's the way it was in Texas. And how many years were we together? 7 years.
7, yeah, you said 7.
But Texas changed and got rid of that. In order to claim common law, you have to go to the courthouse and file. It's the same thing as freaking getting married, people. So when the common law changed is when he decided he didn't want to be in a relationship anymore. He had an out because he knew that if that law hadn't have changed, he'd be stuck. So it's crazy. Crazy what happens to people. And see, I didn't know what he was doing was abusive. All the threatening to leave and get me crying and manipulating me to do something that he wanted me to do that or not do. I mean, I'd never had a car. I didn't have any money. I didn't have anything of my own. All of that was me. I had no idea.
Yours would do that. Hers write the letters.
Exactly.
Mine, well, I guess I'll just get a gun and blow my brains out.
Oh, no, change that verbiage.
Oh, sorry. Ooh, I guess I'll just get a lead shooter
and open up
and
my
just
soul.
open my brain constantly.
Well, but see, we went to Las Vegas with his family 3 times a year. So in 7 years, I went 21 times to Vegas. Guys, I got to tell you, after a while, it's not fun.
Well,
But
you lucked out. You see what C. Morales says? Her mom got stuck dealing with what the dad did. Yep.
Whew.
So be thankful.
That laugh was a comment to the common law marriage thing. I got lucky on that too, because the law changed and he walked out after the changing of the law. I didn't have to worry about being financially or any way tied to him with the. He had so much back pay in taxes. Oh my gosh, how he dug his way out, I don't know. He ended up marrying another woman. I think she was 15 years younger. They met in Las Vegas, and he has since passed away. So he's deceased. I wished him well. I mean, everybody deserves to find love. I just hope he didn't treat her that way.
Yeah, well,
statistically,
yeah.
But, it is what it is. But with that, I hope you don't mind. I need to do this. I keep forgetting to do it. Y'all, we got 2 days left. July has been an amazing month. And to end the month, we're doing a subscription campaign. And if you want to win a free Starbucks tumbler, just click the subscribe button. That's it. It's easy. Then leave in the comments, I sub, so we can get you in the drawing. The winner will be announced July 31st. Good luck, everyone, and thank you for subscribing. Nope. Okay. So, Jules, what's the next case for you?
Wade Wilson's sentencing hearing at the end of August. Other than that, I don't have anything. I've got to check on. I don't have anything. I have to check.
Yeah, I was wondering, what is the next case?
I don't know. Sarah Boone, but that's October, and the way things are going with her, it's you never know.
Oh, let's see this. We may watch something.
Do you do cases all around the country?
The
Lord.
ones that I attend
Are your
are
area?
here in Florida, but no. I mean, I like to watch cases from all around the country. Yeah, but to actually attend, I don't have the financial means to be able to do that. So I just try to stay. I try not to go more than an hour and a half away in any given direction. So Sarah Boone is going to be a tough one because it's 3 hours away. Same thing with Clenny.
One way, yeah.
Because that is Fort Lauderdale area. So yeah. I really would like to sit in on Courtney Clenny's trial, but I don't think I can because it's so far away.
Weren't you and I thinking about going to Kohlberger?
You were. I don't have the money to be able to
We call it fundraising. I'll buy me a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Put a cookie in there too. I still haven't figured
I told
out
you,
how to
we
get
just had to.
back in
We just
mine.
have to get you here. I'll take care of the rest.
I may drive to Dallas for a glow.
Or a glow.
That's right. A glow. I have
I'll be
gone.
driving. I'm in Kerrville. It's a 5-hour
Hey.
drive for me.
Hey,
We have a conference coming up in November.
and I have gone every year for 30 years, except the year they went to Israel, and the year there was COVID and they didn't do a conference. And so I've, like say, almost 30 years.
We've
And
got
I'm going,
10
okay,
minutes
God,
before they come back, FYI.
are they broke for lunch or just
Yeah.
for what? Oh,
Oh,
so it's
they're
like,
break for everything. Anybody? So are we going to just get up there and interpret for free?
I don't know. Not with my. Well, there is the concert or the night of worship on Thursday night that I definitely will interpret. Definitely.
Me too.
And it's like I sent Sandy a message today asking her, am I going to see you at a glow? I'm going, my speech is changing. It's not, I don't know if I'm going. It's like, I am going to a glow because you form your world by your words.
Yep.
So I'm going to a glow. God's going to sell some cows and my ship's going to come in and I'm going to a glow. Got to pay for, he's got to pay for my room and he's got to pay for my registration.
Everything will work out. We got plenty of months.
Ronnie in the chat about Donna Adelson is in September. Yeah,
Yep.
that's 5-hour drive for me. So I will not be going there.
I wish something would happen
to
in Texas.
Huh?
I want something to be in Texas so I can go.
So I'll find you something in Texas. Where are you
San
at?
Antonio.
Let me see.
Well, here's the thing. In August, let's see if I can pop it up on screen. I'm showing you at the end of August, I'm getting something pretty dang nifty. I'm going to pull it up. Okay, guys, this is what I'm getting in August, but not this version. It's a newer version. Let me get this. I don't want the price to be up there. It's not appropriate to do that. But you guys can look it up if you'd like. Okay, I'm going to pop this up on screen. This baby, look at that. It's exactly what we have here in a box for travel. So
Wow.
connect my camera to the side of it. See here, the camera's on the side,
Yeah.
and then a microphone or receivers, and it has the get right there. It has the switches and buttons like I have on my Rodecaster. Diane,
I took a picture of it so I could hunt
that's
for
awesome.
it.
And
Put it
I'll
back.
send
Put
it
it
to you.
back. All right.
I cut it out. I'll bring it. Send it to you. And
right.
you know what's neat about this?
It's in a box.
I can plug my microphone, Diane. So if we're in a place that the sound isn't that great, I can plug my entire system in it, put the mic on an individual who's speaking, and feed it directly into that box and control my own ears.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah. The price?
Do it again. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Here we go, guys.
Really?
We got coat.
Ready?
They're letting them back in.
Okay. I gotta call this lady.
Ow, Frankie!
Frankie, be nice.
He's playing rough and he bit me.
Ed, welcome, Ed. Have you been here before? Need the switches and the buttons. Ain't that true? But I want to be portable. I even have a portable mic.
Yeah.
I got my cameras. I got my 3 GoPros and my Sony. I got my miniature lights. I got everything.
Yep. For me, I'm just going, okay, God. I am waiting for my birth certificate to get here.
Oh, congrats.
Yes, it'll be here today.
Also, I may be in. Now, I want to ask anybody ever travel to Mexico for vacation?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
not vacation, but I've traveled to
Well,
Mexico.
fly. I need to take that equipment on the plane.
Mm-hmm. You're going to have to pay.
You're only allowed one thing.
Well, if you have a sleep apnea machine, that costs
Put
you
it in with
nothing to
it,
take on the plane.
right?
And but you're going to have to pay a cost to carry that on the plane. You do not want to put that underneath in baggage.
Well, actually, that connects to my hearing aids.
Well, then
Anything
I would
that connects to my hearing aids is considered a medical equipment.
definitely. Then I would say, hello, it comes with me.
Oh, I have a lot that comes with me.
I would. Yeah, you got a dog.
Well, I don't know yet. I may have a yob at a resort.
Doing what?
Adults only resort.
Doing what?
I have well, yes and no.
But if it's
I have a
big,
client,
you need a partner.
deaf support specialist with some interpreting. She's got a medical conference she's going to.
Well, that's good because I'm medically,
Frankie, no.
I wish I could bring you with. I thought about it, but they can't afford both of us.
Tell them to fly me down. I'll take care of my other.
Well, they are paying for my room.
Yeah. Guess what? We can share a room.
No,
We don't want to share a room? Hey,
it's adult only.
I'm an adult.
What if I meet
And
another adult? No, I'm kidding.
I'll just hang a sock on the door.
Yeah,
I know you
I
better
wouldn't be
not.
doing that.
And you better not be, I'll be telling.
Well, no, actually, I don't do that. But what I love about it being adult only is there are no children allowed. That's
Oh,
what's nice.
yes, it is really very nice like that.
So come on, guys, ready for closing. We need some. Guys, she wants to get. Be good girl. No, I'm not that kind of person.
You twerk no dirty girl, as my mother-in-law said once.
There has to be a ring and a marriage license and a wedding.
Foul. God told me he's got a man for me, but he's working on him. I'm like, oh, you keep working. I don't want a half-baked man.
Is the music too loud?
Just a little, but that's all right. We can take it.
Oh, that's right. I forgot I gained this up. Is that better?
Yes, much better.
I forget I gained this up for court, which means that's gained up too. I apologize. So, Miss Jules, what are you going to do with your time now that this is coming to an end?
Do nothing. I don't know. Don't ask me things like that.
I
thought you may have something coming up. No, I think you and I need to start our once a month group.
Yeah,
What's a group for?
Yeah. We did talk about that. Yeah.
For DV counseling?
Well, I wouldn't call it counseling because I'm not a counselor.
For DV expression?
It's just a safe place for women to get together and share.
There you go.
And men. We have set up, just so you know, in our Discord support group. Now, that means if you want prayer, if you're going through something you want to share, if you are there and you're at a place in your life that you feel like you can help people get through things, you can come in there and just connect with people. One of the things I found that was most helpful for me was having just someone who was mature than I was in the situation and in life.
Somebody to listen.
Could guide me, and most important, listen. And those connections happen organically. And so this little button that says support group, I may rename that depending on what our Jules and my things is. We just want you guys to have a place to reach out. You can talk, Diane.
Okay.
For people to, you can speak. I don't know what you just
We'll
said.
have a button. Just what you were saying.
Did you
Have
check
a
your
button.
feed?
Oh, you were interpreting me. Sorry.
Did you check your feed? I think court is starting.
I did. I'm at full. Here, let me show you.
Well, I could
I
see
got it.
I could see inside the courtroom. Oh, all right, there you are. All right.
Yeah, see, they keep doing this. They keep going back to this. And I thought, well, to make us look bigger so people could see us better. But if you don't want to be in biggin, that's cool.
I'm just going to do what y'all said about the place to express yourself.
See, Jules, they just.
Oh,
here
I
she
hope
comes.
they show. I hope you could see the deputy that when I don't know if you heard that I dropped a bottle of water and it busted. Water went everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope they show him because
Yeah, right, Cindy.
I adore this deputy. He is like so freaking cool. He's the coolest one out of all of them, I think. I was so upset.
Somebody else has your place today.
Huh? Yeah. Oh, that lady, she was in there yesterday. She was dressed in gold. Her husband is somehow part of, he's a lawyer, but I don't know if he's with the firm that Taylor is with or if he's an appellate attorney. He's been in there every day. And then she showed up with him yesterday.
Well, he could also just be. No, wait a minute. Could he be the backup attorney? Wasn't her attorney possibly going to have to leave court for something else if they couldn't get it changed?
Oh, I
I
don't
think
know.
he's the backup attorney.
The lady in lavender right there.
Yeah.
Oh, what a lovely lady she is. She has known Ashley for 9 years. She said to me that she knows a lot. Also, remember the man bun guy? His name is Jason.
She changed her shirt.
He also
She didn't.
knows stuff. And I asked them both. I said, "Well, why weren't you going to be called as witnesses?" And they both told me because anything that they had to say was going to be considered hearsay.
Right. Now, who are these people with Eva?
Her father's cousin and his wife. The man in the bald-headed guy with the glasses and jacket, I actually think him right there to the left, I think he is Eva's attorney.
I was wondering that because she said she has an attorney for 2 different cases, this one and the other one. But see the guy behind her
To
is
the
the
left,
cousin
that's the cousin, yeah.
right there.
And I don't
That's
see
the girlfriend, and I have being
I
presumptuous, but I think it's a girlfriend relationship from what I can see on Twitter.
You mean TikTok?
TikTok, sorry. Wait a minute, but she's got a crush. I don't know. It's just weird.
Well, yeah, when she did that, though, when she was testifying, that girl, and see the woman there with the long dark hair next to the cousin, that's his wife.
Okay. But who are the people behind? Like the lady in the turquoise?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They must just be really good best friends, the 2 girls. But man, some of the stuff they doing. What people do nowadays. Just perplexes me.
But
And then all these people,
the man in the face mask, that's Brother Clark. He's from the local church. I don't see Tamika there. Yeah, I don't see Tamika there.
I'll play it again and I'll stop it when it gets on that side. A lot of deputies in the room.
The guy in the purple shirt. Oh, there's my deputy right there. He just walked in front of the guy with the purple.
The shorter one?
Yes, he was the guy with me in the water bottle. And
snap it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Nobody
I had a question. I wanted to know who this person was if you knew.
Okay.
Oh, well.
Okay, have fun.
Stephanie Murphy is in the courtroom.
Who?
Stephanie Murphy, that's her right
Oh, there she is. There she is. Well, she's been released.
I know. You would think she wouldn't want to show her face after the past few days.
Oh no. Do you know what? Bad press is all good press. Gets her out there. But I got to tell you, I question if they don't had a, if she didn't like him or if they had a relationship, something.
There was something.
There was something.
I think
She's the attorney for the decedent.
she was his family law attorney.
But she came in there like Miss, she was dressed to the nine, although you hated her dress.
I hated it. She was in neon pink.
Fuchsia.
I mean, whatever.
You said the same thing last time. Whatever. Jules, I like you.
I like you too.
We get along well.
What?
Bad freeze.
If you want to throw it, then let it go.
Let's see, Ronnie, my German Shepherd has been really sick the last few days. I'm giving him steroids, antibiotics. Really haven't got anything done. Yeah.
Oh, Cindy, I'm so sorry. I hate when they're sick like that because they can't even tell you what's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They can't.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, y'all, come on. The moment I turn the music on, here comes the judge. Volume's on. Volume's up. Not up for them.
Frankie, I'm going to beat you.
No, you're not.
No, of course not. I would never do that. The only time he gets smacked is on the snoot when he bites me. He can get aggressive with me like he's doing now.
Her demeanor and her looks today are far different. She's not that hunched forward, head forward. She's more upright.
Yesterday, I noticed there was some sort of tension between her and Taylor.
Ow.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record in State versus Ashley Benefield, case 2020 CF 3014. We're ready for closing arguments and jury instructions. However, I've been informed that there may be a change or an error.
I'm going to go to ladies' room
from earlier.
On 3.6, where it's the false imprisonment, I think your instruction said forcibly and you crossed out by threat, then you circled it, and I think we thought it was supposed to be left out, and so it's typo. It says Judge Benefield forcibly or confined or restrained, because you've written or. I didn't catch it. So it's on the second page of 3.6F, and it's the first element of false imprisonment. And I don't know if we were supposed to say threat or not.
Okay. Let me hand out, thank you for doing those and sending them. The reason I'm late coming back, I apologize. The copier upstairs is moving just as slow as the internet today, so it just took forever to make these copies. There's one for each, the state and the defense, and I want you to check. I saw that, and I think I fixed it.
We printed them thinking if you found it, we could at least just print that page. So
look and see. There was also a few punctuation issues that I changed, so a couple of commas.
She was typing away the best she could.
I really appreciate you guys putting that together for the standards. But look at 3.6F, I did catch that.
Yes, sir. I see where you fixed it. Thank you.
Madam Court Reporter,
Yes.
here's a copy for you.
Okay, so we have one other issue, Judge. In 3.6F, when the court lays out the forcible felonies, we kind of feel like they lose their individual identity because they're not separated at all. And we were wondering if we could label them. For example, the elements of the forcible felony of false imprisonment are 2 dots, and then do the same thing with the elements forcible felony of aggravated assault are 3 dots. If you look at the instruction, the way it's printed, knowing that they're going to take it back into the jury room with them, it doesn't seem to have an individual identity. It just kind of is all lumped in there. So what I am proposing, may I approach?
All right.
I've shown this to Rebecca. Perhaps if we could just number them to give the jurors some sense that they're individual crimes. The only other thing we had, Your Honor, is the last paragraph on that page in deciding whether or not Ashley Benefield was justified. That refers to subparagraph A, and we were thinking it should come after subparagraph A, and then the rest applies to subparagraph B.
All right, State.
I don't care about the numbering. I think that they're fine. I think Mr. Taylor's welcome to explain it in closing. I think it's clear they're each labeled what they are, and you have them in a sentence. We have them in a sentence. As to that paragraph, I don't think that paragraph actually goes to A or B. It's for the self-defense instruction altogether. It's not as to that one section, A or B, the last paragraph on page 2 of 3.6F. So I just ask that it remain where it's at.
All right.
Sounds good. Way.
All right. I think that how we have it is, how I prepared it is correct. The elements of the forcible felonies are laid out as discussed previously. They're not misleading. It's one solid instruction referring to the various forcible felonies. I'm going to read it to them. And I think when they hear it from me, read to them, it's going to be eminently clear that these are separate forcible felonies. So I think they're ready to go. Any other objections?
No, sir.
All right, you ready to bring the jury out?
Yes.
You ready?
Yes.
Before we do that,
Roy?
all right, I want to speak directly to the observers that are in the audience. We are now about to begin closing arguments. This is when the attorneys are allowed to tell the jurors what they believe the evidence was, discuss how the law applies to this case, and explain to the jurors why they should vote one way or another. You will likely agree with one side and not the other. However, you are instructed not to behave in a manner that is distracting or in any way attempts to influence the jury using threats, intimidation, or sympathy. If the court determines that your behavior is distracting, you will be removed from the courtroom and prohibited from returning until closing arguments have been completed. This includes coming in and out of the courtroom during closing arguments if the court determines it is distracting to the jury. All right, I've got 9 copies without verdict forms Just check. The ones I gave you should have the verdict forms, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yours does? Okay, perfect.
And Judge, I will need the screen. I don't know when you want to put it down.
I got that moving, killing my ears. Killing my ears. Oh, sorry, y'all. Is it getting too loud? Is the volume too loud for the courtroom?
Mm-mm.
Is
No,
speaking volume comfortable?
it's good.
Okay.
Frankie, stop. I'm going to put you
Topics
in.
we've heard anything about. Did anybody talk about the case without anybody outside of this jury? Members of the jury, both the state and the defendant have now rested their cases. I will now give you the initial jury instructions, after which the parties will give their closing arguments, if they wish, and then I will give you the final jury instructions before you retire to deliberate. The courtroom deputy will now hand out a copy of the jury instructions for each of you to review as I read them. The jury instructions are like your notes. You may write on them. After the trial, the deputy will collect your notes and jury instructions and return them to me to be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. I will also add that I am confident that you can all read a lot faster than I can speak these jury instructions. Sometimes I've said to Miss Sarah that I'll take that as a challenge, but we want a good, clean record. So I am going to ask also that you stay with me as I read the jury instructions. There's also a point, like I said, where I'm going to stop, turn it over to the attorneys to do their closing arguments. So it's just be better if we all stay together. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Ashley Benefield, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of murder in the second degree. Ashley Benefield is accused of murder in the second degree. Murder in the second degree includes the lesser crime of manslaughter, which is unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Douglas Benefield was killed by Ashley Benefield, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was murder in the second degree or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. 1, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune and doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a dangerous weapon if it was used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Ashley Benefield may be found guilty of murder in the second degree or any lesser included crime. To prove the crime of murder in the second degree, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Douglas Benefield is dead. 2. The death was caused by the criminal act of Ashley Benefield. 3. There was an unlawful killing of Douglas Benefield by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1. A person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2. Is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3. Is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of murder in the second degree, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. An issue in this case is whether Ashley Benefield did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because she acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because she acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, A, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person. And B, a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. And C, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off. And D, a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death. And E, Ashley Benefield was, in fact, so provoked and did not cool off before she committed the act that caused the death of Douglas Benefield. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because she acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should not find her guilty of murder in the second degree. If you find that Ashley Benefield committed murder in the second degree, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, she discharged a firearm, and in doing so caused the death of Douglas Benefield, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree with discharge of a firearm causing death. If you find that Ashley Benefield committed murder in the second degree, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, she discharged a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree with discharge of a firearm. If you find that Ashley Benefield committed murder in the second degree, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, she actually possessed a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree with actual possession of a firearm. A firearm is legally defined as any weapon which is designed to, or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. To actually possess a firearm means that the defendant A, carried a firearm on her person, or B, had a firearm within immediate physical reach with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of the crime. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which she is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser included crime indicated in the definition of murder in the second degree is manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Douglas Benefield is dead. 2, Ashley Benefield intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Douglas Benefield. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to do harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. If you find that Ashley Benefield committed manslaughter, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she personally used a firearm, you should find her guilty of manslaughter with a firearm. A firearm is defined as any weapon which is designed to, or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. If you find that Ashley Benefield committed manslaughter, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that she personally carried, displayed, or used a firearm, then you should find her guilty only of manslaughter. It is a defense to the crime of murder in the second degree, including manslaughter, if the actions of Ashley Benefield constituted the justifiable use of deadly force. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Ashley Benefield does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was not justified in using deadly force. The law on justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. If Ashley Benefield was in a dwelling in which she had a right to be, she had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand her ground and use force, including deadly force, if she reasonably believed that such conduct was necessary to prevent A, the imminent death or great bodily harm to herself, or B, the imminent commission of burglary, false imprisonment, or aggravated assault against herself. The elements of the forcible felony of burglary are: 1. Douglas Benefield had permission or consent to enter a structure owned by or in the possession of Ashley Benefield. 2. Douglas Benefield, after entering the structure, remained therein, A, after permission to remain had been withdrawn and with the intent to commit an offense other than burglary or trespass inside the structure, or B, to attempt to commit a forcible felony. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind, and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. Even if an unlawful remaining in a structure is proved, if the evidence does not establish that it was done with the intent to commit an offense other than burglary or trespass, then a burglary has not occurred. Structure means any building of any kind, either temporary or permanent, that has a roof over it and the enclosed space of ground and outbuildings immediately surrounding that structure. The elements for the forcible felony of false imprisonment are: 1. Douglas Benefield forcibly or by threat confined or restrained Ashley Benefield against her will. 2. Douglas Benefield had no lawful authority to do so. The elements of the forcible felony of aggravated assault are: 1. Douglas Benefield intentionally and unlawfully threatened, either by word or act, to do violence to Ashley Benefield. 2. At the time, Douglas Benefield appeared to have the ability to carry out the threat. 3. The act of Douglas Benefield created in the mind of Ashley Benefield a well-founded fear that the violence was about to take place. 4. The assault was made with a fully formed, conscious intent to commit false imprisonment upon Ashley Benefield. The elements of false imprisonment are as I have previously explained to you. If the circumstances were such as to ordinarily induce a well-founded fear in the mind of a reasonable person, then Ashley Benefield may be found to have been in fear An actual fear on the part of Ashley Benefield need not be shown. In deciding whether Ashley Benefield was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances at the time the force was used. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of deadly force was necessary. If you find that Ashley Benefield, who because of prior threats or difficulties with Douglas Benefield, had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of death or great bodily harm at the hands of Douglas Benefield, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Ashley Benefield were those of a reasonable person. If you find that at the time of the alleged murder in the second degree, Ashley Benefield knew that Douglas Benefield had committed acts of violence, you may consider this fact in determining whether Ashley Benefield reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use deadly force. In considering the issue of self-defense, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Ashley Benefield and Douglas Benefield. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the information through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all of the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, the conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's question? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and the other evidence in the case? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony they gave in court? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend on the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that their testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses, with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give their opinion. However, an expert opinion is only reliable when given on a subject about which you believe them to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of her testimony that you apply to the testimony of all of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about their testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusions about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. Now, at that point, if you would please mark that spot, that's where I'm going to ask you to stop. And I'm going to take a brief moment and explain the verdict form to you. The attorneys will now be given the opportunity to do their closing arguments if they wish. Sometimes they'll show the verdict form to you. So I want to take a minute to explain it and how it works. So, and I know you can't read it from there, and there you do not have a verdict form in your packet. I have the verdict form that I'll be giving you. In the Circuit Court of the 12th Judicial Circuit in and for Manatee County, Florida, State of Florida versus Ashley Benefield, case number 2020 CF 3014AX. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. Check only one. When it says that, it means as to A, B, C. So as a jury, you will deliberate, and you must agree on either A, B, or C. A, the defendant is guilty of murder in the second degree as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. C, the defendant is not guilty. And what I meant to say earlier is you must agree unanimously. That is, all of you must agree on what the verdict is. Now, if you, as a group, you debate, deliberate, and as a whole, you find either A or B, then you must go down here to this series of questions. If you find the defendant guilty of A or B above, then you must answer all of the following questions. 1, did Ashley Benefield actually carry a firearm? Yes, no. 2, did Ashley Benefield discharge a firearm? Yes, no. 3, did Ashley Benefield, as a result of discharging the firearm, cause death to Douglas Benefield? Yes, no. So say we all this blank day of July 2024 at Bradenton, Manatee County, Florida, and then it'll be signed by the foreperson, and the foreperson will print their name. And I'll talk about that when I give you the final instructions. Members of the jury, the attorneys will now present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, you should listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide its time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. State.
Can I have the screen, please?
Yes. And how much did you want to reserve?
Are you going to give a warning?
You can always go back to it for the verdict. If it's not today, you can go for the verdict.
I need a break, Kat. I need a break.
Okay.
Ada. I can't think. I can't think.
It's okay. I know
I'm
somebody
still
that's come on and is deaf. I'll pick it up.
I'm still listening.
All right, babe.
Domestic violence is absolutely a real problem. There are many, many women around that are in horrendous situations. Women, and sometimes men, that are in situations where they're being abused and beaten horribly on a regular basis. People that feel like they cannot get out, they have no way to get out. That is not this defendant, and it never was. Now, some of those women who are victims of horrible domestic violence may be justified in a situation where they have to use self-defense to kill their abuser. Absolutely, there can be situations where that might be a valid point, but not for this defendant. This defendant used domestic violence and allegations of it to make progress on her goal. And her goal was she wanted sole custody of that child at all costs. And to understand that, I think we need to go through the background, even though this case really is about what happened in that house. What happened in that house, the last moments of Doug Benefield's life. But we need to go through the timeline to see the tenor of this relationship and to see how it unfolded. The bottom line is you have to decide at the moment that she pulled the trigger in that bedroom, was it reasonable and was it necessary? That self-defense instruction, it's called justifiable use of deadly force, is very complicated. But there are two words that are very, very important: reasonable and necessary. And those are the words that you have to evaluate everything this defendant did. So let's go through the timeline. In September 7th of 2016, this couple was married. After knowing each other 13 days and a 30-year age difference, they married each other. According to the defendant's testimony, very shortly after, there starts controlling behaviors and name calling. Then, 4/15 of 2017, Doug Benefield has a vasectomy reversal. They decided, in less than a year of marriage, they wanted to have a child. This is about the time where the defendant says that there are these angry outbursts in South Carolina by Doug Benefield. And the state is not trying to say to you that Doug Benefield was an angel. The state is not trying to say that his behavior in South Carolina was appropriate. Not at all. His behavior was unacceptable at the time. But he also apologized for it. If you look at the emails, the text messages between him and Ashley, he says, "I'll spend the rest of my life making this up." And he says how wrong he was and how stressed out he was. And he apologizes. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is what happens after that. Does any more abuse happen after that? Within days of these anger outbursts in South Carolina, there's a lavish wedding reception where everyone seems to be happy. And then within about 3 months after that, the defendant gets pregnant. In the midst of all of this, she gets pregnant. The very next month, she moves to her mother's house in Florida because she's so sick and needs someone to take care of her. That is the last moment that this defendant ever lived in the same house with Doug Benefield. Was August of 2017. Very, very important date. Within a couple of months after getting to Florida, the defendant starts this campaign of complaints against Doug Benefield, all with the idea to get sole custody of her child that she was pregnant with. So she files for a South Carolina injunction while she's in Florida. She doesn't even live in South Carolina. She doesn't even live with the person that she's trying to get an injunction against, but finds it appropriate to get an injunction in South Carolina. It is a mutual injunction. Don't mistake that. The judge did not make any findings of fault. There was no evidence presented. No one was ever found at fault. The two parties, Doug and Ashley Benefield, agreed, fine, we just won't contact each other. That is not what we are used to probably in Florida for injunctions. Then December 2017, so that's within a month, Ashley starts the series of allegations in Florida. So she files for this injunction in South Carolina. They mutually agree, okay, we're not going to talk to each other. We're not going to be around each other. But she starts a series of complaints in Florida. She starts saying he violated the South Carolina injunction, and she claims he's poisoning me. He's poisoning me and my unborn child, and also goes back to things that he supposedly did in South Carolina when they don't even live together. So on March of 2018, she gives birth. She gives birth after Doug Benefield has a lawyer contact her, because they're not really supposed to be talking to each other. The lawyer helps him write a letter where he says, I want to be a part of this child's birth. Please, I'll honor your wishes, but please let me be a part of this child's birth. Not only does she not respond, when she goes early to give birth, she doesn't tell Doug. She doesn't tell him once the baby's born. For weeks, he didn't know this child was born. Then she does not put his name on the birth certificate. Now, alleged behavior or not, she knows who the father is. Why is she not putting the father on the birth certificate? And then she gives this child her maiden name instead of her father's maiden name. Or I'm sorry, her father's last name. Then 1 month later, she starts complaints to law enforcement. She says he violated the injunction in South Carolina. She files for a new injunction in Florida based on all of the same things in South Carolina. This is all based on the same information that she had already spoken about in South Carolina. And when she went to law enforcement trying to get them to file criminal charges against him for violation of an injunction, law enforcement was not on her side. And you heard from Detective Gillum about the conversations that they had. And the conversations that she had with Detective Gillum are the entire crux of this case. It is her motive, it is her plan, it is what she did everything for. He said her true motives were to use the criminal system to affect her family court case, to get sole custody of her child, which is what she wanted from the very beginning. He said it was very clear that she was trying to use the criminal system in that way, and he was very uncomfortable with that. He had forwarded charges to the state attorney's office, let the state attorney's office decide, which they end up not filing, by the way. And she did not think that was good enough. She was furious. She said, and I quote, "If the judge sees him arrested, it will help me keep my baby." She wanted him arrested in family court in front of the judge and made that very, very clear. That was what was important to her. The detective said in 20 whatever years that he's been doing this job, he has never had anybody ask him to do that. Never. And she was very adamant, and they talked for 15 to 20 minutes. And she went from crying almost hysterically to aggressive and yelling at him and then screeching at the top of her lungs, all because she could not get him to go with her plan. She also said to him, "You will fucking arrest him in front of the judge, and I will make sure that you do." Then she said, "I will do anything I have to do to keep my baby, asshole." She wasn't saying, "I'm so afraid of this man. Please help me. I'm a victim of domestic violence. I need help." Not at all. She's saying, I want to keep my baby. And she's afraid that this man who is 30 years older than she is, and a lot more established, has a lot more money, has a lot more resources, she's afraid that this man is going to get custody of her child instead of her. So after this discussion with Detective Gillum, in about September 17th of 2018, the second hearing for the injunction happens. Remember, this injunction hearing was in two parts. One was in July and one was in September. All of the same allegations. He's poisoning me, the stuff in South Carolina. Again, we're not even living together. And she fails. The judge in that case says, no injunction. And this man will have immediate visitation with his child, who, by the way, was 6 months old and he'd never met her. It wasn't for lack of trying. There may be a lot of deadbeat dads out there that don't care about seeing their children and don't want to be around. This man tried everything to be around for his child, to be there for the birth, to visit the child, to see the child. And she kept the child away from him for 6 months. And the first visitation, you heard from Stephanie Murphy, the first visitation, all of a sudden, everything's glorious again. Now, all of a sudden, the defendant wants to go with him. I'll go with you. And now we're in a stage where we're acting like we're going to get back together. Because she knew the court system was not working, and she was afraid that if she didn't buddy up to him, he was going to get this child away from her. So it begins the charade of her telling him, we're going to get back together. We're going to be a family. She played on Doug Benefield's wishes. He wanted more than anything to have a family, his family together, to have his wife that he loved and this child all together. And she kept telling him, yes, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to work towards. So that starts about a year of them kind of getting along, right? And then September of 2019, which is about a year later, Doug finds out she's dating someone else. He files for divorce. And a series of complaints start against Doug Benefield for now abusing the child. Which, by the way, were investigated by law enforcement, and not one of them resulted in any charges. And May 1st of 2020, the defendant, having failed in the criminal system, again, files for another injunction based on these allegations that fail in the criminal system. Do you see a pattern here? May 4th, only a few days later, after she files for another injunction, Doug files for sole custody of the child. This is Ashley Benefield's biggest fear, that this man is going to get sole custody. But she's making all of these grand allegations against him that he knows are not true. There's got to be something wrong, and it's probably not safe for this child to even be with her. So he files for full custody. And what happens? All of a sudden, she sidles up to him, and now we're getting back together. And we start to go to marriage counseling, and we go see Dr. Forrest, who referred them to Dr. Quintel. And they're going to marriage counseling about how they're going to get together. And to Doug, she's saying, yes, I want to reconcile. Let's get back together. But behind his back to the doctor, she's like, no, I know how. I'm not getting together with him. Then she goes on all these social outings with Doug and the child. Goes to the beach, goes to the movies, goes out to dinner, to lunch, swims at the pool in his apartment complex. Giving Doug all of these mixed signals. We're gonna reconcile. We're gonna get all this back together. And in the back of her mind, she knew all along. She was just waiting for an opportunity to strike. And then 6/1 of 2020, the system sends them for an evaluation with Dr. Broder. And they're like, what is going on here? Someone needs an evaluation. So they go to this evaluation with Dr. Broder, and this deception on the part of Ashley Benefield continues. She does the same thing. We're going to reconcile, we're going to get back together, and then when she's not with him, she's saying that that's not true. And then towards the end of September 2020, but before the 21st, there is a last meeting between Ashley Benefield and Dr. Broder. He said it was in his office. She was leaving. She was walking through the waiting room and going to the door, and she's upset because this is not going fast enough. I want the report. I want this to be done. We need to move to Maryland. Why do you think she's moving to Maryland? We need to move to Maryland. This is taking way too much time. And she says to him, I'll take matters into my own hands. And that was 7 days, up to 17 days before, depending on about what time it was, he gets murdered. On 9/21 of 2020, after this comment to Dr. Broder, she goes to mediation with Doug Benefield, and they end the mediation saying, everyone's going to drop everything. Because at this point, Doug had filed for a divorce again. And Ashley had filed for an injunction again. So at this hearing on the 30th, those things were going to be heard, as well as a joint motion to release a report by Dr. Broder. But they go to mediation, and at the end of mediation, it's very fast because they all agree. We're dropping everything. We're going to Maryland. So that was the plan. Ashley Benefield had no intention of dropping that injunction. Look at the text messages between her and Doug that were introduced by the state for the week before this homicide, murder happened. They're talking to each other about the fact that everything's going to be dropped. Give this attorney a call. Okay, I'll give that attorney a call. Ashley's telling him we're going to drop everything. And she knew that was not true. Her attorney testified, we were not dropping that injunction. We were ready to call witnesses. At that hearing on the 30th, we were going forward. Ashley Benefield knew that day it was over. It was going to be over. Her entire charade was going to be done. This entire get along, go along that she's trying to say was because of domestic violence. She was just trying to fake Doug out. And she knew that on the 30th, her ruse was up. Because if she goes forward with an injunction, what better way to tell someone you're not going to reconcile than trying to get another injunction? So what does this timeline tell us for what happened at the time of the shooting? Okay? It's background, yes. But also, it tells you they did not live together for 3 years before the homicide. And if there was violence towards Ashley Benefield in South Carolina, that was 3 years before. And they hadn't lived together since. And is that something that justified her being in such fear of Doug Benefield that it was necessary to shoot and kill him? The answer is no. I do want to talk a little bit about domestic violence, and Mr. Ferris testified a lot about this wheel, this power and control wheel. So I want to put it up there. First of all, the overarching umbrella right here is physical and sexual violence. There is no physical violence in this case. There is no sexual violence. There's no allegations of any of this, unless you believe the defendant that the day this happened. But there was never any allegations of physical or sexual abuse. However, it's a power and control wheel. So let's go over some of these things. One of the first categories, using intimidation. So this is, did Doug Benefield use intimidation to control Ashley Benefield? They hadn't been together in 3 years. The first year they were apart, they barely even saw each other or spoke. So how exactly was he using intimidation to control her? And there's no allegations of threats during this time. The defendant testified she didn't say that there was anything going on during this time. One of the other prongs is using emotional abuse. Same answer. They weren't together. There was no allegation of emotional abuse. The defendant didn't talk about anything that was going on during this 3-year period, that he was emotionally abusing her. She felt comfortable enough. She even said, I told him when he thought he was going to move in with me, I told him I didn't want to do that. She felt comfortable enough to say, no, you're not moving in with me. But yet somehow he's emotionally abusing her. Then using isolation. How can that even apply when they're not even together? He has no influence over her comings and goings, over her daily routine, and she even started a new relationship with someone else. So how is it that Doug Benefield is exercising control over her by using isolation? And then minimizing, denying, and blaming. Well, nothing had happened in 3 years. So was there even anything to minimize, deny, or blame? Nothing had happened. And there was no evidence of anything happening other than maybe some things that the defendant said happened, but did they really? For instance, Doug Benefield's peeking into my windows. My neighbor told me that Doug Benefield was peeking in my window. Okay, let's think about this. She said it was her across the street neighbor. Okay? So these houses face each other. Their backyards are behind the houses. The neighbor said, I saw somebody walking in my backyard that had a ball cap on. It was dark. I couldn't see what he looked like. And when I asked him what was going on, why was he there, he said he lived there. And somehow this translates to this person is looking into your windows across the street. And the neighbor couldn't identify who it was. And here comes Ashley with her recording. Here, let me play this. Did you recognize his voice? Does that sound like him? Okay, it was Doug. Doug was peeking in my window. Really. Then the next spoke on the wheel is using children. This man did nothing but try to see his child over and over and over. Ashley Benefield kept his child from him. So if anybody was using power and control, it was Ashley Benefield against him. And I think if you look at a lot of these folks, you're going to see a lot of behaviors on the part of the defendant that were actually using power and control instead of being a victim of power and control. Then male privilege is the next spoke. There was absolutely no evidence of male privilege. There was an email to the realtor to get a house, just as one example. And if you read that email, he says, okay, but I have to check with Ashley first. How is that male privilege? He's telling this guy he's going to talk to his wife. Using economic abuse. Again, they didn't live together. Ashley Benefield's financially independent. She has her own home. She's completely separate, has her own car. That doesn't apply. Using coercion or threats. No threats. She didn't say there were any in those 3 years. None. There were no allegations that he threatened her or hit her or did anything. He didn't make any reports or threaten to report her to Department of Children and Families. He didn't say, oh, you better do what I say or I'm going to call DCF and tell them you're a bad mom. No. That was the other way around. That's what she was doing to him. There were no allegations that he was trying to get her to drop charges. Quite to the contrary. She was not dropping any charges of anything. And Mr. Ferris talked at the end of his testimony about domestic victim mentality. So let's talk about this. One of the things in the domestic victim mentality is covering for the abuser. like making excuses, covering for them. Did you ever hear any evidence of the defendant doing that? Never. Making excuses for the abuser, making excuses for their behavior, not once. She was telling everybody, anybody that would listen. Not reporting abuse, same answer. She was telling anyone that would listen and a bunch of people that wouldn't listen. Dropping criminal charges. That certainly didn't happen. The domestic victim mentality, she won't stand up for herself. Never saw that with this defendant. And she won't leave the relationship or the home. She left. She left the home, she left the relationship. They were not together for 3 years. So how does this domestic violence mentality, domestic victim mentality even apply to her? It doesn't apply to her. And don't be mistaken about what applies to her and what does not. Even, like I said before, even if you think that Doug Benefield's behavior was inexcusable and abusive in South Carolina, you have to remember that we are talking about 3 years later. After all of this, time has gone by and there are no allegations of anything else in between. So I want to talk to you a little bit about the jury instructions that the judge talked to you about. I just have a few on here that I want to go through. It's got to be overwhelming, I know, when you read the packet. There's a lot of words. So I try to help break it down a little bit. So the defendant is charged with murder in the second degree. So I would recommend the way you go through this is check off the things that you don't have to argue about. If everyone agrees to one of these, just check it off. So number one, Doug Benefield is dead. That should be easy. Check it off. There's no dispute. Number two, the death was caused by a criminal act of Ashley Benefield. Check it off. She shot him. Number three, there was an unlawful killing of Doug Benefield by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. Now that's a lot of words. So what does that mean? The next slide explains what that means. An act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, and again, check off things, okay? So a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. Shooting a gun, firing a gun into someone clearly qualifies. Person of ordinary judgment would know that would kill someone. Check. Let's go to number three. That this act is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Pulling a trigger, pointing a .45 caliber firearm at someone and pulling the trigger 4 times shows an indifference to human life. So then we go back to number two. If the acts are done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. Now notice, this is or. It does not have to be all of those. Ill will is a pretty low threshold. What is ill will? Devising a plan to keep this man away from his child. Is that ill will? Sure. Filing complaints against him that are unfounded and nobody ever files, fictitious complaints, that's ill will. Trying to do anything she can to keep this child to herself is ill will. Everything she did was for this goal, and everything she did was to get Doug Benefield out of the way. And unfortunately, the way she did that was by killing him to get him out of the way. That is ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. Now, the judge read to you that there's something called a lesser included offense. And what you may have heard, but it's in your packet, is the way you should handle a lesser included offense is such. So if you agree as a jury that the state has proven a charge beyond a reasonable doubt, you should start with the highest charge. So start with second-degree murder. And if all of the jurors agree unanimously that it's beyond a reasonable doubt that the state has proven their case and the defendant is not entitled to self-defense, then you don't even get to manslaughter. You don't have to go and then review manslaughter. You stop at the highest charge. You only get to manslaughter if you don't agree on the top charge. Then you get to the description of manslaughter. And again, check off the things that you are not arguing about. Doug Benefield is dead. Check. Ashley Benefield intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Doug Benefield. Yes. There's no question as to that. Now, the state did prove this, but the state also proved the added element of ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. So we have proven manslaughter, but we have also proven above manslaughter. And I want to show you the verdict form, and then we'll go back. This was the verdict form that the judge showed you, just to let you see it ahead of time. And this is the heading that the judge read. We, the jury, find as follows. As to the defendant, in this case, check only one. And here's A, B, and C that the judge talked to you about. Defendant is guilty of murder in the second degree as charged. Defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense, or defendant is not guilty. And then if you find A or B, then you have to answer all three of these questions. And then the foreperson will sign it and print their name. So the real question in this case is, was there self-defense? Was there justifiable self-defense? And the self-defense instruction is long, and you'll have it to review in the back. However, what you will notice are two words that come up all the time in that instruction. Self-defense, justifiable use of deadly force, would be Ashley Benefield was justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believed such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm or a forcible felony. You're going to see those two words. And like I told you a little bit earlier, that's what you need to think of each time that you're trying to evaluate whether she used force appropriately. So let's get to the date of the offense, okay? Clearly, these two are getting along, at least according to Doug Benefield. He thought they were getting along. If you look at the text messages between the two of them, if you go by the information that you had from the witness stand that Ashley was acting nice, she was acting like they were going to try and reconcile in Maryland. They were moving together. They were using the same truck. He was coming to her house to help her move the heavy things. So they were getting along. They actually went to the mediation during this time. It was about 3 days before she killed him. They had mediation where they said they were going to drop everything, move into Maryland, everything's going to be fine. But obviously that was not Ashley Benefield's plan because she knew she wasn't going to drop the injunction. Obviously, the day of the offense, Doug Benefield had a right to be at the house. She invited him over. They had text messages back and forth, trucker on the way, you know, he's taking a picture of the stuff in the back of his truck. And she'd let him in the gate numerous times before. So he had a right to be at the house. She clearly was not afraid, but she had him over. And then her mother clearly was not afraid for her because then as soon as he gets there, she goes to the park with the daughter. So nobody's afraid at this point for Ashley Benefield's safety. And there's only one person who knows what happened in that house that is still alive. And that's Ashley Benefield. and you heard her story, and she made herself a witness just like any other witness in this trial. And you will judge her credibility and the truth of what she said just like you do any other witness, and see if it matches the evidence in this case. If you notice, when being asked questions, she became evasive. If questions got a little too difficult or she didn't really have an answer for it, specifically on cross-examination, she would use methods to avoid answering the question. One of the methods that you saw over and over was, I don't know, I just don't know, I don't know. The other method was crying. Started crying. Did you ever see one tear come out of her eyes? Did you ever see one drop of liquid? One red eye? One swollen eye? She had a breakdown. We had to take a break, crying hysterically. Takes the stand right after that. Eyes are just fine, makeup's just fine. That goes to her credibility. What is she trying to convey to you? The truth or her version of events? Let's look at what she did say. She said during this move that Doug bumps her on the shoulder a couple of times, body check or something. She didn't really act that out very well. Who knows what that was. Doug, carrying a box, rammed a box into her stomach and scratched her. But did you see those pictures? Does that scratch look like a scratch from a cardboard box? Wouldn't you expect a bruise to be there as well? You'll have the pictures in the back. So look at those pictures and see. There's no bruising. They look like cat scratches. The defendant also said when they were by the front door to the house that he grabbed her by the wrist and hit her in the head. So when I asked her, okay, what do you mean hit? Well, I don't know. Okay, was it an open hand? Was it a closed hand? What was it? I don't know. She should know if a grown man balled up his fist and punched her in the side of the head. And there would be a lot more damage than what she claimed she had. But she didn't know. He just hit her. Now, 4 people testified that they saw her after this incident, very shortly after this incident. Well, one of them was 3 days later, but the rest of them were very shortly after this incident. John Sands, the neighbor, he didn't see any swelling. He didn't see any injuries. He didn't see any disheveled clothes like there'd been a, rumble. Detective or Officer Burrell, Deputy Burrell, was the one that put her in the back of the squad car. No injuries. Didn't notice any injuries to her head or swelling to her face. Crime scene tech Dvorak took pictures. Didn't notice any injuries, any swelling to the face. 3 days later, crime scene tech Conlon takes pictures just to make sure, because bruises don't always come up right away, that she's not bruised. No bruises, no swelling, no nothing. But yet the defendant sits right here and tries to tell you that her eye was droopy and the side over here was swollen. Let's look at these pictures. These are 4 pictures that were entered into evidence. The first picture was, the defendant said, was before she even knew Doug Benefield. She thought it was before she even knew him. The second picture over at the top, over on the right, is the night of the shooting. Down lower left is 3 days later. And then one over is about 5-6 weeks later. Does it really look like her face is swollen? She said the side. She said right here. On the right side. Or, I'm sorry, the left side. Right here. The left side of her face doesn't, it actually looks slimmer than it did in the picture taken before she even knew Doug. So let's talk about
Wonderful, Jules.
what she did when she claims that Doug grabbed. She said she.
That's okay. What?
My internet went out. It's back now. That's what happened to me. Sorry.
Sorry. How is everybody doing? Do we need a breather? Are we good? Are we good? All right. We'll take a stretch break between the two. We need a mental break.
She was going for the front door. He grabbed her arm. She kind of spun around. He hits her in the head, although she didn't know if it was overhand or not. And then she said, I just wanted to get away. I just wanted to get away. Right? Here's the front door. Right? She went this way and could have gone right out the door. But she just wanted to get away. She didn't go right out the door. She turned to her right and went into this room. This room that has nothing in it except for a mattress, a broom, and a hamper, and 2 handguns. It's hard to see in this picture because of the lighting, but I just want to remind everyone, here's the mattress, here's the broom, nothing else in this room, but there's a hamper right here with a gun on it, and there's a gun in this closet right here. And that's where she runs. And this is a better picture of the hamper and where the murder weapon was. So she just wants to get away, but she runs into the very back corner of this room and grabs a firearm. Now, she claims that as she's retrieving this firearm, he slams the door open and she turns around, right? And she sees him standing there. When I asked her to get down and show me what he was doing, that was another one of those evasive talk. I don't know. He was in a fighter stance. I don't know what fighters do, but I know it's a fighter stance. Okay, well, show me. What do you mean a fighter stance? I don't know, kind of like this. Okay, well, what are his hands doing? Just kind of moving around. Okay, so his hands are kind of moving around. And it didn't look a lot like a fighter stance. And then she said, I'm standing there with the gun pointed at him, and he lunges at me. He lunges at me. Let's think about this. So if she's standing in the room, she has the gun in her hand, and he just came in the door, and she's pointing the gun at him. She says he takes a fighting stance. First of all, he's right-handed. Do this yourselves when you get in the back. If someone told you to get in a fighting stance, what would you do? And determine for yourselves. Use your common sense. Which side would be bladed away? I think you'll find that your strong hand is going to be the one that's bladed away. So if he's right-handed, he's in a fighting stance, he's going to be like this. Interesting, because he's shot from this side. So he's like this. And then she says he lunges at me, right? So if he lunges at her, he's head on, straight on to her, lunging. That bullet hole would have been here and out here. Would have gone straight through him, front to back. That is not the way that bullet went. That bullet went side to side. And if he's in a fighting stance and he's right-handed, why would he have this side towards her? And Mr. Haig, the expert, the firearms expert, displayed when I said, okay, I'm going to point a gun at you. You show me where your body would have to be in order to get that trajectory. And he turned sideways. So his body in his fighting stance would have to be completely sideways. And what? He's skipping to her to lunge? I mean, how how is that trajectory going to happen based on what she said? More than likely, the hands that were up was a defensive stance. He probably came into the room and said, "Whoa, she's got a gun," and started to turn around. He had his hands up like, "Whoa, what are you doing?" It makes no sense to be in a fighting stance. So I want to talk a little bit about this trajectory just because there's sort of some misconception that this shot was front to back. That is just the planes with which the medical examiner uses. So it can be a little confusing. But if you look at the way this arrow is, the bullet goes in right by the right nipple and then lands right here. So it is side to side. Now, once it went in where the nipple is, did it curve a little bit to the back? Yes. That's why it's like in the back. That's why they say front to back. So it went side to side and a little bit to the back. There is no way he was facing her when she shot him. No way. Here's another angle. This is from the back. So if it went in on the side, right-hand side, and that red dot is where it landed in the back. And let's talk about the leg wound. It's very hard to determine exactly how this leg wound happened. And we may never know exactly how it happened. But this is the basic trajectory of it if a person were in a normal standard anatomic position. This is the medical examiners said that. This is a standard anatomical position. So in a standard anatomical position, that is the way the wound path went through his leg. So you can figure out for yourself different ways that might have happened. Now, Dr. Liu said, based on information that she got from Ashley Benefield, by the way, that it must have happened this way. That once he shot the first time, somehow he falls and his legs go way up in the air and he shot like this. Where did that bullet go? If he was shot like that? The expert testified about the two that went into the wall had not gone through a body. He said the one that hit the leg was in the room. Might have been kicked, and that's normal when you have emergency technicians in there and they're kicking things around. But the projectile was in the room. It was not in the wall. So if he's falling back this way and his legs flipping way up, and by the way, Dr. Vega said the only way your legs flip up like that is if you're falling over a rail or, falling over something and your legs come up that high. So that just does not make sense with the rest of the evidence. Now, this may not be the way it happened, but it is also another way that it could have happened. He is turned away, leg up. And that bullet could have gone in and come out his knee, but his leg was bent. So you use your own judgment and decide what you think about that leg wound. What's important is this wound. This was the wound that killed him, and he was not facing her at the time. The defendant trying to say he was in a fighting stance, he lunged at me, that is just her, once again, trying to manipulate the system. She's trying to manipulate you to believe that this was necessary, he was coming at me, but the physical evidence does not bear that out. It does not show that he was coming at her and that she had to shoot him. And afterwards, she runs over to the neighbor's house. Not once do you hear her say, "Get an ambulance. I don't know if he's still alive. I had to do it, but somebody help him." Not once. Not once did you ever hear any concern I just shot another human being, regardless of what the facts are. No. And then she sees her mother come by the car. Not once does she say, Mom, he just came at me. Like, I had to shoot him. It was awful. Nope. Not a word. She goes back to her mom that night. Not a word. Really? You're not going to tell your mom exactly what happened? And then this lady, Barbara Russell, that she lives with for 9 months after the shooting, never tells her what happened. Not once. Remember, the defendant sat right there and said the defendant never punched her ever. Never choked her, never kicked her, never came at her with a knife, never came at her with a club, never came at her with a bat. And she was the only person armed in that room. Doug Benefield was not armed. He had no weapons. He was laying on the floor dying. And she goes to the neighbor and not once asks for an ambulance. And he dies, either on the way to the hospital or in the hospital. She was the only one armed, and it was not necessary. She did not have to shoot him. It was not reasonable. She did not have to shoot him. She had an agenda, and it worked for what she wanted, and she got what she wanted. Because after she killed him, what did she get? Sole custody of the child. And that's murder. Thank you.
All right,
We
Mr.
need a
Taylor,
break.
do you need the screen?
I do not.
I'll turn that off for you.
Okay, guys. That's right. She has a right not to speak. Do we need a restroom break? A stretch break? Is everybody good? Are you still eating those? I can't unmute you. You got it on your side.
I'm eating blueberries. They were buy one, get one. Not bad. $4.99. I got 2 of these. Big ones. Yay.
Not bad at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't eat fruit like that. Makes me sick to eat it straight.
Oh, I love it.
I can eat a little bit, like a small salad, but my stomach just goes nuts if I overload it with fruit. I love fruit.
That's my whole point.
What?
So I hit the bathroom.
Okay, here we go, guys. That screen going up and down on my hearing aids. Sounds like I got something jabbing my ears. Yes, good. Checking with everybody. Love you, girl. I'm doing
Yes, sir. When you're ready.
I've been doing all along.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
I do work.
I have a bit of a cold. I tested 3 times and it's not COVID. Don't need to be concerned. I've just listened to the state's closing argument. I have to tell you, I think there's obviously some real different perceptions of what the evidence is. I think perhaps there's even been some distortions. You all have taken, we've observed, pretty careful notes. If I say something that is not reflected in your notes or is not as you recall it, I want you to trust your own recollection. But I think if you check your notes, you will find that what I represent to you is accurate. This is and has been a fundamentally flawed prosecution. And I think we can demonstrate that through the testimony of two of the state's witnesses. The first is Stephanie Murphy. And you may recall she was the attorney who was representing Douglas Benefield. In my cross-examination of Stephanie Murphy, I served up for all of us, but especially for you, the members of the jury, what the state's theory of prosecution was. And I said, so Miss Murphy, let's be clear so that there's no misunderstandings. It's your belief and the state's theory that Ashley Benefield killed her husband because the Broder report was scheduled to be released 3 days later. She said that's correct. Check your notes. Now, the state, in their opening statement, even made it dramatic. They said to you, this report by Dr. Broder was to be released on the 30th of September, but she killed him on the 27th to avoid that. If you look at the emails that had been introduced into evidence that reflect the conversations back and forth between Stephanie Murphy, Faith Brown, Miss Benefield's family court attorney at the time, and the judicial assistant for Judge Moreland, you will read in no uncertain terms, black and white, the Broder report was not set to be released on September 30th. Not only was it not set to be released on September 30th, there was not even a day for it to be released scheduled. Stephanie Murphy was attempting to have it scheduled. The JA wrote back in no uncertain terms, Judge Moreland will not hear that. The only thing being heard on September 30th is the domestic violence injunction. The other witness that I think reflects what a fundamentally flawed prosecution this is Detective Gillum. And you might recall that Detective Gillum, check your notes, said that the South Carolina domestic violence injunction that required no contact by either one did not go into effect until November 27th. But if you look at the written email that we introduced into evidence, where Detective Gillum is contacting Gina Torsha, Miss Murphy's assistant, Detective Gillum tells her, wait a second, he's helping them. Wait a second, this injunction, unless I'm reading this wrong, this injunction went into effect on November 3rd. The judge signed the order on November 27th, but on November 3rd, he announced it in open court, and Doug was present, and so was Ashley. So unless I'm reading this wrong, I want you to be aware of that. This is Gillum trying to help them. This is the same Gillum who gives you quotes of exactly what Ashley Benefield said 2.5 years later without having one word of it written in his earlier report. The same Gillum who I asked the following questions of. Detective Gillum, do they teach you in police academy about the importance of writing reports? Sure. And it's the reason why the reports are so important is because it preserves important facts about a particular incident? Yes. So how many cases do you handle, Detective Gillum, in a month? You might recall he said, oh, probably about 20. And then we multiplied that out by 2.5 years. I think we were into about 600, 700 cases. Yet he remembers the exact words she had to say, despite the fact that on the day she said it, not one word of it appears in his supplement 2.5 years earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, Detective Gillen, you might also recall, countermanded the capias, the arrest warrant that the other deputy issued for Doug Benefield when Ashley went down there and explained that Doug Benefield had mailed her this package in violation of the South Carolina restraining order. Detective Gillum said he remanded it, he reversed it, and he was going to refer it over to the state attorney's office. This was a good old boy network. They liked Doug, and they never looked back. And that's the truth of the matter. Do you not find it astounding that Detective Gillum, 2.5 years later, could remember such things as Ashley Benefield saying, if the judge sees you arrest him in front of her, it'll help me keep my baby. Isn't that something that you would put in a report? I think perhaps the most disturbing thing about the testimony of Stephanie Murphy and Detective Gillum is the following. Remember that common sense I told you about that you're going to be able to take with you back into the jury room, and that without offending anybody, there would probably be more than 100 years worth of it, which there is. Does anyone believe that either side calls witnesses that they don't know what they're going to say? So how do you reconcile the state calling Murphy and Gillum knowing that they're going to testify inaccurately? Read Gillum's written email about how he misrepresented his knowledge of when that South Carolina domestic violence injunction went into effect when he testified in front of you, and read the emails between Stephanie Murphy, Faith Brown, and Judge Moreland's judicial assistant. Okay, so what happens after that testimony? I want you to remember that the state's theory of prosecution up to that point is that Ashley Benefield killed Douglas Benefield to stop the release of the Broder report because she was so afraid of what was in it. And right in front of your eyes, I've never seen it before, right in front of your eyes, the state changes their theory, and the next thing you know, their theory of prosecution is she killed him because the domestic violence injunction was scheduled 3 days later. Check your notes. See if what I'm telling you is not accurate. Both theories, honestly, are ridiculous.
Objection, Judge.
Sustained on that.
Both theories are not supported by common sense. Let's look at Broder. What exactly was it in Broder's report that Ashley Benefield was so afraid of that she killed Douglas Benefield? Check your notes, but try to think back to Broder's testimony. I think your notes will reveal that Broder never had one thing adverse to say about Ashley Benefield. In fact, the only thing that Broder had to say was that after evaluating Ashley Benefield, he found that she had no violent tendencies. She was not prone to impetuous acts. That's it. Her only
You're good,
concern,
Miss Kevin.
according to Dr. Quintel, was that she was afraid if Doug found out what she had to say about him, that he would take it out on her or on the child. Okay, let's look at the theory then when it shifts to it being the domestic violence injunction that was scheduled for the 30th of September. What kind of reason exactly is that for her to kill Doug Benefield? If that was a reason, wouldn't she have done it before? There was already a domestic violence injunction the first time. It was denied. It was not only denied, but Judge Moreland ordered shared custody of the child. Why wouldn't she have killed him then? For 4 years, Ashley Benefield did what any law-abiding citizen can be expected to do. She filed complaint after complaint after complaint, calling Doug Benefield's behavior to the attention of the authorities with no result. Over and over again, no relief. So she kills him? Really, that's quite a leap, ladies and gentlemen. You need evidence to support such an inference. You know, you can't take innuendo and wrap it up in an inference and call it a fact. You got to have evidence that supports a theory. For example, you know, in the reasonable doubt instruction, I'm going to show you in a minute, but it says a reasonable doubt can arise from the evidence, from the lack of evidence, and from a conflict in the evidence. So what evidence would you need to show to support this theory that flies in the face of common sense? Well, how about somebody who comes in and testifies, yes, I heard Ashley, I overheard her say, you know what, I'd kill this SOB before I'd let him be alone with my child. Or how about this? How about downloading from Ashley's phone when she's sitting there in her most private moments, never expecting it to be revealed to the world, searching on the internet how to kill an abusive spouse? How about that? Instead, what you saw in her most private moments, 6 months before this happened, was her searching on the internet how to co-parent with an abusive spouse. Am I making this up? Check your notes. How to get along with an abusive spouse. In my opening statement, I told you two things. I said that at the conclusion of the case, those were the only two things that would be established beyond the reasonable doubt. The first one was that Doug Benefield was a very sick guy. I think there's no doubt of that. The second thing was that Ashley's action on that day, September 27th, 2020, was absolutely justified. Let's take a look briefly at Douglas Benefield's behavior. And I want you to keep in mind Bruce Ferris's testimony, who's the former cop who specialized in domestic violence ran a domestic violence department, and then was so fascinated by it, went back to school to become a licensed mental health counselor. I thought he was a pretty persuasive witness. Doug Benefield shoots a gun into the ceiling of their kitchen to intimidate Ashley to stop speaking. Now, those are easy words for me to speak. And they fall on ears and you move on to the next thing. But I want you to try to imagine how it would feel.
Objection.
Sustained.
How would one feel sitting in their kitchen, having their husband pull out a gun and actually fire it into the ceiling of their kitchen? Can you imagine the trauma of such a statement? Do you think that that's something that you forget about after 6 months, after a year? I think that's something you remember for the rest of your life. You never forget it. Throwing a loaded gun at Ashley Benefield, threatening suicide, not only to Ashley, but to his former wife, Renee. You've got a copy of her text message that she wrote to Doug, kicking her on their honeymoon and threatening suicide. So this is twice now, not only with Ashley, but with his prior wife. Punching the dog so hard that he knocked the dog unconscious. Bruce Ferris on the wheel. Now, I'm not an expert on the wheel. I don't pretend to know it anywhere near as well as apparently Miss O'Donnell does. But I can tell you with certainty that it has a provision, and Bruce Ferris elaborated on the fact that abusers tend to hurt pets because they have no empathy, and because, check your notes, they can control the victim because the victim loves the pets. So hurt the pets, you keep the victim in line. You get compliance, control, and compliance. That's what they seek. Threw the cat down the stairs. Put a tracker on her car. The neighbor catches him in the yard at night. It wasn't in the house across the street. You've got the schematic of the houses in the neighborhood. You see Mr. Sands' house is right next door, literally, to the left of Ashley's house. Ashley's house has got the red dot on it. Cursing, yelling, screaming, belittling. Text messages. I'm in a murderous mood. I want to rid the earth of them. Take them out. That was about two guys having a conversation while Ashley was on a cruise. Doug Benefield was so demented that just hearing in the background two men speaking while Ashley was on a cruise makes him say he wants to take them out, rid the earth of them. That puts him in a murderous mood. Of course, Ashley at the time at 24 thinks, well, gee, that's kind of flattering. I guess this guy really loves me. Oh, that was just a little tip of the hat to what was to come. The South Carolina injunction, he violated it. There's no way around that. How about driving from South Carolina to Florida so that you could follow Ashley in the car? I mean, if that's not determination, what is? If that's not fixation, what is? If that's not obsession, what is? And most chilling, I thought, was Mr. Vincicaro, the realtor, who, while the injunction is in effect, from South Carolina. Look at the email between Doug Benefield and Vince Visicaro. I asked him, did you have any dealings with Douglas Benefield? Yes, I did. What was it? He was a customer looking to buy a home. Where was that home? It was the house immediately behind Ashley Benefield's house. This is sick, ladies and gentlemen. This is while the domestic violence injunction is in effect. Not only that, but then he says to Mr. Vincicaro, well, I have to first check with Ashley. Well, you know that's a lie. He can't check with Ashley because the injunction doesn't allow him to communicate with Ashley. So what's the basis for that conclusion that Doug was that disturbed? Well, how about Doug's own admissions? You have the text messages where he admits to Ashley, you know, I'm sorry, I apologize. And according to Miss O'Donnell, well, that should be the end of it. You apologized, it's over. Unfortunately, Bruce Ferris explained to you that that's the MO of an abuser. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It'll never happen again. And it happens again. Time and time and time again. That's their pattern of behavior. And Bruce Ferris told you that. He explained that to you. Ashley Benefield got on the stand and told you about all of that. And I have a great discrepancy. I'm wondering if we were at the same trial between Miss O'Donnell's evaluation of Ashley's testimony and ours. But how about this, in addition, as a basis to establish how disturbed Doug was? How about the letter that Ashley Benefield leaves for Doug on November 17th?
Objection, not entered in evidence.
Sustained.
Judge, I was testified to by Ms. Benefield. I'm just speaking to the letter, not quoting from the letter itself.
Okay.
So she told you that she left him a letter. She told you what she put in that letter. That letter recounted some of the things that he did. Some of the things that you heard about in the trial, such as shooting the gun, punching the dog.
Content of the letter.
Oh.
So, how about that as a basis to support it? She described them as controlling, manipulative. You're putting me and my unborn child in danger by the way you drive. You drive crazy when you get angry. How about Dr. Quintel? He doesn't even have a dog in this fight. He's got absolutely no reason to shade his testimony one way or the other. What did he tell you that he concluded about Doug? That he was, quote, super controlling, unquote. That he was jealous. That he was intimidating. That he was a real alpha male. Dr. Quintel's description, not mine, ladies and gentlemen. And then we have Ashley, who's the victim of domestic violence. We have the history of the prior acts of domestic violence by Doug. According to Dr. Broder, the state's witness, and Bruce Ferris, our witness, victims of domestic violence look for appeasement. Dr. Broder, I even asked him, I think that word appeasement appears in your report about at least 4 times. They go along to get along. They walk on eggshells. always afraid that something they might say will set them off. And according to Bruce Ferris, what the abuser wants is compliance. That dynamic changes very significantly once a child is introduced into it. And why is that? Because the abused woman is going to look to protect her child. That's what mommies do. So she will put herself in danger in order to stand between the abuser and her child. Yet, Miss O'Donnell argues, well, when they first exchanged custody, as Stephanie Murphy said, Ashley looked happy and very content. Well, we know from Bruce Ferris that that's the compliance mode. That's what you do to protect your child. She knew how Doug was. He went off on her. The only thing worse than that would be him going off on Emerson, the child. You keep the beast at bay. Those were the words of Broder and of Bruce Ferris. Importantly, Bruce Ferris told you that victims of domestic violence appear to act happy. So you have these text messages in the week leading up to the shooting where they're saying nice things to one another with emojis and smiley faces. And you have the video of the restaurant where Ashley and her mother and Emerson are present. And Ashley appears to be acting happy, when in fact she's actually quite scared, according to Bruce Ferris. But you go along to get along. You might recall in the voir dire, I asked you about the presumption of innocence and how many of you had ever seen a cop car on the side of the road with somebody sitting in the back. And the first thing you thought to yourself was, gee, I wonder what they did to cause them to be in the back of the squad car. And I told you that the issue to be resolved in this case was going to be, was the force used justified? All of you pledged that if the state failed to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict would be not guilty. All of you took an oath that said, at the end of the case, if you were unsure, if you did not know what happened, if you did not have an abiding conviction of guilt, you'd vote not guilty. I want to show you the beyond a reasonable doubt instruction. Deputy, if I could have the easel, please. This is in your packet of instructions. You're not going to have to memorize it. I want to just go over it, though, for a moment. I think we can agree it's pretty important. It reminds you that the state has the obligation and the burden to prove the case, overcome the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. And here's how they define reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, goes back and forth. Gee, I don't know, I'm not sure. Then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt. And you must, not you can, ladies and gentlemen, not you may, you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. Thank you, Deputy. Let's take a brief look at the facts rather than theories. Because once again, the prosecution could not have been more clear. Ashley killed Doug to prevent release of the Broder report. So where was the evidence to support that theory? You can't simply say it and make it so. Miss O'Donnell comes up, and the evidence that she presents to you to support that theory is that Ashley said, "I'll take matters into my own hands." Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Broder testified that Ashley made that statement on her way out of his waiting room. And I asked him specifically about it. Please check your notes. What was she referring to? And he said, going to the authorities in Maryland to seek relief from them because the system here had failed her, and she was very frustrated. Ms. O'Donnell also told you that Doug Benefield filed for sole custody of Ashley. Please check your notes. No one ever testified to that. There's absolutely no evidence in this case that such a thing was done or a statement was made. Other evidence in the case? Justin Warren, the lead homicide detective. State never even called him.
Objections.
We called him. What did he tell you? He told you that in his arrest warrant, he said it did not appear that Douglas Benefield was facing Ashley Benefield when shot. Now look, Dr. Vega came in here and testified that the shooting in the chest, the shot to the chest, was from front to back. Yet Miss O'Donnell comes up here and distorts that and tries to tell you that it wasn't from front to back. It was from side to side. Dr. Vega told you the trajectory of the chest shot was front to back, right to left. Now, not only did Dr. Vega tell you that, Michael Haig told you that, front to back. Dr. Liu told you that, front to back. There has never been any evidence introduced in this trial that the chest shot or the arm was anything other than front to back. Detective Warren told you he did not speak with the medical examiner before he submitted his arrest warrant. I showed him his report to refresh his recollection. Oh, yes, I did speak to the medical examiner. And finally, I asked Detective Warren about a supplemental report that he wrote where there's a section that provides for any bias that he was aware of that Ashley would have had against Doug. And the form was written none. And I asked, is that not where you would write in things like ill will, hate, or spite? Mike Haig, let's look at his testimony for a minute. I think you'll remember him. What he said, I thought, really presented it well, was in explaining what forensic meant. He said it's the juncture where law meets physical science. Okay? So he told you there were 4 shots. He gave you a 3-dimensional diagram, and it showed you the room and how the shooting took place and where the shots went. One shot, according to Michael Haig, went out the door and down the hallway and lodged in a book. He described it as a miss. One shot was in the wall. Told you it was a nice round hole in the wall. They put a trajectory rod in it. One shot was in Mr. Benefield's chest. It was lodged in his back. Dr. Vega removed it. And one shot was in the leg. The state's own witness, crime scene people, told you that the shot to the leg was on the floor in the room and that a piece of it had broken off. And Haig told you that as well. According to Miss O'Donnell, if you completely suspend the explanation that Dr. Liu gave you about the shot to the leg, if Douglas Benefield was running away, that's how you could get the shot in the leg. You might remember that the trajectory or the wound path to the leg was up. Ashley would have had to have been lying on the floor to shoot up so that the bullet would go in a calf. Dr. Liu explained to you exactly how that happened. We even had our summer law clerk, William Galvano, come here and demonstrate.
It's a proper argument.
Ooh. What else did Michael Haig tell you that was significant? He told you that they were moving. He said both Douglas Benefield and Ashley Benefield was moving. And he even showed you how it went from right to left in that 3-dimensional diagram with the first shot out the door, the second shot in the wall, or one shot out the door, one shot in the wall, one in the chest and one in the leg. He showed you the 2 different cones. That would be consistent with what Ashley told you about trying to get more distance to move away from him. There was only one way to go in that room. She was already back to the back of the room, so the only way she could go was sideways to her left. Finally, he also told you that Ashley's explanation was absolutely consistent with the physical evidence. Then we had Dr. Liu, Emma Liu, former medical examiner for Miami-Dade County, who has always testified for the state, except here, she came in and testified for the defense. Why do you think that is? Dr. Liu told you that the abrasion to the arm, she believes, was from front to back, and she believed it was the shot that went out the door and down the hall. And the bullet would not have mushroomed or expanded, as you heard Michael Haig explain, that bullets are designed to be able to expand. Because the wound was so superficial, there would not have been enough tissue in the hollow point of the bullet to expand it. She also told you it would be consistent with Doug lunging at Ashley Benefield. And she showed you with rods how the abrasion to the arm would take place, as well as the shot to the chest. Now, here's something interesting that maybe everybody's forgotten. Miss O'Donnell did not address. Who was it that told us that Doug was skilled in martial arts and trained to take the weapon away? Why, that was his daughter, Eva. So here's Doug, who gets into his fighting martial arts position and lunges at her to grab the weapon, and Dr. Liu explains the abrasion shot. All four of these shots had no pattern at all. These are four random shots, no association whatsoever, indicative of somebody who's in an absolute panic firing a gun. What's more, as not only Mr. Sant told you, Mr. Haig told you, and as the state's own witness told you, if you don't hold the weapon properly and give it the pressure that it needs, it will result in a jam from one of the cartridges, just like what happened here. So I want you to please consider something. Before evaluating the defense case, you have to first determine whether or not the state failed to prove that the shooting was unjustified. That's your first order of business. Because if the state failed to prove their allegations beyond a reasonable doubt, it's over. You don't need to evaluate the case that the defense presented. We weren't obligated to present anything, but we did. And I think we can agree that if the state's case does not meet that threshold of beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, your verdict must be not guilty. Ashley Benefield got on the stand and endured over 2 hours of cross-examination. It was our perception that the state never landed a blow in over 2 hours. That's 2 hours in addition to the hour and a half that I had her up there on direct examination. In the world in which we live, it sounds strange to try to reduce an event like this to an explanation within an hour and a half. But this is the only form that we have to resolve things like that. So we did it. And Ashley got up there and she explained to you exactly what happened. And she did it well. And the state never touched her. Look at the crime scene photos that were taken, not at some modeling presentation, not at some outing. Look at the crime scene photos that were taken by Miss Dorvac. They're in evidence, and you see if you don't see swelling and redness on those photographs. So it's September 27th, 2020, the day of the homicide. Doug arrives at Ashley's house late that afternoon, and he's already simmering. He's on a slow boil, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because he knows she's leaving. She's leaving. He's not going with her. He's going to live somewhere else. He knows that. This was his last hope for any kind of reconciliation. And Bruce Ferris told you that the most dangerous time for a domestic violence victim is when the abuser recognizes that she's leaving. So how does Doug respond? With threats and intimidation. He would not leave. Ashley tried to de-escalate. She could see how he was starting to build. She wanted to avoid a confrontation. Gee, you know, Doug, we pretty much got everything done. Why don't we quit for the night and we can continue tomorrow? He ignored her. Instead, his hostility starts increasing. 2 body checks where he bumps her shoulder, passing her in the hall. And it's not a bump that's an accident. It's a bump to intimidate her. She told you she almost lost her balance. Then we have the cardboard box incident where he slams that into her. Once again, she tries to de-escalate it. She even apologizes to him. And I asked her, why in the world would you apologize when he was the one who hit you with the box? Well, shortly after that, Ashley's had enough. What does she do? She tries to leave. She tries to flee the house. He catches up to her, grabs her by the hand, whirls her around. His back is now at the front door, and he's got her blocked. Somehow, Ashley finds the inner strength to yell, "I'm done. You need to leave now. I'm done. You need to leave now." Please check your notes. That's going to be real important. Why? Because that revoked Doug's permission to be in Ashley's home on that afternoon. And here's what the instruction is going to tell you about that. It's in your packet. It's going to say the law and justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. If Ashley Benefield was in a dwelling in which she had a right to be, I think we can all agree this was her home. Doug did not live there. He was there by her permission on that day to help pack things. She had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand her ground and use force, including deadly force, if she reasonably believed such conduct was necessary to prevent A, imminent death or great bodily harm to herself, or B, the imminent commission of burglary, false imprisonment, or aggravated assault against herself. The elements of the forcible felony of burglary are: 1, Douglas Benefield had permission or consent to enter the dwelling or structure owned by or in possession of Ashley Benefield. 2, Douglas Benefield, after entering the structure, remained inside After permission to remain had been withdrawn, and with the intent to commit an offense other than burglary or trespass inside the structure, the offense was false imprisonment. Ashley tried to leave her home. Doug stopped her, spun her around, and held her trapped inside the house. Or B, attempt to commit a forcible felony. Forcible felony is aggravated assault. Through threats and intimidation, Doug committed the offense of aggravated assault. It's in your packet, read it. The important point is that once Ashley says, I am done, you need to leave now, he becomes, in essence, a burglar by remaining in that house after she tells him to leave. Not my words, not my law, the law that Judge White has given you. The last witness that we saw was Amy Carlton. And you might wonder how Miss Carlton fit into all of this. Well, actually, she played a very significant role. We called Amy Carlton to show that this was anything other than a staged event. If you accept Miss O'Donnell's interpretation of this, it was a staged event. It was a setup. Miss Carlton told you that she was out walking her dog with her husband. They heard a series of shots. And less than 30 seconds later, Ashley emerged from the house, hysterical, screaming, holding the gun, and ran right next door. If you're going to stage an event like this after the shooting, you're going to certainly check the scene to make sure it's going to support your version of the event. Because if it doesn't, you're on your way to prison. It's going to take you less than 30 seconds to do that. The state has failed to prove anything here beyond a reasonable doubt. We prove self-defense beyond all doubt. But the burden is not ours. It's theirs. And they must prove it beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, which, ladies and gentlemen, they just have not done. So, for the last several years, I've walked hand in hand with Ashley.
Objection.
I'm now going to surrender her fate to you. I've presented to you everything that I possibly could to show you the dynamics of what took place on that day and why they took place and what Ashley knew about Doug at the time they took place, to show you that her action in using deadly force was reasonable. The judge is going to tell you in your instructions you can take into account what she knew about the domestic history with Doug, the size differential between Doug and Ashley. Ladies and gentlemen, Ashley Benefield is not guilty of murder in the second degree. She's also not guilty of manslaughter. When you read the manslaughter instruction, it tells you that it is not manslaughter if the shooting was justifiable, if it was in self-defense. The manslaughter instruction tells you that as well. You all promised in voir dire that you would stick to your guns and not be intimidated by the majority or the other jurors. Manslaughter is a compromise. Ashley's not looking for a compromise. She's entitled to more than that. This is either second-degree murder or it's not. If you follow the oath that you took and you read the instructions, we're confident you will return a verdict of not guilty in this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Judge.
Rebuttal?
AB had enough. The defense just said that. AB had enough. She did have enough. On September 27th, 2020, she had enough. She took out a .45 caliber gun and shot Mr. Benefield 4 times. At Mr. Benefield 4 times. And why did she do that? Why had she had enough? I will do anything I have to do to keep my baby. Asshole. To a detective that she demanded arrest somebody in a courthouse because that will help her keep her baby. It is not surprising at all that Detective Gillum remembered that. That is an outrageous statement to say to a law enforcement officer. You will arrest him or I will make you. That's what she told a law enforcement officer. You think she'll tell a law enforcement officer that and she won't shoot Doug Benefield when she's had enough? No, she would and she did. Time is running out. Within a week of murdering Mr. Benefield, time is running out. She said that I will take matters into my own hands. She said that to a psychologist who was doing reports for the state, for the court. I will take matters into my own hands. And she did, with 45. And let's talk about what we've heard. And it's my job to rebut the defense's argument. That's what I'm here for. And I think we can. And I do ask you to depend on your memory. But I want to set some groundworks. Number one, Ms. O'Donnell and I are clearly part of an old boy network. No, this is not an old boy network. This is law. This is the law. And if those law enforcement officers did not find that they had the sufficient basis to arrest Mr. Benefield, then they wouldn't have. And that's why they did it. That is not an old boy network. That is how our country works. That is what the law is for. Otherwise, any woman could walk into any police station and say, my husband did X, Y, Z, and they'll just gonna arrest him? No, it requires evidence. It's the same reason that law enforcement took a long time between this murder and her arrest. They were investigating it. They were making sure they had everything they needed to have. And when they did, they effectuated an arrest. And the prosecution, you heard a lot. You heard Ms. O'Donnell's name more than Ashley Benefield's name during that closing. It's not about Ms. O'Donnell. It's not about Ms. Friel. It's not about either of us. It's the state of Florida, and we have the burden. And we've overcome it. It's not a flawed prosecution. Our job is to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the elements in this case occurred, that manslaughter occurred, which it did. Manslaughter is an intentional act that caused a death. She intentionally shot him and he died. That's a manslaughter, no doubt about it. But that's not enough. She did it because she has ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. She had a depraved heart when she shot and killed Mr. Benefield so she could keep her baby. And does it matter if the report was coming out or if that injunction hearing was happening? No. Clearly, Miss Murphy and her client, who was murdered just a few days later, thought that Mr. Broder's report was coming out. Clearly, Faith Brown and Ashley Benefield thought or knew that they were having an injunction hearing on that day. The jig is up. She has wanted this man out of her life. She has wanted her baby to herself. And what is she doing? She's so scared of him, she has him doing her manual labor. You can come over. You can move my stuff. You can get the heavy stuff. You know what? Can you stop and buy me boxes? Can you stop and buy me tape? Do you want to go to the gardens? She told you that she couldn't dress a certain way. She was in a sports bra and shorts when he showed up. You didn't hear that he said a word. You didn't hear that he had insulted her in any way. She would have you believe all these things about Mr. Benefield. And mind you, Mr. Benefield is not on trial. Ashley Benefield's on trial. Ashley Benefield's the one that committed a criminal act on 9/27, 2020, when she murdered him. Don't be confused or distracted by emails and questions that showed you nothing. The question is, were the facts, did you learn whether or not she shot him and at the time she had a depraved heart? And there was no dishonesty by Stephanie Murphy. Don't be confused by that. I think they just had a different understanding what was going to happen. There's certainly no dishonesty by Detective Gillum. Not remembering something or Detective Warren and being dishonest are two wholly different things. And nobody's expected to remember everything. The question for you, as Ms. O'Donnell said, is whether or not it was reasonable and necessary for her to kill him, for her to shoot him that day when he's in a shorts and a t-shirt and flip-flops doing her work for her. And keep in mind, this ninja we've heard of, 5'9", 169, adult small t-shirt. Adult small t-shirt, size 30 waist. We know what that means. This is not a huge man. This is not a hulking beast of a man. And the state is not contending that he didn't make mistakes. He certainly did. One of the biggest being trying to maintain this relationship. It ended in his death. But was it reasonable? Never hit her. She said he never hit her. He did some outrageous things, but never hit her in any sort, way, shape, or form. In 3 years, they'd been apart. 3 years. Reasonable. Is it reasonable? She would have you believe that, and look at those text messages. Look at the text messages going into that week, that whole week. And look at, I would ask you to read the state's version because that is the complete conversation. Oh, I'm sorry. Those are the older text messages. When you look at the older text messages, this murderous intent, he's talking about her old boyfriends. She admitted that. And them choking her during sex. He's not talking about wanting to go out in the world and murder people. He's certainly not talking about her. It may not be what the average person thinks of a way to express your love, but apparently to Doug Benefield and to her, it was. Because she's like, I know, baby. Don't talk like that. She never checks him, right? She never says, oh, don't. She says, I think she says, it was just a fight. These men that were just talking, she says it's a fight. So don't be confused. Look at the evidence. But in the text messages leading up to that week, look at them. You have them. They're the ones Ms. O'Donnell did that had the video of them playing a game at Panera where they're all yucking it up. I would dispute that she was afraid. I would dispute most of what Mr. Ferris said, but we'll come back to that. So she would have you believe that this man who has never struck her, who in 3 years she reports no abuse, 3 years, he's done nothing. She left him while pregnant, did not tell him that she birthed his baby, did not give that baby his name, and then files before he ever meets his child to terminate his parental rights. And no allegations that he insulted her, came to her house and hit her, did any of those things. Shot any guns, had any guns, none of that. Right? So she did all those horrible things. If you want your baby, those are horrible. To Doug Benefield. She did all those things, and nothing happens. But this day, when she has been dictating for a week when he could come over, when he could help her, what they would do, she would have you believe that he got so enraged because she was done moving and she was tired that he hit her for the first time ever. And you get to decide if you believe her or not. I would submit to you that did not happen. There's no evidence of it, and you know it. You can see by those pictures. I don't care what Barbara Russell, who's clearly biased, right? Barbara Russell is a clearly biased witness. That's her. They have some kind of relationship that is clearly not professional. And she sat there and told you that she saw swelling. Keep in mind, she saw her the night of. This is somebody who she had a professional relationship with and then moved in. The night of, that's who comes to her, this woman. She tells you that she has edema on her face. I don't know what edema is. I assume it's swelling and bruising. It's not there. You can see in those pictures. You're going to look at them. You can look at them till the cows come home. You won't see swelling. All those law enforcement officers who are trained to look for that, crime scene techs who went there for the sole purpose of finding injuries, and had some lawyer pointing out that her ear was red. Look at that picture. There's no redness. No redness. So he becomes so enraged that he hits her for the first time. She doesn't go down. She didn't say I fell. This man is a trained fighter who's a ninja, and he hits her and she doesn't go down. And she can't tell you if it was a slap or a punch. There's a big difference. There's a big difference. And if he punched her in the eye, her eye would look way different than it does. There's no swelling on the side from a punch. She'd have a black eye. Not a bruise, not a swell, nothing. So let's say it was a slap. Let's believe her. It was a slap. There's no redness, no swelling, no bruising, no scratching, no evidence in the photos. I mean, if somebody slaps somebody in the face, there's a red mark. Nothing. Within minutes, stop. And even if you don't believe law enforcement, which I submit there's no reason to not believe them, Mr. Sand, that sweet old man who she brought this drama into his home, said, I didn't see any injuries. Wouldn't he be the one in the best position to see if she had been slapped in the face moments before? Certainly. He didn't see it because it wasn't there. It's an attempt to manipulate the system, which is exactly what she continues to do. And keep in mind, he's flipped out to the point of hitting her for the first time because she's tired and doesn't want to move anymore. That's what she told you. She didn't say she had tried to break up with him. She didn't say she had told him she didn't want to see him again. She didn't say any of those things. She told him she didn't want to live together when they were alone together, and it was fine. It was fine. So he gets so enraged and pops off and hits her or punches her in the face when she's tired, but not when she says she doesn't want to be with him. Is that reasonable? It is not. And I'm trying to think of a way to say this nicely, but I would submit to you that everything that Dr. Quintal said about Doug Benefield was basically Dr. Quintal talking with Ashley Benefield's voice. She's a manipulator. She manipulated him the same way she tried to manipulate everyone else in the world. He said he met with them 9 times, and Ashley Benefield was present for 7 of them, and alone for 5 of them. So every bit of information he got, except for 2 sessions, comes through the voice of Ashley Benefield, the way she wants him to think things are. Right? He's very controlling. He's very alpha male, which is apparently a bad thing now. He's super controlling. He's jealous. Keeping in mind, she's the one that asked Doug Benefield, are you dating her now? When he's there with her lawyer. But Doug Benefield's the one that's super jealous. And what did he tell you? Other than he thought all those things he conceded that they were all based on what Ashley told him, not based on anything he observed. He conceded that, which I appreciate. But the weird thing was that he had this weird encounter where he thought that Doug didn't want to see the child. And what did he say? I saw him for a few minutes in my waiting room. I went into a session for an hour, and then I saw him for a few more minutes, and then we started their session. So what happened in that hour? Dr. Quintal doesn't know. For him to make any assumptions on what the relationship was between Doug Benefield and his child based on seeing him for those few minutes is not reasonable. There was no basis for that. And keep in mind, through all of that she's dictating when Doug can see that baby. We don't know if he knew she was out there. He's sitting in the lobby of a psychologist or a therapist's office. We don't know that he knew she was out here. There's so many assumptions the doctor can jump to in order to say those things, and they're just not reasonable. Despite a court order, she's dictating when Doug sees that baby and how, and then you're supposed to believe that it was something weird about Doug that he didn't go out to the parking lot. He could have been in the parking lot for an hour for all Dr. Quintel knows. And the one thing he did say that was interesting was Ashley said she was frustrated with the system, which sounds familiar. Time is running out. I'll take things into my own hands. I'll do anything I have to do. She's frustrated because she's trying and trying and trying to do these things based on things that are not happening or not true, and it's not going her way. She tried to terminate his parental rights. Judge said, he can see that baby. That 6-month-old that he's never seen. So what did she do? Well, I don't really want him to do that, so I'm going to dictate how he sees the baby. Now I'm going to be sweet again. Now I'm going to go back. I think the only person that was in a cycle was Ashley Benefield. I'm not going to talk to you for months, but once somebody says you can have my baby, now I'm your best friend again. That's not Doug Benefield. He acted the same way in those text messages as she told you he did for 3 years. No violence, no threats, no manipulation, no emotional abuse. And that brings me to Dr. Ferris. Mr. Ferris. Mr. Ferris has never seen a relationship he wouldn't say is a domestic violence relationship. He would not concede anything. On direct, Mr. Taylor was giving him hypotheticals that had 6 or 8 aspects to them. And he was able to just answer. Oh yeah, sure, that's domestic. Goes right on the wheel. I'm asking him simple questions, and everything he would not concede. The only one he conceded about was that if she was living on her own, he couldn't have been economically controlling her. But how do you not concede that one, right? That's common sense. Every other thing he refused to concede. And this is one thing I will agree with Mr. Taylor. We have different perceptions because I think Dr. Ferris was clearly biased based on his inability to answer my questions when he clearly could answer the defense questions. It's clear from what was happening in this relationship that Ashley Benefield was not a victim of domestic violence. Doug Benefield's the victim in this case, not Ashley Benefield. And that there was not this power and control wheel that Doug Benefield was on. And keep in mind, Mr. Ferris would have you believe that somebody could be violent and then never be not violent again. That's what he said. I said, are you telling me that once there's violence in someone, it can never be changed? Well, if that's true, why does he teach CBIP? He makes his money on CBIP, right? Certified Battery Intervention Program. If what he told me was true, he's wasting people's time because he doesn't believe anybody can get better. And we all know that's not true. People change. People learn. People realize what they've done. People apologize for what they've done. And while saying the words is not enough, 3 years of not being in any way violent or threatening or abusive, that's an indication that Mr. Benefield was trying to change. He was trying to do anything he could to be with his wife and to be with his baby. And Mr. Taylor the defense kept saying trauma. She was so traumatized by this gunshot in the ceiling. So she had a baby with him? She testified to you that happened before they reversed, or around the same time they reversed his vasectomy. That's a big deal. That's a decision. That's not it. I think Mr. Taylor said, you found yourself pregnant. She didn't find herself pregnant. She planned to have a baby. They planned it together. They went through medical procedures to do it, and they did it. All the while, she's so traumatized. I would submit to you that is not the case. She wanted a baby and she got one. But Doug was in the way. to that neighbor thing, it wasn't Mr. Sant. I don't know where that came from. There was no allegation it was ever Mr. Sant. It was some neighbor across the street. And Ms. O'Donnell told you exactly what was in evidence. Somebody across the street saw some man in her backyard wearing a baseball cap. And clearly that must be Doug Benefield looking in Ashley Benefield's windows. That's ridiculous. That's a jump you cannot make. That man could have been looking for his dog. We have no idea. There's certainly no evidence he was looking at anybody's windows other than the defense counsel saying that. And even if he was, does not make it reasonable and necessary to shoot him. Is not a basis that would cause you to believe he's going to kill you. Going to kill you. Not a basis. I would submit to you he never was in that yard. He was never looking in the windows. But even if he was, a tracker, not a basis to believe he's going to kill you, if that even happened. The house, buying the house, I read that very differently. First of all, he wasn't trying to buy, he was trying to rent. And if you don't believe that they were talking while they had this mutual injunction, they were, I'm sure. Miss Benefield was lying to him, telling him they're going to move to Maryland and live in separate houses, but co-parent. And she was all the while planning with her attorney to have an injunction hearing in a matter of days. It's reasonable to believe that mutual injunction was, I'm sure, Ms. Benefield was speaking to him when it was convenient for her, when she could get something out of it. It only goes with the rest of it. This letter we've heard about that Ms. Benefield testified all these things, it's another effort at manipulation. We don't know when she wrote that letter. We don't know what she put in it. We don't know if any of it was true. I can write a letter and tell you that I'm the Queen of England. It doesn't make it true. And just because I say I wrote it 3 years ago doesn't mean I did. I keep saying manipulation. And the reason is because this defendant attempted to manipulate the system. It didn't work. She attempted to manipulate the experts. She kind of did, right? Because what did we hear about Dr. Liu and Mr. Haig? They talked to the defendant. She told him what she says happened, right? I don't even think she told him the same story she told you based on what they said. But what do we know? So Mr. Haig, I will submit to you, I think Mr. Haig was great. I loved it. I thought he was very interesting. I thought he shed a lot of light on how this murder occurred, right? And I would submit to you that you should believe him over Dr. Liu when it comes to trajectory. He's an expert, no doubt about it. That's what he does all the time. Dr. Liu, the medical examiner, she seems like a well-qualified medical examiner who did testify mostly for the state because she worked for the state and is now testifying for the defense. And the defense asked you, why would she do that? She did that because she's getting paid. She's not paid to be here. That's why she's here. That's why she's saying those things. And most of them were probably very accurate. So Mr. Haig tells you there's 4 shots. We know that, right? We had 4 casings. We have 4 projectiles. One is in Mr. Benefield's chest or back. And I think there was some misunderstanding of what Ms. O'Donnell was trying to show you. What she's trying to show you is that if it was from the front, because say I'm lunging, it would go in my chest and out the back. That's not what happened. It went front to back because it hit him here and came out here. Well, that's front to back. That's not front to back like it goes in my chest and comes out my back. That's front to back because it didn't end up here, right? Or she didn't shoot him in the back, it ended up on the other side of his back. It goes across his body, destroying his lungs, destroying his spinal cord, damaging his ribs. And what did Dr. Liu say? He dropped. He dropped. I think that's important. So Mr. Haig said there's 1 bullet, right? We got 4. 1 is in his chest. So we know where that one is. 1's in the living room wall. That Mr. Haig said he believed was going down and struck the tile and then bounced up and hit the wall. He knows better than me. Seems reasonable. 3 is in the wall, number 7. Perfectly round. Typical gunshot. Nothing in its path, because what did he say? Something was in his path, it wouldn't be that perfect hole that we picture as a gunshot, a wall or a target or anything else. And then through his leg. So which bullet hit his arm? And I think Dr. Liu might have been correct when she had that young man laying on the floor. It probably went through his leg and he was on the floor. Because Ashley Benefield told you something. She said she's shooting down. We know that's not true, right? Because his chest is way up here. His chest isn't down here. But she told you that once I had stopped shooting when he fell. That's also, I think, untrue. Dr. Liu told you he would have dropped. So he's paralyzed, laying on the ground, and she continues to shoot at him. Otherwise, if you believe that she's moving from left to right to get away from him, he's dancing around dodging bullets. I mean, they would have you believe this is a very tight room. I don't know how tight it is, but you can see there's either a full or a queen size mattress in that room, and there's plenty of other room. This is not a broom closet. This is a full size bedroom. And what else do we know? Dr. Vega said that they had been at least 3 feet apart. 3 feet apart. Uncontroverted. Nobody said anything different. Except for our firearms guy, who talked very fast, but said he looked chemically at the shirt and found nothing. 6 to 7 feet. 6 to 7 feet. Even if we go 3 feet.
In private chat.
You have to keep in mind, that's from the end of the gun. She is pointing a gun at him. Here to Mr. Benefield is at least 3 feet, if not 6 to 7, when she hits him in the chest. At least 3 feet when she hits him on the leg, because Dr. Vega said there was no stippling on the leg. They're not in close combat. We keep hearing about this. They are not in close combat.
I'm back as quick as I
They're
can.
a whole grown-sized man apart, 6 feet, from the end of her gun to his body. And we know that. That's from the science. That was uncontroverted. You heard nothing to question that. You can take that one to the bank. And I would submit to you that those 2 experts, Mr. Haig was the one you should be depending on, even though he also spoke to Ms. Benefield, so clearly got one side of the story, or a made-up story. And that Dr. Liu is not the expert that Mr. Haig is on trajectory. So if you go in the back and you're curious about the trajectory, I would say you should depend on Dr. Vega's testimony about how the bullets entered the body and exited, which Dr. Liu did not contest. And as for the other bullets, you should depend on Mr. Haig, because he was clearly more suited to answer those questions. As to Detective Warren, poor Detective Warren, who gets called just to be impeached, said he had opinions. You know whose opinions don't matter in this case? But Detective Warren's. Mine don't matter. Ms. O'Donnell's don't matter. Defense attorneys don't matter. It's your opinions that matter. It's when you go in the back and you listen to the facts and evidence in this case, and you decide if we've proven our case. If Detective Warren, at the time in which he made his decisions, thought that he was shot in the back, that's not wholly unreasonable. He may have been mistaken. It doesn't make his opinion invalid, but what it does, it's not relevant to your decision making, because you're depending on the facts and you have the accurate facts.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that. And that whole bias business, Detective Warren explained what that is. That's sexual bias or racial bias. This wasn't a hate crime. This wasn't a crime because somebody hates somebody else because of their sexual orientation. That's not what this is. That's not a place to put ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. Ill will, hate, spite, or evil intent is not bias. It's an element of second-degree murder. It's a depraved heart. And that's what Ashley Benefield had when she murdered Doug Benefield. A few more things, and then I want to talk to you lastly about the reasonable doubt. As to Dr. Broder, I think you should
Can
take
y'all hear
some of what
me?
Dr. Broder said to
Good.
heart.
I'm going to mute while I drive.
His concern, her
Can
concern,
you hear me?
was not that Doug was going to fly off at the handle. She said she was concerned she would make him look bad in front of Dr. Broder. I pretended that I'm moving to Maryland and going to co-parent because I don't want to make him look bad. This man that I would have you believe was a abusive, horrible man. They have defamed him up and down. No, she didn't say that. She didn't say, I was afraid that Doug would freak out on me. I was afraid he'd do this. No, she said, I don't want to make him look bad. She's manipulating Dr. Broder, right? She's manipulating Doug for sure. She can't say in front of Doug, I'm not moving to Maryland. Because then who's going to move her boxes? Right? I can't say in front of Doug, I'm not moving to Maryland with you. Because then maybe he won't drop his divorce case. Then maybe he'll try to take my baby. Right? She can't let him know that. She can't let him know that until he's packed her up, ready to go. It's manipulation. And that's what she does. That's what she's done. The evidence has shown it to you. And it doesn't matter if it was the report or the injunction. She knew the jig is up. He might seek more control. It probably just went in there. But Stephanie Murphy told you that when they went, she was trying to get an injunction. It was denied. And he was trying to get custody, visitation, see his baby for the first time. She said something I thought was very telling. The judge gave Doug sole medical control or primary medical control over the baby. Right? So now he's already got some control. She can't do anything without him on the medical stuff, right? Of course she's worried. Of course, because she wants that baby and she'll do whatever she can do to keep it, her. And I wouldn't put anything in the fact that she didn't confess on her phone, that she didn't tell somebody that that she had shot him one way or the other. She didn't even tell her mama. Her mother would have you believe that in all these years, she's never said something to you. You think she's going to put it on her phone? No, she's smarter than that. If that's true, she's certainly not going to put it on her phone. And just because you search up how to co-parent with an abuser doesn't mean that person's an abuser. I would submit to you that Ashley Benefield is very smart. She's been working the system or trying for years. And if I say, oh, I'm trying to co-parent with an abuser, that looks good for me. He's an abuser. He shouldn't have my baby. He shouldn't have medical control. He certainly shouldn't have custody, partial custody, or anything else. Just because she said it doesn't mean it's true. And that's because, as I said, she tried to manipulate the system in South Carolina. It ended up being mutual. She tried to manipulate the system in Florida. She got turned down. She tried to terminate his parental rights. The judge gave him custody. She tried to manipulate the experts, as I already talked, and I think in some cases she did. And she's trying to manipulate you. You can decide what you think about her testimony. She's a witness like any other. But I would submit to you that that was all manipulation. There were no tears. You use your common sense. If you cry, have to take breaks, and you're racking, then you're going to have a swollen face. Your eyes are going to be puffy. You're going to have snot. I don't know what other word to use. She didn't even get a tissue until I can't remember who, either the judge or the defense attorney told her, hey, there's tissues. Oh, yeah, I should have a tissue. She'd been crying for 15 minutes. Didn't need a tissue. That's manipulation. That's her efforts to manipulate you, to make you believe that she was a victim. She is not the victim. Douglas Benefield was the victim in this case. And reasonable doubt, I would ask you to read your instructions because that board they put up was an incomplete instruction. It left out parts. And the part is that proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. You don't have to get back there and have no doubt. You have to get back there and decide, did she shoot and kill him with a depraved heart? And I would submit to you she did. And then you have to decide, was she justified in using self-defense? Was it reasonable and necessary based on what happened in that house that she shoot and kill him on September 27th, 2020? It's not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a reasonable doubt. And the state would submit to you that we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Doug Benefield is dead. The death was caused by a criminal act of this defendant, Ashley Benefield, and there was an unlawful killing by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. And it was not justified. It was not based on self-defense. It was not reasonable and necessary to stand 6 to 7 feet away from that man and shoot at him 4 times. And I would ask that you come back and find this defendant guilty of murder in the 2nd degree with a firearm. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
All right, can you go back to your instructions? And if you remember, we left off at 3.10. And we're going to ask when you find that, if you just look up at me and I'll know we're all on the same page. These are some general rules that apply to your discussions. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits in evidence and these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case at all. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything that I may have said or done that made you think that I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged, or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. And of course, I explained it earlier. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict, and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the courtroom, in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should cease during deliberations. These communications rules must apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, and other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the court deputy while you deliberate. Let me break the script to say also, these jury instructions haven't been updated in a while. And if you have a watch, a smart watch that can communicate with the internet or make calls or send and receive texts separate and apart from your phone, that also needs to go in the Tupperware container that the deputy's holding up. All your electronic devices will be there, but you can't have anything in there that will communicate outside the jury room. If you need to communicate with me, send a note to the court deputy. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. I'm going to stop there also. When you go back, I think there was a few electronic items or things to view on a computer or on a DVD player. There's going to be what we call the tech cart that will be in the jury room with you. There's instructions on top of that about how to work the different devices and everything. If you have any problems at all, send a note to the court deputy and I'll make arrangements for our IT department to come down and get going whatever you need to get going. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate the rules we all share. Now, as you gather up your notes and your other items, as I said, you're able to take these jury instructions, your notes, back in the jury room. Before I let you do that, though, I do want to let you know, all of you know, that in almost every case, we select the jury as well as alternate jurors in case one of the main jurors is not able to fulfill their duties. Especially as we've come out of COVID, it is not uncommon. I'd say 20 to 30% of the cases, we have somebody get sick or something happens, and an alternate juror has to step in and serve on the main jury. Alternate jurors are incredibly important, as it does happen every so often that for various reasons, jurors are not able to complete their service, and an alternate must be seated on the jury. In this case, jurors 38, 42, and 43 have served as alternate jurors. As such, I am not able to allow you to retire to deliberate with the rest of the jury. Do the 3 of you have personal effects in the jury room? You have stuff in there. Here's how this is going to work. You're going to leave your notes here. I'm going to ask you to go back in the jury room with everybody. The deputy is going to take you back. I need you to gather up all your personal effects and then come back out here to the jury, to the courtroom, so I can give you your final instructions before we let you go. But I'll need you to come back out. The other remaining 6 of you, when you go back, let those 3 jurors or alternate jurors get their things. You may not begin your deliberations until the deputy steps out, has received your electronic devices, has stepped out, and that door has closed. Then you may begin your deliberations. All right, do we have the exhibits? We've got the exhibits. Deputy, can I give you the verdict form? All right, so all of you may step out at this point, and then I'll need the 3 alternates to come right back out, please. For the other 6, you may now retire to consider your verdict. All right, you all can sit down. State defense, any objection to how the jury was charged other than the objections during the charge conferences?
None from the defense.
No.
All right, thank you. Yes, we have those. Best contact number for you. That we call. Get questions. Welcome back. You just grab whatever seat you want. I won't keep you much longer. We've got, Deputy, we have all the notes and. Yes, sir. Thank you. I want to just take a minute and thank you for your service. I was here for jury selection, and I know that some of you missed very important work engagements that you expressed meant a lot. Some of you missed doctor's appointments, and all of you missed personal time at work, with your friends, with your family, in sacrifice of your civic duty as serving as jurors. Contrary to what a lot of people think, I find this to be possibly the most stressful part of my job, because I now sit and look at all 3 of you who have given us a week and a half of your time so willingly and so graciously, and to say, I'm sorry, I can't let you deliberate. Now, sometimes I do this and you see the smiles come on people's faces because they're glad they don't have to be part of the deliberations. And I have received some angry calls afterwards about being an alternate and the person wanted to go back and deliberate. However you feel, relieved or upset, I just want to say thank you for doing your civic duty, for answering the call, for being here, and just being so generous with your time. I've watched the entire jury the last 7 or 8 work days, and you have been incredibly attentive, paying attention. There's been a lot of people in and out of this courtroom. You have not been distracted one bit. You are exactly what we want in our jurors. And I thank you on behalf of myself, the other judges of the 12th Circuit. Thank you so much for giving us your time. I am now, I have some certificates of appreciation that I'm going to give you to commemorate serving as a juror. Also attached to each of those is the paper for work, if you need it to show where you've been for that. If for some reason that paper is not sufficient for your needs, please reach out to my judicial assistant. My card had her direct number, and if they need a letter from me or whatever they need, we'll get it to them to show that you've been here this entire time serving as a juror. I am now going to read you your final jury instruction. I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. The law gives you a unique privilege not to speak with anyone about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your jury service, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak with anyone. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror or not. With that said, again, I offer my heartfelt thanks on behalf of myself and the other judges of the 12th Circuit, all of the court administration, and for all the citizens of the 12th Circuit for being part of this process. I now discharge you as jurors in this case and release you from any further obligations in this matter. If any of you would like to be escorted to your vehicles, all you have to do is let this deputy know, and he will make sure that you are walked all the way to your vehicle until you leave. Thank you again very much.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, you all can have a seat.
Your Honor, if I may, what's the 12th Circuit's position about approaching alternate jurors to see if they will speak?
I'm not aware of an official position on our website.
I just want to make sure. Does the court have any?
Oh, you mean like interviewing them or just walking up to them?
Just approaching them and asking if they would be willing to speak.
I would appreciate having a hearing on that.
Okay.
All right, anything else before we go?
We've got the JOA.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so on behalf of Ms. Benefield, we renew all previously made motions and objections, specifically our JOA. And now for the final, I would state that the state has failed to meet its burden of disproving self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt, and that the uncontroverted evidence clearly demonstrates that Ms. Benefield acted in justifiable self-defense. More specifically, she testified that Mr. Benefield physically intimidated her, prevented her from leaving the residence, struck her on the head, pursued her to her bedroom, and advanced on her in a threatening manner despite her warnings to stop. She reasonably believed in DCA 1986, quote, "The state has the burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, which includes proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense. The state's evidence was legally insufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt because the state failed to rebut the defendant's direct testimony that he acted in self-defense, and in fact, some of the state's evidence corroborated defendant's testimony of self-defense." Thank you.
Steve.
Judge, and I would just say that the state has met its burden that a reasonable jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt that this charge has been proven. Would ask you to deny the JOA.
Any rebuttal?
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to reserve at this point. All right, if there's no other business, then we are going to be in recess until we have a question or a verdict. I would ask if you could please leave a cell number with the clerk so she has, so we can get a hold of you. Please don't be more than 10 minutes away so you can get back here pretty quick if we have any questions or issues.
What time do you think you'll let it go to?
Go for the evening?
Yeah.
I tend to let them go until they ask to leave. The issue that's in the back of my mind right now is to see if they ask for dinner. What do we have a cutoff for that? To order? It's 6, 7 p.m. 7? So, I mean, usually if they're hungry, we'll hear from them between 5 and 6. That's my experience. But if we don't hear from them, maybe by 5:30, I might have the deputies just kind of knock and say, "You guys okay? You want a menu?" And just that'll be it.
Okay.
That way, I don't have to call you all back to deal with that.
Yes, thank you.
The other thing I will not call you back for is if they ask for IT help. I don't reconvene for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dash.
Can y'all hear me? I can't hear you. Okay. Guys, I'm about
Yes.
2 minutes away from, oh, there you are. I'm 2 minutes away from the office. Can you believe I went all the way home, went by Whataburger and back that quick? I live in a small town.
Yeah, I guess you do.
But it's 8 miles from end to end. I'm going to go ahead and leave the live on until people can stay if they would like. I wish I had an app like a certain famous person does, but I don't, to notify people.
Well, I'm pretty upset because what do you call it? The judge is letting them. I've never seen a judge up that area. He's allowing them.
Can you get it off?
To stay till 7, which is pretty unheard of. So 4, 5, 6, that's 3 hours. And that he's only giving everybody, 10 minutes, 10 minutes to, what do you call it, assemble. So just in case they come back with a verdict, yours truly isn't going to be there for it.
Pretty, please. I can't hear you. You're muffled. Can you bring me my meal? Pretty, please. Okay, guys,
Yes,
I know we're having
Ed.
a little bit of trouble, but I'll get it fixed.
Ed.
Just give me a hot minute.
Yes, Ed, you're right. This could be over in 3 hours. In 3 hours, they're not going to hang. They'll take that till tomorrow for sure. But it's going to take them, if they're going to stay till 7, here's the thing. It's going to take them, that's 3 hours away. It's going to take 1 hour for them to decide on a 4-person. Then they're going to read through the jury instructions, and then they're going to read through the charges. That all of that is going to take them about an hour. So, given that, I don't see, they were there early this morning. They were there at 8:45 this morning. I don't think that they're going to want to stay till 7, but what do I know? I have no idea. I'm like pretty pissed off right now. I don't care. And the fact that the judge is only giving them 10 minutes to assemble if there's a jury question or not. Standard practice is 30 minutes. So this is.
I don't know. Well, wait, the Karen Reed, they had 5 minutes. She said you can't be further away than 5 minutes. I thought that was insane.
Well, I don't know, but.
Okay, so let's talk about this. I was gone. Let's talk about this. It's crappy about the lessers, no matter what it could take. Okay. Thank you, baby, so much. Huh? Yes. Okay, Jules, now that it's over, what is your opinion? Still the same, of course, not guilty.
Well, it's either going to be not guilty or they're going to hang. If they think that the state didn't prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, that's what's key here. The first prosecutor, I thought she did a decent job. There were a few things that she said that I didn't agree with. I didn't feel that she was aggressive or anything. I thought Taylor did a decent job in his closing. But the second prosecutor pissed me off to no end. I thought I was going to lose my freaking shit. Okay. She said stuff that just was not true. Things that were not in evidence. And I am so ticked off at Taylor because Taylor didn't make any he didn't object. He should have objected and said that's facts, not in evidence. And
just like they did to him.
Yeah. But
Miss Kevin, are you going to pop on?
What?
You don't have to, but you can.
Who are you talking to?
My mod boss.
Oh. So, yes, Mrs. Kevin, it's 7 females, 2 males, only 6 will deliberate. I'm pretty certain that one of the alternates is a male. As far as the other 2 alternates, I have no idea. And because I was sick and not able to go in today, I should have went in. I'm kicking myself. I should have went in because I don't know if it's an all-female jury. It's either all females or it's 5 women and 1 man.
Wow.
Mrs. Kevin, who recorded that on X? Do you know? So I could go look. I'm looking on X right now. I don't. Mrs. Kevin, I need your help. Who posted it? Oh, Jay on the docket. I don't know who that is. Jay on the docket. Jay on. Was that someone that was in court? Do you know?
Miss Kevin. You might as well pop on and verbally say it. It's so much easier. Guys. Oh, she's on the phone. Guys, I want to thank Miss Kevin. And I also need to thank Sneaky. Oh, my brain just cramped out. I'm sorry, beloved. You're phenomenal. And my computer's freezing up. I'm so sorry. A sneaky side. For holding down the fort, I had to run and pick up my daughter.
Well, Mrs. Kevin, I'm looking at this day on the docket and it doesn't say, I don't see where all it says is verdict watch. The jury has the case. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't say anything about that it was 5. If they follow the crowd here, 2 of the 6 would say, yeah. Well, anyway, I don't know. I don't see. Oh, wait, there is. Oh, see, if Chanley Painter was still with Court TV, I would be able.
Ed, you were so funny. Really? Y'all do, and I appreciate y'all. And I'm sure someone was saying, she's in the car. I have a special mount because when I'm on call with the fire department and I have to have a map in front of me, I use my phone or iPad, so I have magnet mounts. I have really good setup in my car. So I can look straight ahead and see me and see the road at the same time. Although it freaks some people out. Miss Jules, check the private chat. She sent you a link.
I'm looking at it right now.
Hey, Miss Squeegee of Justice. Woohoo. Hello.
Okay. All right. Well, then I can tell you which man it is because there was only two men on the jury. One was the younger one, and the other one was the old man. I know it was the younger one that was the alternate because it was the younger guy with the whole jelly fiasco. And the judge let it slip that he was an alternate. So
How did he know back then?
with the jelly thing. Oh, because they
No, who was going to be alternates? They didn't draw numbers.
No, they know from the beginning. Like the lawyers knew, the judge knew, everybody. Yeah, they know ahead of time. They do things differently here in Florida.
Mm-hmm. I ate too much too fast and it's going to bite me in the butt, but man, that was good.
Well, listen. Question for the chat. With the 3 alternates being released, what happens if a juror needs to be excused? They call the alternate because the alternates the judge told them that's,
They're not released from their
yeah.
They're released to move around, but they're not released to talk to anyone or about
Right.
this.
Right. I don't know, Cindy, because he said, I heard him say 7:00. He would let them go till 7 unless they said they want to go home. I'm not feeling well, Squeegee. As a matter of fact, I feel like I have a fever. Let me go get my thermometer. Because I feel like I have a fever. I hope not.
Jules had COVID. Sorry about that. Loud crunch. Jules had COVID. And then
I
got ill enough to go to court.
July 2nd.
And everybody in court was sick. I was
Yeah.
telling them you had COVID. You got better. And then everybody in court was sick.
Uh-huh.
Summer colds are the worst. I'm not eating well. Everybody guess Jules' temperature. Quick. 98.9. She has to show the thermometer. Poor Jules. We love you. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's guessing your temperature. Who threw up a poll? Thank you for the poll, guys. You do look flushed.
I don't feel good, and I'm starting to get achy in my neck and shoulders.
Weird game, but I'm here for it. Well, I didn't start it. That was Miss Kevin. Oh, Miss Kevin. Oh, I'm going to put you on screen.
Yeah.
He was 54 when they started dating. %66% of you said not guilty. 16 said guilty, and 16 was not. I can't see it.
No,
28.
98.4, so I don't have a fever.
I won. I was closest.
But Ed wanted to know the one guy that was left on the jury. He was, I want to say, mid to late 60s. That's how old he was. And he sat like this during the entire trial. Just like that. And then except for when Mr. Haig was on, and when Mr. Haig was, and when Dr. Lou, that he got up, he was one of the jurors that literally came out of the jury box. See, I'm going with the 4 to 6 hours, really more than that. That's where I'm doing. I'm doing 4 to 6, but I really think it's, yeah.
Well, but guys, we got to remember.
I don't think they're coming back tonight. I think they're going to come back tomorrow. So I have to.
Go ahead. I think if it's a not guilty, it's going to be quicker. But remember, we don't have 12 people. We only have 6. Much easier to get to a verdict with 6 versus 12.
What is it? I'm sorry. Yeah, I know, Cindy. Liquid IV. What is Cindy?
Do you have your number, Cindy? I don't remember.
I don't know what liquid IV is. What does she mean by that? Frankie, seriously? Get off the table. You're a bad boy. All right, this is what we're gonna do. I don't feel well, so I want to go lay down, but I am going to turn, my phone is off right now, so I'm going to turn it on. Do not text me. You must call, because I will not hear.
I will call.
Yeah.
And I'll keep calling until you answer.
Call if there is a verdict or question, please. I'm not going to turn any of my shit off. I mean, I'm so sorry.
You're fine. It's 7 hours, almost 8 into this.
Okay. So, I'm gonna eat, because I've had 4 cups of tea all day with honey, raw honey. So I'm gonna take some Tylenol. I'm gonna have something to eat, and I'm gonna lay down, but I'm gonna keep my phone right next to me. Let me make sure the volume's turned all the way up too. Yes. So call me if there's a question or a verdict.
Yes,
I don't think there's going to be a verdict. I am so pissed off that this judge is only giving them 10 minutes. That's awful. That's not fair, because you know what? That means they all have to hang around the courthouse. And it's like, whatever. No, it's not strange with 6 jurors. Let me explain. Here in Florida, the only time that they do a 12-juror panel is if it's a death penalty case. If it's not a death penalty case, then you get 6 jurors. Civil cases here in Florida are 6 jurors as well. FYI, it doesn't it doesn't apply here. That's right, in Florida. That's right. That's another thing too. Governor DeSantis changed our law after the Parkland. We had the Parkland shooting case earlier, and there was 12 jurors. And when it came to sentencing, whether he should get life without parole or the death penalty, the jurors gave him life without parole, and there was a huge uproar. I get it. I mean, they wanted the death penalty. So Governor DeSantis changed the law here, and said you do not need to be unanimous on a death penalty anymore. You have to have 8. So if 4 people say, no, I can't do the DP, but 8 said, yeah, I can, they get the DP. So they have to have 8 or more votes in order for the DP now. I don't know. We have not had any cases, any death penalty cases right now, for that to actually be tested, because a lot of people
No freaking way.
According to Ashley's daughter was outside the courthouse with the grandma. I can tell you this. All the days that I was there, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and yesterday, that child was not there. As a matter of fact, there was only one person outside holding a sign. So
It pisses me off, though, to have that girl out there at any time.
I would like.
That's borderline abuse.
Now, I know people kept putting out that same picture, reusing the same picture from during jury selection and claiming, that it was that day, and it wasn't. So
I don't care what day it is. That little girl does not need to be out there.
I understand that. I agree with you 100%. What I'm saying is there were people on X that every day kept putting that same picture out, claiming that that's what was going on out there, and it wasn't because I was there.
I mean, that to me is borderline child abuse.
So that's why I want to see who is, which I don't see it.
Okay, Ed, I need you to explain that. I'm a little lost. This is. Yeah.
What is it so we can all text you with questions? No, I don't want anybody texting me with questions.
Text me. Put them in the comments. Oh yeah, the little girl had a megaphone yesterday after the courts, I think it was. And she was saying, "Save my mommy."
Not yesterday. No.
You were gone after court, not during court.
There was only one person out there yesterday.
After everybody left?
Do you have a picture? Because I'll be able to tell you, because I know what Ashley's mom was wearing yesterday.
I'll have to go back and find it. I'll have to go and
because I know what her mom was wearing.
It wasn't the same shirt. I don't know. Some said it was against their religion. After they answered, they would be open to it. What? I missed something.
All right. I know what Ed's talking about. He's talking about the death penalty. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So if found guilty, she could be up for life, but not death, right?
No, she's not. This is not a death penalty case.
That's what I thought. No, I know.
She's being charged with second-degree murder. That's not a death penalty.
I have my Twitch and all that going at the same time, so I've got multiple conversations I'm trying to balance. No, what they're asking is the Florida. They were asking if she was up for the death penalty.
No.
They they would have to have for sure the 12 with an 8-4 split.
Right.
Correct?
Right.
Okay.
And,
That's what I
and
need
it
to
has
clarify.
to be first degree murder only. And she's
Right.
not charged with first degree murder. But listen, on that note, I really need to go lay down. My ears are starting to, I feel like the way I felt this morning. So I'm going to have my phone with me. Everybody have a great night.
If you don't hear from me, nothing came back
Bye.
today. Bye. Y'all. Hey, Miss Kevin.
Hello.
I've seen you.
I just saw some Sarah Boone docs, so I was getting those.
All right. Spill.
It's just the judge, a scheduling order from the judge about the hearing on August 5th, and then the scheduling deadlines and what they're going to do at the hearing and all that. It's nothing fancy.
Well, I
Nothing new.
haven't seen it. I will go back and watch, but Simone Biles won gold.
Did she
All around.
really?
Yeah, I'm going to go watch it tonight.
I'm going to send this to Ronnie. I'm tired. We're sleep training. Can you tell that it's going well? I was like, oh, this morning we had to get up and go. I was like, no, I just want to stay in my bed.
I was saying the same thing this morning. It was one of those mornings where your bed feels like one of those 5-star hotel beds that you just don't want to get out of.
Literally. There she is. Oh,
Miss Kevin, look at Discord.
Discord. Which one am I looking at?
Our personal.
Okay. Oh, I did change the cow, by the way. I forgot to tell you that.
Oh, good. Let me go put the cow up.
The cow
Moo.
looks so cute.
Did you see Discord?
I did.
Oh, okay. Look, or y'all, look what I bought and forgot I bought. And I think it'll work for the Olympics.
Oh, they're so cute. I love them.
4th of July, but I think they'll work for the Olympics.
Yeah. I got myself a new mouse pad, and it's like a big one, and I'm super excited.
Is it like 2.5 feet long? 3 feet?
My desk is a mess. I need to clean it off first so I can use it.
Mine's about 3 feet.
But I think it's really pretty. It's like,
Oh, I love that.
yeah.
Oh,
It's very
abstract. I need to get one of those for this half of my desk.
So it came with this big one to go under my keyboard and my mouse, and then it also came with a coaster that matches, a armrest that's like cushy, and Mr. Kevin is gonna make me a monitor riser to lift my monitors up. So,
well, you send me a link. Is that Amazon?
Yeah, I got this on Amazon. I'll send you a link.
Yes. Okay. I feel better about Discord. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Oh man. So there is a poll. How long will the jury deliberate? How long will they be out? I couldn't help myself.
I can't take the poll.
I couldn't help myself. I was like, I have to write how long.
You have the right to do that. You can do that.
No, I just meant like I couldn't resist. I was gonna write how long will the jury be out, and then I was like, how long?
Did you do how long?
I did.
I think that's going to be forever in this vocabulary.
It will. It will. Wow. No one thinks that they'll be back in 1 to 2 hours. Wow. I mean, there is a lot they have to talk about. I was honestly, the only trial I've ever watched where the jury came back under 2 hours was Murdaugh.
Oh, yeah. Well, but here's the thing. I think if she's innocent, it will be quick.
I agree.
It's always if they're innocent, it always moves quicker.
It does. So I'm going to tell a fun story. I've told this story before with RA once, but I'll tell it again. My dad is a pastor. He has been a pastor for forever, and then he took a missionary position, and we moved overseas to Zambia, Africa. But before that, he took his first pastorate in West Virginia, okay, which is where all of us kids were born. So he is in West Virginia, and he took this church that was all these little gray-haired women, and he started growing the church, and they had a lot of people coming in, and they had this young man who went to their church named Mike. And one day my dad gets a call from Mike saying that he shot and killed a man, and that he needed him to come and get him out of jail. So what happened was Mike had a girl that he was talking to, and this girl had a boyfriend, an ex-boyfriend, who was very controlling, would not leave, and was like a drunk and whatever, and he had threatened to kill her, and she called Mike and was crying and was all upset, and he said, all right, well, I'm coming, I'm gonna come get you. And she said, okay, I'm going to go home and get some stuff. So she goes to the house. She sees a brand new gun case on the table with no gun in it, missing. And she's like, where is this from? So she calls Mike crying. She's like, he got a new gun, and he is not here. I don't know where he is. And I don't know when he's coming back. I'm trying to get my stuff and get out of here. Can you come over? I'm nervous. So Mike's like, all right, I'll come over and help you and get you out. Well, his dad said, well, you better take a gun of your own, because you can't go there without one if he's got one. So he took a pistol with him. And while he's helping her get her stuff and trying to get her out, he comes back. Oh, I love that. They're so cute. I love the little bow. My girls have a bow like that.
Well, they're going to go back on my desk.
So he comes back and he's drunk, and Mike tells him, like, listen, I've got a gun. He shows him the gun through the window, and he says, like, you just need to leave. Like, just go. Well, the guy bends down and reaches across like this. And if somebody reaches into their jacket like this, what are you thinking?
Oh, I'm thinking it's a pew-pew, a lead shooter.
Yeah. So he does like this, and Mike just shoots him. And it's a beer bottle. So my dad has to go to court to be a character witness for Mike. And so they go through all the court, the whole thing, and the prosecutor was like, he wouldn't let my dad say anything. Everything that the defense lawyer asked my dad, the prosecutor was like, objection, objection, objection. They even had a proffer outside the presence of the jury, and the prosecutor said to the judge, what are we even going to get out of this witness? He doesn't know anything. And the judge is like, it's a character witness. It's to help establish the fact that he would not intentionally just kill someone. So anyways, that jury deliberated, my dad said, for 3 hours, and they were really nervous. And the lawyer was like, nope, that's really good for us. It's probably going to say not guilty. And it did. Yes.
Ronnie,
So,
I'm a chaplain. I'm a pastor.
Don't worry about it.
No, yeah, don't worry about it.
Both my parents are reverends, actually. Fun fact. And then I married a pastor's kid, so it's like it would double, triple all of the layers. But yeah, I did, and I grew up on.
I don't pastor. I mean, in the realm of the world, reverend, pastor, chaplain, priest, they're all
yep
what you prefer to be called. But I'm chaplain because I'm an emergency services volunteer firefighter, and I'm a chaplain
Yeah.
because that encompasses more knowledge of a lot of faiths versus being focused on one faith.
Exactly. Like a
And,
chaplain in the military, same thing.
I do not want, nor, I don't ever plan to be a minister of a congregation.
Right.
Not my calling.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't do pastor, because a lot of people think pastors, ministers have congregations.
Yeah.
My
Absolutely.
congregation are all the firefighters, first responder, EMS, police.
Yeah. That's awesome.
That's my
Yeah.
congregation.
Ronnie, don't you ever apologize for being you.
Nope, don't. And then, but some people don't realize, they think reverend is a higher level of education than pastor, and
It depends. It depends on the denomination. Lots of denominations have lots of different terminologies. Like we are Nazarene, and in the Church of the Nazarene, everyone you can call, even reverends, are called pastor. And that's just like you said, it's someone who has a congregation who is pastoring a church. But like for our denomination, you have to go through extra classes and training and stuff to receive they call it ordination, to be ordained or whatever, and then they'll call you reverend. So
yeah.
But
So,
in Zambia, it's like a respect thing. It's a very big thing, which it used to crack me up because my mom's name is Penny, and they would call her Reverend Penny. And we used to tease her because she's a speedster. She has a lead foot. So me and my siblings called her Rev Pev. Oh, if she ever hears that, she's gonna be mortified that I just said that.
Hey, Rev Pep, you raised a good daughter there.
Yeah.
She just had a birthday, didn't she?
Yes, she did. She did. I am gonna have to hop off and get some dinner going, but I'm hanging out around, and I'm gonna check in on you guys periodically. I've got my eyes on the chat.
Yep, no problem. And what I'm going to do, guys, is give me a minute to go to ladies' room.
Yep.
And then I'll come back on as well. So we're gonna go dark for a minute. I'll put the court thing back up, and I shall return. I'll play some music in the meantime. Oh, okay, I'm back, y'all. Well, some of y'all were asking what I was doing. I have to figure out what's going on with my GoPro. It ain't working so well. Okay, guys, here we are. Oh, that's cute. I like that. That's kind of cute. I need to pop off. I'm going to charge my iPad. Yeah, I get it. I don't know what they're doing over here. Oh, they're popping up comments. Let's do this. Hide your wife, hide your kids. Live chat highlights are in action. Oh, okay, long crime. Didn't know you did that before. Sorry. My allergies are kicked in. I need to quit calling it mine and say the allergies are kicking in. Okay. Let me see. Is someone on right now? I might invite them over on my show. Let me go see. Recovery Addict Live. Oh. Okay, she's talked there. Everybody's doing other stuff. So I wanted to go look at the Sarah Boone doc that just dropped. Oh. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, let me do this. Let me share screen. Come on, work with me. There we go. What the hey? What's happening here? I don't know why it's not sizing well for me. Mary, are you here to work? I didn't know you were here to work, beloved. Thank you. Nope. Okay, this is the best I can get it, guys. I apologize. Mary, can you shut my door, honey? Thank you, love. This is the state of Florida against Sarah Boone. And I'm going to read it over here, so forgive me for not looking. Order setting hearing. Okay, so she's got it. There's an order to set the hearing. This matters come before the court and the court after reviewing the file. Oh, let me turn this off. That's driving me crazy. Order enters as follows. A hearing is scheduled for August 5th at 8:45 a.m. Courtroom 12A, Orange County. Scheduled a deadline regarding the production of the state's exhibits and defense exhibits, scheduling for a conference for the defendant to view all of state. Oh, we've already talked about this. This is where they have, the judges ordered that the prison get all of the evidence. The state is to provide it on a thumb drive or to the thumb drives to the prison by the 5th at this hearing. And then those thumb drives will go to the defendant. And so this is all of the stuff that she's supposed to receive. Defendant's motion for reservation of purpose cost to acquire investigator for defense in trial date is July 18th and received on the 29th. Temporary motion reservation of purpose cost to acquire. Okay, that's all the same. The same. The motion requests for immediate relief to the defendant by appointing effective standby counsel. A temporary motion for depositions to be conducted by the defendant under pro se title. So it's everything we've talked about before. It's just in writing now. So they got that report. Oh, I'll check it out. Sneaky Side, the song, but I can't play it because then I'll get a copyright strike. And that's frustrating. I just cut the feed, didn't I? Let me get it back up. I'm going to share it to stage and get it playing again. There we go. All right, let me go back to comment. Yeah, like I said, wasn't anything exciting, just for us to have the doc, yeah. You got your earpods in? That's awesome. Roddy, how was your granddaughter's first day of school? Ooh, first day of school? Already? Huh? Do I ask? That is like insanely early. I thought we were early. See you later, Haley Mouse. Have a good one. Thanks for joining. Mm. Oh, no. Sorry, I'm reading something. Oh, this is cool. Age yourself by naming a clothing brand that was popular when you were in high school. What? Your friends in Arizona started 2 weeks ago? Are they one of those year-round things where they get shorter breaks? I mean, when did they get out of school? We get out of school the last Friday in May, and we go back in the latter part of August. Juicy? Oh, Jordache. Can you believe the jelly shoes are coming back? The jelly shoes are coming back. I was like, say what? I couldn't believe the jelly shoes are coming back. They get out in mid-May. Well, that depends. Sensei, it's okay. Lay down. So if they get out in mid-May, then what? Hold on, guys. They're at the Too Cute. Let me see. Where are they? They're not in the picture. Here. There they are. Stare at them. Are y'all going right now?
Yeah, we're ready.
You do it. Let me get Sarah to help you.
She look at me. I never look it down.
Careful, I gotta.
Oh.
You never grow up, do you, baby? You will always need your mama's help. You never grow up. They will always need mama's help. Oh. Wouldn't it used to be, what is it, Labor Day? Memorial, what is it in September, Matt? Are you gone? Oh, no. You can leave it open if you're leaving as long as she's not vacuuming. So the store's closed, right? I'm going to tick him off. The store's closed, right? Matt? We're closed, right? No. All right, I got the shop. Labor Day. Yeah, Labor Day. Gosh, Labor Day. School used to start after Labor Day. No más. Yeah. I don't understand it. Mm. Yeah, you went to school year round in Zimbabwe. January to March, April off, May to July, August off, September, November, December off. You know what? I kind of like that schedule. I don't know. Gloria Vanderbilt. Oh my God, I remember GV. We used to call it GV. Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah. And I remember pinching and curling in the cuffs of our pants to make them look like skinny jeans when they weren't really skinny jeans. Can you leave that on the thing in my office? Okay. Y'all remember doing that? You guys, I feel really bad. I think yesterday was Native American Day or something. Let me see. Oh, September 27th is Native American Day. Okay, I didn't miss this. Indigenous or something. Yeah. I would go for that, but I don't have kids in school anymore. Friendship Day. International Friendship Day. Loves. Y'all, if you have not seen the new emojis, we have special emojis, and this has to be my favorite one. I don't know why. I've just fallen in love with it. My Highland Heidi. Highland Heidi. Oh, Miss Kevin, yeah. All of these are so in order to use those, you have to be a member. Oh, we're coming. I gotta be back. I'll be right back. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm on my way. Come on, baby girl. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, but I did this like every time. I'm back, everybody. I'm sorry. My son and daughter are going swimming, and I am not. Go figure. Let's see. Favorite fashion trend was the mini skirt dress from the 70s. Love that style. I don't know. I was born, but I don't remember it. I remember using wire hangers to zip on my blue jeans. Laying on that bed. Yeah. Happy Happy International Friendship Day, everybody. Oh my God, Ronnie, I tried to explain that to some teenage girls and they were mortified. I'm like, girls, we didn't have flat irons. If you had straight hair, you're great. If you had curly hair and you went to straightening, it was water, iron, and then tons of hairspray and teasing. No more wire hangers. God, that movie, God, I was young when I saw that. Scared the living crap out of me. I had nightmares about hangers coming out of my bedroom, attacking me. It was like, y'all, it was bad. This girl, man, I had bad dreams as a kid. I was so impressionable back then. Oh, I can't. I'm happy for Simone Biles. I have to say, I was a gymnast, and Mary Lou Retton and the U.S. team came to California, and I was at the gymnastic competition. They weren't an official team at that point. They were in the U.S. championships, and the same weekend they had our level championships, which was a level or so behind Mary Lou. I was nowhere as good as Mary Lou, but I was not bad either. And I had a piece of paper that everybody who ended up on the American team signed it, autographed it. And when I moved, it disappeared. I really feel bad for Mary Lou Retton, man. She's got lung disease. She's almost died. She's still with us, bless her soul. You don't realize the first and third are not too bad, but your middle child, cray. And the first child, isn't it more like the father? The second child's more like the mother? So you're calling yourself crazy, Miss Kevin? Oh, love the 70s and 80s. I was raised on not gospel, church music and country. And I heard music, of course, out and about of all the other people like Jackson and Madonna and Cyndi Lauper and all that. But my parents said if I would listen to them, I was going to hell. Aquanet, oh my God. We used to buy that like it was, water. Any parent is far better. Well, who would have thought? I remember when they started bottling water and selling it in gas stations and stuff. I thought it was freaking crazy. How many of us remember life without bottled water? And drank from a fountain and drank from a garden hose and just, how many of us remember payphones? My fourth kid was way crazier than the older three. Yeah. I ended up with a boy and a girl. I said, God didn't create anything else, so I ain't having no more. I got one of each. I was happy. Yep, garden hose raised. Oh my gosh, we had a garden and I got hungry. I went out there and got a carrot and rinsed it off with the hose. Oh, that's some of the best carrots you'll ever taste, is pulling them straight out of the ground. Oh, they had to have bottled water. But it's one thing, yeah, but I'm talking about when they started selling bottled water. And it was from the Ozarks and Swift Mountains, and it's so pure. And it became a status, a social status to be walking around with a bottle of water. It became, oh my gosh. You were poor in my high school if you didn't walk around with a bottle of water. But of course, a lot of those kids were just refilling it with the water in the water fountain or the bathroom sink. Yeah, I remember when gas was 75 cents. Fuji or Smart Water now. Yeah. Yep. And anybody remember gas station attendants where you didn't even have to get out of the car to get gas? Payphones. Oh, what about just a rotary phone? I love that game, Your Generations, when they say love you, and some people go like this, and some people, what is it? I can't. I can't. I can't do it without looking. And then phone versus phone, hang up, which is this versus this. Yep. Catalogs. Oh my God. Before computers and library index card. I miss catalogs. One of my favorite things to do as soon as Thanksgiving came out, they send all the new Christmas catalogs, and we would sit there on the floor for hours devouring those Christmas catalogs, marking what we liked, and then giving it to the next person, and they marked it with a different color pen, and everybody marked what they liked. Barely ever got it, but oh my gosh. My mom wanted to keep me quiet. She gave me a catalog. Sears and Roebuck, J.C. Penney's, Montgomery Ward's. Oh, Sears. Yep. Who remembers the old rotary address book? The one that was flat and you'd run it up and down and it'd spring open. That used Mervin's. Yep. That used to freak me out because no matter where I moved, it always ended up on the right alphabet letter. Later, I understood when I got older, but 20-something who can really relate. Yeah, because you had them in Africa. All the address books and indexes. Oh, I know. You could take the cord and stretch it halfway across the house. Oh my gosh, y'all. Or I was shocked when we moved to San Antonio. There was a phone in my parents' bathroom. I thought, why would there be a phone in the bathroom? And then this girl really liked it because I had a long distance boyfriend. And I go sit in that bathroom and say, I got to go potty, get on the phone and sneak a phone call. Had to talk real soft. Oh, Mad Magazine. Can y'all remember before, what's that, MTV? I remember the first episode of MTV. MTV. Before MTV. Oh gosh, when music television came out. I still remember having a radio, and record player that was as long as my parents' bed in a cabinet with speakers that looked like a big piece of furniture. And I'll never forget, my brother got me in trouble. We lived in an old Victorian house on a Coast Guard base, and we were kind of on a hill. So on the back side of the house was level, but on the front side, it was about 6 feet off the ground. And so anyway, there was a huge room in the middle. It was like your foyer for these old Victorian houses where they held their dances. And in one side, there was this, what we called the stereo cabinet. My brother got my jump rope and he tied it to a chair in that room. There was nothing else in the room. And wanted me to sit there and twirl the jump rope, and he was kicking the soccer ball through. Well, he kicked it through and it hit the cabinet. Well, the cabinet had like shutters. You know how they had the slats of wood? It looked like shutters. And it pushed some in and it broke a few. And let me tell you, so he got scared. He told me to go get him a screwdriver. So I came back with a Phillips head. He didn't tell me a flathead. So I come back with a Phillips head. And he yelled at me, cussed at me, and started shoving me. So I threw it at him, missed him, and hit the window and broke the window. I knew we were in trouble then. So then, this gets worse. So then, he goes outside and goes, oh, shit. So he gets a rock about this big. You guessed it. He took the rock and threw it from the outside in to make the hole big in the window. And then he comes in the house and I'm like yelling at him, what are you doing? And he goes, shut up and hurry up. We got to do this. Dad's home soon. I'm like, oh, shit. So he gets the jump rope. He gets the chair. He puts everything up. And then he takes the rock and bounces it on the hardwood floor. Trying to make it look like someone threw it into the window. The living room was carpet, but the rest of it was floor, and it bounced through a living room all the way across it was about 20 yards. That's how long that was. I mean, that's a distance. My dad comes home early, and this is on a Coast Guard base, okay? And my dad came home early because he wasn't feeling good. He had quit smoking, but he was drinking so much Pepsi that he ended up starting having kidney troubles, and he ended up going to the doctor. So he came back early and saw what was going. He goes, "What in the world?" And I'm just standing there like, I didn't say a word. And my brother was like, some person came up, it was a strange person, and they threw the rock in the window and it bounced across the floor to hit the stereo, and I'm so scared. You know, he was. And then I started crying because I just knew I was going to get beaten. So my dad calls the MPs, military police. They come out and do their investigation and leave. My dad sends us both upstairs to stay in our room. He was sick. He wanted to go to bed. I go, for the moment, I'm safe. 15 minutes later, my dad calls my brother downstairs. And he's down there for a while. My brother comes back. He goes, Dad wants to see you. He wouldn't tell me nothing. I go downstairs. My dad's in bed on his side. He's very sick. And he sat there and he goes, your brother told me everything that happened. I want to hear from you what happened. I spilled my guts. I told him everything. He told me to go back upstairs and don't come out of my room. So I go upstairs and my brother's sitting in the doorway of his room. I'm like, why? They can't see us. And I said, what did you tell him? And he goes, I didn't tell him anything. I just got a cup of tea. I spilt the beans. Yeah. There was definitely some whooping that night. I was raised in a time period when butt whoopings were very common. Mary. I just freaked out. Our friend's at the front of the shop, and I called her from the speaker. Oh, he knew he could break me. I couldn't lie to save my life. I was playing with you. What are you doing?
I was down here looking to see what all I needed to do, and I'm like, and she just called.
You're sitting there on the phone.
I was sitting there on the phone. I had to pay my water bill.
Oh, that's okay.
You know.
I'm just teasing you, love.
Okay.
So anyway. Oh my gosh. And what the worst was is when you have a weeping willow tree and they say, go get a switch. And you try to find the switch that is as close to being dead that without breaking so you don't hit the whelps. I mean, and they look at it and they bend it and they go, nope, go get another one. And then when you finally give them one they like, they make you sit there and skin it. Oh, yes. I had to take it down with the knife, or with me, a potato peeler worked great. Oh, that was worse than the spanking. Oh, belts. Oh, belts, fly swatters, coat hangers. Yep. There came a time when my grandpa told my dad that to come help him take that tree out. He never moved so fast. Oh gosh. Yeah. My brother got it a lot more than I did, I will confess. But oh, child, these kids don't have any idea. Flip-flops? No, we didn't have those. Didn't have flip-flops. But my dad's military belt, y'all run. Run. Does anybody remember their first lie? Do you remember your first lie that you actually chose to tell a lie? I can't believe I still do. Wooden spoons. Oh, yeah, now that was a popular one. I remember my first lie. Do you know how you can justify about anything? You can justify about anything. And my mom wonders why I don't like cooking with wooden spoons. Oh, I don't remember. I've told so many. My grandmother, do you know those? It's what people use for fryers. It's like a metal, but it's shaped kind of like this and has a handle. Oh my gosh, y'all. She'd pop me once on the back of the leg with that thing, and that was it. Oh my gosh, Swan, you were so bad. Hello, Trial TV Live. How are you? We're killing time. Killing time. So what's up, TV time? Are you guys up and running? I didn't know if you were. I checked a couple of times and I couldn't find you up and running. We're still in verdict watch. Live in 15 hours, okay. Oh wow. I was bad as a kid. You want to hear my first lie? It was bad. Oh, Comcast here today. What did they do? Till Jesus got me. Amen, sister. Oh, Lordy child. Well, my parents adopted a set of twins, me and my twin brother. And we were like 4.5 years old when we were adopted. Comcast here today. Is that your internet provider? I'm sorry if I sound a little uneducated. I don't know who that is. Oh, please. I was a good girl. Never told a lie. Never got a whooping. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hate it when everything gets fixed and then you got to get new cables. Yeah, been there, done that a few times. Definitely. Ah, gotcha. They replaced the pine. You mean the line coming into the house? Fix the incoming view pole, move. Yeah, that's a lot of work. That cost you a pretty penny. I would love to have the office I'm in have the main line coming into this room, but that means they're going to have to go across about 2,000 square feet. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. I don't live where you guys live. I don't. So what is your thoughts on here, Mr. or Miss Trial TV Live? This case, you won't have any thoughts? Right now, we're looking at, let me look at the poll. Let me look at the poll. How long? We're never going to get rid of how long will the jury be out? 1 to 2 hours. Well, that was 5%. We're rolling up on an hour and a half. 2 to 4 hours is 55%, and 4 to 6 hours is 40%. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, go. Hello, sneaky side. Oh, you want to hear my first live? Oh my gosh, y'all. I was such a bad girl. Really, I wasn't. And it may, you know what, my channel, and they can get over it. When I was little, like I said, I was adopted with my 20-year-old brother. And let me tell you something. Having a twin brother can be great, but it can also be horrid. But in the sense of, we got dressed a lot alike for a long time. But it's not fun when you have a twin sister. You can really have fun. But anyway, I love my brother. But there was a time where he was hell on wheels. I was in my own way, but not the same. But anyway, what in the world? Oh, that's what it was. I couldn't figure out what it was tickling me. So we lived same place on the Coast Guard base in California, and in that old Victorian house. And it really was, back in the 80s, it was 100 years old. So how does that? Yeah, it was gorgeous. And the back of the house had an enclosed porch where they had the laundry and that kind of stuff. And then there was a door that went upstairs. So apparently at some point in time, you had to go outside the house to go upstairs. It was an outside door. So anyway, I had a habit of pouncing down those stairs. I was a gymnast. I mean, I was just always moving. And I loved my baton at the time. And I guess I drove my brother crazy with it. But do you remember those old porcelain light fixtures that they used to have on the outside of the houses? Well, now it's on the inside of the house. So one day, Mom and Dad would leave us alone, and we're, third grade? Second grade at this point. And Mom and Dad would go to work, and they'd leave us alone because they come home for lunch, and they were only a few blocks down the street on the military base. Pretty safe, relatively. But I wasn't safe from my twin brother because he snuck my baton out of the room, took the rubber off. Well, he stuck one end into the light thing and took the rubber off. And it's fine as long as the light switch wasn't on. Well, guess what? I got up that morning and he was yelling at me to get downstairs for cartoons. And I come bouncing down that stairs. As soon as you get to the end of the stairs, there's only a wall about this wide, and you just go into the kitchen. I was very famous for grabbing the wall and swinging around it into the kitchen. Like I said, I was a gymnast. I was flipping over everything. So I'm come bouncing down those stairs. I grab the wall and I go to swing around. And I like to try to get like on the second to third step. And then you swing around the wall, land in the kitchen. And lo and behold, that dang baton was there. And I grabbed it and the light switch was on. I got mad and threw a stick at him and missed. And my mom on the wall, on like when you come down the stairs, you're facing the washer and dryer sitting there. But anyway, I threw a stick at him that was right there on the floor, and it hit a glass scrub board. You remember those old Victorian glass scrub boards? I hit it, and it was one of my mom's favorite possessions. So he and I freaked out, and he had the brilliant idea of getting the Scotch tape. And you know how it has the rows on the scrub boards? For those of you who don't know, look up glass scrub board. And so he took the tape and it shattered it. It didn't fall apart. It just shattered it. So he painstakingly, almost all morning and afternoon, taped both sides of that thing. I thought he was brilliant. So my mom comes home about 3:30 in the afternoon. And as soon as she walks in, we never thought to think of all those little pieces of glass that fell on top of the washer and dryer lid. So then it just glistened in the sun. It caught her eye as soon as we walked in. She looked up and she saw that and she went freaking unglued. And she goes, "What happened?" And I told her, "He threw a stick at me. He was hitting me." That's all I had to say. He got punished severely. I never told the truth until we were adults. My name is Erin. Hi, Erin. Thank you for telling me your name. No one ever heard of the girl. Yeah, I have several girlfriends that are Erin. Oh, Tabitha on Bewitched. How cute. Well, Erin, you're welcome to show your face here anytime. If you want to pop on and visit with me, like Miss Jules, you're welcome to do that. So anyway, who remembers Bewitched? That used to be one of my favorite shows as a kid. So anyway, my first lie was about that, and my mom and dad were so mad that my mom demanded my brother's Star Wars toys, and she broke his favorite Star Wars toy in retribution to the broken thing. And he got his butt whipped. And I'm sitting on the stairs crying because I'm thinking I'm next. And I was so scared to tell the truth. You're terrified of the camera? What? Ah. It was funny. I was a professional photographer for buku years. And I hated being in front of it. Go figure. Tried to wiggle my nose when I was younger. Love Bewitched, and I Dream a Genie. And Gilligan's Island. Oh, Gilligan's Island was so cool too. Yeah. You know she's still alive, don't you? She still has the bottle, her costume. She still has a lot of the memorabilia. But she's like 90 years old now. And Get Smart. All those older shows were still good. I know. And the Waltons. Who remembers the Waltons? Oh my God. Oh, what was the one with Andy? I'm 53. Aaron, I'm 53. One with the sheriff. Oh God, what was that show? Black and white. Oh, something Andy. Was it Andy Griffin? Yeah, that's it. Andy Griffin show. I remember all those. Little House of the Prairie was my favorite show. That and the Waltons were my two favorite. Yeah. Andy Griffin. Oh, so we are the same age. Well, sort of. I'm almost a year older. I'm born in March. So I'm 5 months older. Wow. I know. Happy birthday almost. That's true. You'll have to come on your birthday and we'll sing to you. Oh, Aunt B was a hellion. Wasn't she an alcoholic actually? I know. Mother's knows best. Oh my gosh, we're really going down memory. Who remembers the wooden clogs that we used to wear? Those sandals we used to wear. Who remembers those from the 70s? They looked like they'd be so uncomfortable, but they were fabulous. And then Charlie's Angels, when those boots, oh my God, I had to have a pair of them. And Treasure Island, the plane. Oh, Bonanza. I know Bonanza. I know who didn't. Oh, I loved my clogs. Oh, I felt like so awesome in my boots. Oh, you had lime green. I had blue. Mommy wouldn't let me have the bright colors. Tattoo, the plane, the love boat. I loved parachute pants. I freaking lived in them until they couldn't get them anymore. Hell, I'd be in them now. I love the parachute pants. I was skinny though. I graduated high school at 89 pounds at 5'3", and I couldn't gain weight. I ate like crazy. I didn't have any eating issues. I didn't have any eating issues. I just was super skinny. Oh, the MC Hammer pants. Well, they didn't hang low enough between the knees. Remember the MC Hammer pants hang down between his knees? I know, those were so cool. What I loved about them is they were cool. They were like the summer sweatpant. Oh my God. I know, right? Your first kid takes it. That's it. And then menopause is worse. But the parachute pants were like sweatpants, but parachute thin, and then it was cool in the summer. We used to wear those a lot in marching band. Do you remember the lemon twist game? Oh my God. Tetherball. Who remembers tetherball? You don't see that as much anymore. Oh. Lemon twist. That was a good game. God almighty, I'm feeling old. Who remembers the small record 45 record players? They had the pockets. I know. I remember when the first portable radio came out. I wore mine out. Yeah. Leggings replaced them. That's what happened. I remember the boom box. I remember that came out. Yep. Oh man, I was good at tetherball. Good. I had a good straight up jump. Girl could jump. I did. That must have been an old thing. Ignore it. 8-track. Yes. Oh, I didn't have disco lights. Boy, you were lucky. I know, right? Cassette tapes, 8-tracks. Oh, I remember sitting in that LTD Crown Victorian station wagon, which is longer and bigger than a freaking Suburban, and that could carry 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 adults in the front, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kids in the back. Remember where you can sit the kids, depending how small you were, in the back of the station wagon, and their feet, there was like a square seat. We had that thing, and it had an 8-track in it. Oh, I remember when CDs first came out. Uh-huh. Black lights and posters. Oh, you remember it was like a velvet poster, and it like a paint on it, and some of it would glow in the dark. Mixtape for my friends. I know, we're all cracking up over here, aren't we? And paint by numbers. But do you remember the old, like the Elvis is painted on, the velvety? I hated those. And depending on what color they used, over time you turn off the lights and it's like partially glowing in the dark. Creeped me out. Raggedy Ann and Andy. Remember those dolls? Oh. I remember the first baby doll that peed. You give it water and it peed. And you didn't have to pull the string in the back to get it to do something. Mm-hmm. Spencer's is still there, but it's not what it used to be. Oh my God, I walked into the back of Spencer's in a mall, and all these kids and adults are in the back of it, and it had intimate apparel and toys. And toys. Oh, that's right. Speak and spell baby heartbeat. And we had Claire's. It's not the same. I was appalled. Actually, I was shocked that they could have that kind of store in a mall. And they didn't have, camera's moving. And they had no one monitoring those children going in and out. You can't go into an adult store if you're under the age of 18, but you can go in Spencer's and they have the same exact thing. It was horrid. Intimate toys. I kid you not. I nearly lost my teeth and I was embarrassed. I had my adult kids with me and I was embarrassed. Thank God they're not here listening to me now. They get mad. But that was like creepy. Spencer's was more about gag gifts. I don't know. It's 5:30. I just saw the camera move. But I don't think we're going to have a verdict today. But, y'all, do you remember strawberry shortcake that used to smell? And I remember when all those cool chapsticks came out that had these cool smells. I will tell you, though, I am forever grateful we don't have that old makeup. I smell that. Oh, I can smell it just thinking about it. Ugh. That old makeup. Ugh. The smell. And the eyeliner that was as tough as a pencil lead. You had to heat it up with a cigarette lighter. I've told this before. I asked my mama for a cigarette lighter and she got mad, thought I was trying to smoke. What I was trying to do was to heat up an eyeliner I wasn't supposed to have. Oh, the fruit stripe gum. Oh, and lifesavers, butterscotch lifesavers. That was in my stocking every freaking Christmas. Mary! Sorry, guys. Mary is vacuuming for me. Oh my God. Oh, I remember all of the what case is this in? Oh, Sarah Boone. Okay, more documents from Sarah Boone. We'll look at that another day. But thank you so much. I'm no Jedi 92. Thank you so much. Cherry Jam and lemon drops. Oh gosh. Big Red chewing gum. That was my favorite, man. I was a Big Red. Okay. My snack of choice was either Big Red or Sunkist. When Funyuns came out, do you remember when Funyuns came out? Oh, before that it was Cheetos. But when Funyuns came out, it was every day after school. I got a little bag of Funyuns and either Big Red or Sunkist in a bottle. In a bottle, y'all. In a bottle. I remember when we went to Plastic. Well, hello, Miss Di.
Hey.
Your face is not on screen.
Okay, good. Call me when they come today, okay?
If they come back with a verdict, I'll call you. Otherwise, it'll be tomorrow.
Okay.
Love you. Bye. Hey, ladies, just came from scrubbing the crap out of my tub. I still play 45s. I have my cassette Walkman somewhere, but didn't ever use 8-track. Oh, wow. So much better. Do you know, there's a little town where my grandmother and grandfather used to live called Cherokee, Texas, and there's probably like 100, if that many. I'm being very generous. Uh-oh, people are coming in the courtroom. And what ended up happening is they still have some of the original Coke machines. And so every time I go through there, I get me a Coke out of the machine. It's like 100 years old. Oh my God, that was so good. Okay, guys, I have to go to the. I'll be right back. But I'm listening. So if we have something, if they have something, I'll get it in. In the meantime, I'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, fellas and ladies, I had to tell Mary not to vacuum any closer, but I don't know if she heard me. Hopefully, can you vacuum? We have a verdict.
All right, welcome back. You're back on the record in State versus Benefield, 2020 CF 3014. And you've been called back because there's a jury question. And I'm going to read the question, and if either side wants to approach and look at it yourselves, you sure
We have a
can.
jury question.
I'm going to read it as it is. Dr. Quintella testimony.
Dr. Quintella
Defense
testimony.
recall.
The defense recall.
Was his description with Doug based on his observation or what Ashley told him, i.e. domineering, super controlling, alpha male, over the top, not genuine?
What about it? Huh? I'm sorry. I'm going to have to rewind that. We may have a book today.
Anybody want to be heard first?
Any particular order?
No, sir.
I understand the question. What's the court's inquiry?
How do you, I'm listening for, I mean, I know in my mind how I think I'm going to respond, but I'm always going to give the parties an opportunity to be heard on
Sure. I think they should have Dr. Quintel's testimony read back to them, specifically because I asked Dr. Quintel if he reached any conclusions as a result of meeting and evaluating Douglas Benefield. And those were the conclusions that Dr. Quintel said he reached. It had nothing to do with my asking him if it was based upon anything Ashley Benefield told him. And I think unless that message is sent, unless that's clear to them, then I think it's a terrible prejudice to the defense.
I'm sorry, what's the prejudice to the defense?
What's the question?
No, what was the prejudice to the defense? If what happened?
Prejudice to the defense is that they're being misled.
If we do what?
If we do not read back their testimony, read back his testimony. That way it doesn't have to be the lawyer's comments, it's the testimony of the witness, it's objective.
Judge, I think there are a couple options. One is the standard use your memory. I don't know if the court can offer to have something read back when they don't ask for it, but if it is read back, it needs to be the direct and the cross.
That's fair.
All right, any final thoughts? Well, they clearly are not asking for a readback. They're asking a factual question. And I would direct both sides to standard jury instructions 4.3 and 4.4. 4.3 addresses answers to juror inquiries during deliberations. 4.4 is request for readback or playback or transcript of testimony. We've all done this long enough. This is not a request for a readback. If they want to read back, they say we want to read back. They ask for testimony. It happens all the time. So at this point, the appropriate response is going to come from 4.3.
You want me to play it back, Jules? Okay, y'all. Miss Jules is on. I'm going to play it back for her. I apologize, baby girl.
I'm sorry, guys.
So have something read back when they don't ask for it.
No, you're fine.
But if it is,
I want to hear it again, too.
Field 2020 CF.
I want to hear it again, too. Don't apologize. I'm sorry, Jules.
What?
Your color looks better.
All right, welcome back. You're back on the record in State versus Benefield 2020 CF 3014. And you've been called back because there's a jury question. And I'm going to read the question, and if either side wants to approach and look at it yourselves, you sure can. I'm going to read it as it is. Dr. Quintella testimony. Defense recall. Was his description with Doug based on his observation or what Ashley told him, i.e., domineering, super controlling, alpha male, over the top, not genuine?
Shut up, Frankie. They need to read that testimony back.
The chat is saying don't respond.
Anybody want to be heard first?
Any particular order?
No, sir.
I understand the question. What's the court's inquiry?
How do you, I'm listening for, I mean, I know in my mind how I think I'm going to respond, but I'm always going to give the parties an opportunity to be heard on
Sure. I think they should have Dr. Quintell's testimony read back to them, specifically because I asked Dr. Quintell if he reached any conclusions as a result of meeting and evaluating Douglas Benefield. And those were the conclusions that Dr. Quintell said he reached. It had nothing to do with my asking him if it was based upon anything Ashley Benefield told him. And I think unless that message is sent, unless that's clear to them, then I think it's a terrible prejudice to the defense.
I'm sorry, what's the prejudice to the defense?
What's the question?
No, what was the prejudice to the defense? If what happened?
Prejudice to the defense is that they're being misled.
If we do what?
If we do not read back their testimony, read back his testimony. That way it doesn't have to be the lawyer's comments, it's the testimony of the witness, it's objective.
Judge, I think there are a couple options. One is the standard use your memory. I don't know if the court can offer to have something read back when they don't ask for it, but if it is read back, it needs to be the direct and the cross.
All right, any final thoughts? Well, they clearly are not asking for a read back. They're asking a factual question. And I would direct both sides to standard jury instructions 4.3 and 4.4. 4.3 addresses answers to juror inquiries during deliberations. 4.4 is request for readback or playback or transcript of testimony. We've all done this long enough. This is not a request for a readback. If they want to read back, they say we want to read back. They ask for testimony. It happens all the time. So at this point, the appropriate response is going to come from 4.3.
What kinds of wonderful, wow. No, Judge, my concern, Your Honor, is that we're just assuming they know that they can ask for a readback. And I don't know that that's a fair assumption.
In your 400 trials, when have you ever given when has a judge ever given an instruction, hey, by the way, you could ask for a readback?
No.
No, I haven't either.
No, but I don't know if they know that, and the question may be inarticulate. Maybe you could ask for a clarification of the question.
Your Honor, Judge, we don't object to 4.3. We ask that you.
I'm sorry?
We agree 4.3 is the right.
Yeah, that's the
Thank
correct
you.
response.
Yeah, if you needed us to agree, we do.
Okay. No, it's not even a debate. That's the correct response. It's 4.3.
We are very glad to have met CRIL TV Live. We so appreciate you. We thank you for what you do. Have y'all reached 500 subscribers yet? Where do y'all stand? Trial TV. I want to help you. And y'all need to know, while all that's going on in the courtroom, I gotta do this. That typing is hurting my ears. Okay, while he's typing, most of you know this who's on live, but if you don't know, we do have our memberships. Tomorrow night will be our first members only live. You have to be a judge level for that. It's the $4.99 level. And we are also tomorrow, if you haven't subscribed, please do, because we are giving away a Starbucks tumbler tomorrow. And I will be doing that tomorrow on the live as well. Well, we'll probably do that tomorrow on the regular live, not the members only live. So just FYI. Okay, let's see if the banging has stopped. Cindy, already they had a jury question, and the judge was hammering away, trying to type out his response. Very heavy-handed on his typing. Miss Jules, I know you didn't get to rest much. Are you feeling any better, love?
No.
I apologize. Everyone's like, call Jules!
I'm glad they did. Why, you weren't going to?
Oh, I already had you. I was already calling you when they said it, but I was just like, everybody was trying to be helpful, make sure you were here.
Okay. I just put in the chat, this question is not good for the defense. And it's going to be even worse for the defense that the judge is going to instruct them to rely on their memory and not do a read back. The jury doesn't know that they could ask.
I'm going to read you what I plan on telling them, and then you can comment on it how you want. This comes directly from 4.3. Members of the jury, I have discussed your note with the attorneys. You have asked the following question, and then I'll read it. If I have not read your note correctly, please clarify your question in a follow-up note to the court. I am not able to answer this request because it asks the court to resolve a factual question that is within the province of the jury. Your decision must be based only on the evidence presented in the trial and the law that I have given you. If you have any other specific questions, please send another note and I will see if I can answer it.
No objection.
Object.
Object for the same reasons that you want me to affirmatively offer a read back.
Yeah,
Okay.
just so we're clear, I think that what created that question was the plethora of misrepresentations that the state delivered to them in the closing argument, and that's the reason why they've asked that question.
He's right.
Yeah.
But you know what? Tell me his name. It's not Quintella.
Quintal. Quintal.
Quintel.
Quin.
Like William Tell, Quintel.
Okay, thank you. Because like a quinella is a bet at the track, isn't it?
I think so.
I think that's what they're. It's like me trying to call the other witness the wrong name the whole time.
Keyless.
Your Honor.
I'm going to have to send this to you because I don't have a printer.
He's absolutely 100% correct, because if they're going by what the prosecutor said in closing, she misrepresented the facts, okay? She misrepresented the facts by saying that he said he based it on what he got from Ashley. He met with Doug on 2 occasions. He said he based it on everything as a whole. If the judge does not allow a readback, and it looks like he's not, this is not good for Ashley, because then they're going to think that, yeah, it's not good for her.
So this is going to be appealable.
They'll use it as an appeal, but is it?
It won't win.
Appeal, in my opinion, because the judge is right. They didn't ask for a readback, and he doesn't have to offer it to them.
That's what he's saying. He said, "I'll do it if they ask," but
right.
I'm not supposed to lead them into that. Not that I agree.
I don't know. But see, they don't know that they can ask for a readback.
Wouldn't they have? That's right. That's not a part of the instructions.
It's not part of the instructions.
Boy, if I was on a jury, I'll tell you what, I've learned enough to know that I can ask for certain things. Miss Diane, I didn't have you interpret this part because, well, it happened real quickly.
All right, ready
and I
for the
didn't
jury
think
in?
you want to be interpreting
Okay.
Yes, Judge.
like this, so it's okay.
You can tell she's clearly upset. I don't blame her.
Who?
Ashley.
This is the most nerve-wracking part of an entire trial right here, waiting for the verdict.
All right, Mrs. Kevin, the jury has a question. They're asking if Quintella's testimony about, in fact, I have it here. About him saying that Doug was domineering, controlling, built into alpha male, if that came strictly from what Ashley told him. That's
or
what
if
they
that was
want
his
to know.
own interpretation.
Do you guys want me to broach the subject of food as well?
Might as well.
Yes.
Up to you, Judge.
Okay.
I would. Oh, Miss Diane, there you are. Hi, darling. There we go.
No, okay, Swan, it was not the doctor's assumption. The doctor spoke with Doug on 2 occasions, Ashley on 5, and both of them together on 2 occasions. And he based his opinion as a whole on everything.
And you all can have a seat wherever you want. You don't have to sit anywhere particular. All right, you all can have a seat. Welcome back. Members of the jury, I have discussed your note with the attorneys. You have asked the following question. 7/29/24, Dr. Quintella testimony, defense recall. Was his description with Doug based on his observation or what Ashley told him, i.e., domineering, super controlling, alpha male, over the top, not genuine, signed one of the jurors? If I have not read your note correctly, please clarify your question in a follow-up note to the court. I am not able to answer this request because it asks the court to resolve a factual question that is within the province of the jury. Your decision must be based only on the evidence presented in the trial and the law that I have given you. If you have any other specific questions, please send another note and I will see if I can answer it. Also, I don't want to know what's been discussed. However, it's getting to be almost 6 o'clock. If you want us to order food, it is not, it's not steak and lobster. But we can order some pizzas and get some sodas and have them and brought to the room. If you want that to happen, also send a note through the deputies. All right, you may retire to continue your deliberations.
Ooh, interesting. This is not looking good for her.
All right, you can have a seat. The jury is out.
I can't hear you, Jewel.
I told you these people didn't take good notes.
Oh, I believe you.
And a read back would have been, but they don't know that they're allowed to ask for a read back. That's the problem. If they knew and said, can we have a read back of Dr. Quintella's testimony, then they would have heard that he based it, his opinion, not assumption, opinion, on everything as a whole.
Judge, are we on break? I missed the last thing you said.
Oh, yeah.
Mrs. Kevin, the judge won't do the read back because the jurors didn't specifically ask for a read back. That's it. Over. Now we wait.
Well, you
We'll
just
see
missed
if
all
they
the fun,
send
Jewel.
what?
You just
Now-
missed all the fun.
Now we'll see if they send back a note that they want pizza and soda. If they send back a note that they want food, they're going to want to go late. If they don't, they're going to want to go home and come back in the morning. And
In a way, for everybody involved, I would prefer to wait and then come back tonight.
Come back tonight? You mean come back
I mean,
tomorrow?
wait and stay, then to come back tomorrow. I'm tired. Some people are asking me why I'm torching. This is the thread I'm using for my native is a plastic thread. So you don't have to make knots. You just put it in the flame and it knots itself. Self-knotting. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I got a little critter. Oh, my little critter. Y'all, look what I found. Everybody's going nuts over myelin counts. I forgot I got these.
Cute.
So I'm going to put them out for the Olympics.
You know that the U.S.
I know.
has won more than 3,000 medals.
This year?
Mm-hmm.
In the Olympics?
That's what I read. More than 3,000. How? I don't know. Maybe it's lots of games.
I have no idea. I'm waiting to see tonight. I'm going to watch the women's gymnastics.
Oh, yes.
I don't want to. I know she won. I know she won. But I want to see her performance. I have got 10 of these to bead. And they will end up looking like that one.
What they fall for? Hair?
You line them up like this, and you link them together to make what's called a drag in the back of your clothing. Because back in the native days, they used to hang long pieces of either wool or animal skins down their backs when they walked. It dragged behind and would sweep up their footprints. But now we just make pretty ones. And then this, it doesn't look like it much, but this goes.
Frankie, no.
That's going to be about 300 hours of sewing. How's the little one? I thought the doctor said he, what? CAE?
Stop it.
CAE, what does that mean? I think, came to the conclusion on his own, but I think it was not just, it was everything. It was what she said. It was what he said. It was what he did, what he confessed to, the shebang. Am I wrong in that? Am I hearing it wrong, Miss Jules?
No,
Didn't he
you're
say-
hearing it. No, you're hearing it correctly.
Okay. It was all encumbersome, everything together. That's how he came to the conclusion. But it was based partially on what she said.
And it was based partially on his interviews with Doug. And it was based partially on the interviews that he did with the two of them together at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, I guess I'm going to go back and lay down, and I'm just going to leave this up just the way it is, so I don't have to go
I'll just
crazy
take you off the
again.
screen, but it'll still be up in the background.
Okay.
Okay. I'll mute you. Bye, love. See you in a little bit. I'll call you. I'll do the same for you, Miss Diane.
Okay.
I'm going to mute you and just leave you in the background. Just leave it up. God knows we're going to have something today. Are we going to have something today? I know, poor baby. Y'all, I should have had these done a month ago. I've got some powwows that I'm going to be going to, and I have a memorial that I will be wearing this at, and I've just procrastinated. I just didn't feel good, and I don't bead when I'm not in a good mood or when I don't feel good because I don't want to put that energy out there in my work. I just don't do it. So, back to what we were doing. All right, Miss Kevin, are you doing okay? Sorry, the kids are climbing on me when I'm trying to type. Yeah, that's kids for you. I loved it. I could not go to the bathroom alone. It feels weird to not have a kid coming in. Oh, but now I do have a dog. Say that again.
So now you have dogs and cats with you.
And a monkey.
And a monkey.
She doesn't come in with me. She's in the cage.
She just tries. She thinks she wants to.
Oh, she just...
You imagine your house if your monkey was free?
Oh, I have come home when my monkey was younger and her fingers were little. Ow. She could put them inside the padlock and twist and play until the lock came open.
Oh, yeah.
And then it was the combination locks. We forgot that if the combination was 1, 2, 3 on the front, on the back it was like what, 6, 5, 4, I don't know, some number. She got to where she memorized that number that she could see, and she would turn it until they lined up and she'd get out. And let me tell you, it was bad. But one time I did Stampin' Up and I made a bunch of cards and things and I would sell them. And I had powder ink that you would add water to that you could do like watercoloring technique. And she opened up all 4 of them and her hands got wet and there were footprints all over every door frame. She goes, hi. They were all powder broke because her tail was holding onto one of the bottles, drizzled all across my clothes in the closet. 4 doors, front and back, bathroom, kitchen. We could see everywhere that monkey went. Thank God it was water soluble and it just washed right out. But to this day, every once in a while, I can still find some of that powder.
I'm sure.
What am I going to show you? I have a picture. Okay, I'll show you this. This is my dog, cat, and monkey. There we go. There's my monkey, my dog, and my cat.
That's the threesome.
The 3 amigos, amigas. They're all girls. 3 amigas.
See? Yep.
3 amigas. This is not fun, y'all. So I might be able to find some video for you. Let me go to YouTube, go to my Facebook. Go to my Facebook. Go to videos. Let's see if I can find a video with my monkey. Me and my monkey butt. It would be an older video. Oh, gosh, I forgot I had so many videos from court here. So I got her when she was 10 days old on the 4th of July. She's now 9. And she was the size of, oh my gosh, I see videos of when I got Sensei a year ago. Gosh, my hair has changed in the last year. Literally, I had bangs a year ago. I've been growing them out. Let me see. Oh, I'm going to share this. This is her and the kitty playing. I'll play it again. Her and the kitten playing with the phone. She loves the phone. Absolutely loves the phone.
Mine really, really love the TV screen. My cat's up there chasing.
Oh, I'm going to look for a better video if I can. I have a better video somewhere out there. I hate it when things don't move as fast as I do.
I had to learn to slow down my thinking process for signing. Because my hands could not go as fast as my thought process. And that was a big thing for me. Can you see this?
I don't know. Yep. Y'all, here she is. This is how we get ready for bed.
I remember those days.
Oh, yay!
remember.
I got a viewer. Say it worked. Woo! I know. No one's been able to see my lives. Oh, tell them. Tell them. Tell them. Tell them. We've not been able to see my lives. I've been for 3 days. I cannot figure out why my lives are not working. So if you're there, please show me, give me loving, say hello, so I know that it's getting out there. This is a test. Oh, okay. We'll take off the glasses. I'm getting kisses. I'm getting kisses. Yes, I am. Oh, so I'm so happy. That's how she gives loving. She grunts and licks. And
You know how the nature programs on
if you're watching, please let me know. I have been trying to do lives for
I'm
3 days.
sorry.
And it shows up on my.
you know how the programs, the nature programs on TV, they'll show the monkeys, the chimps, on programs. Well, when my oldest granddaughter in Alaska was 2.5, I have video of her standing and she's doing this. And this is what I look like. I go, "What are you doing, Ren?" She says, and she's just serious. Look at my hair. She's just as serious as she can be. Look at me. She goes, look at me, Ada. She goes, "I'm looking for bugs." She was looking for bugs like the monkeys on TV. And I still have that video and I show it to her occasionally. Look at this, AdaKay.
Oh, I got a customer. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Everybody.
She's gonna go for the customer. I was showing her keto friendly chocolate mousse. And it takes, let's see, what does it require? Full fat Greek yogurt, a small box of sugar-free sweetened condensed milk, 1 cup of light whipped topping, 1 packet of sugar-free powdered drink mix, such as sugar-free chocolate or vanilla pudding mix, and 1 to 2 tablespoons of sugar-free chocolate chips or unsweetened cocoa powder. And that's your choice. It tells you to blend it in a blender until it's smooth and well combined. Yeah, well, what else? Add the chocolate, stir in the sugar-free chocolate chips or a little bit of the unsweetened cocoa powder if you want. Chill it. Pour the mixture into a large container or individual serving bowls. Refrigerate for at least 2 hours or until it is set and firm. Serve it with a few added sugar-free chocolate chips or a dollop of keto-friendly whipped cream if you want. This will serve 8. And let's see, what's what? It has 8 carbs, 1 fiber, 4 sugars, and 6 grams of protein. So that's a keeper.
They're off swimming, having a good time, and I'm here working. Sorry, guys.
Well, you're back.
I'm back, and y'all get to sit here and watch this really long, stupid video.
But look at this. Oh, I can't see it.
Let me get this off real quick.
Okay.
There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's cute. What's that?
That is keto-friendly chocolate mousse.
Ooh, yum.
Yeah. And I'm giving everybody the recipe.
Let me see this real quick.
I'll take a picture and send it to you.
I'm gonna need a mommy drink.
After this bedtime. 3.
Yeah. Do you know what's good about us having members only lives? Everybody brings their favorite drink. And if it's the adult kind, then it's the adult kind. If it's tea, it's tea.
I really, really, really like my Java coffee. Ice. Oh, it's wonderful.
I have that stuff.
Do you like it?
It's okay.
I really like it.
Her name is Nala. Nala. Well, I guess the jury sent a note for food because they're not back yet.
Oh, well, I am going to go to the other room, but I'm going to turn my sound up.
Okay, well, I'll just take you off screen.
All right.
Oh my gosh, y'all. I wish I had my thing up so you could see what I'm doing. I want to start doing tutorials. I need something else to do because there's so many people who don't know how to do this beadwork, and so many people who do it thinking they know what they're doing, trying to teach it and it wrong. I mean, there isn't a right and wrong way per se, but there's better ways and not better ways to do this. Part of the thing is learning. The tension is the most important thing, I think, in all of this, and spacing and stuff. And you learn all that as you go. But it's a lot of work. It's going to take me for the 10 pieces that I have to do here, 500 hours, I would surmise. Why is this not cooperating? There. And then everything's just going to depend. What? Am I going to have to crunch you out? So I wonder. Yeah, I'm going to have to redo this. This line sucks. I got to shut the door. I'll be back, y'all. Come on, baby girl. Mary, you're so noisy. I know. on, Sensei. Let's go. Get you in here. Come on, baby. Dirty. All those up there can be washed. I apologize. This is good. Be dirty. Oh. Thank you, Mayor. Oh. Thank you, Mary. I have such a wonderful girl friend here. Takes good care of us. Okay, was it still FYI? Yes. Still scrubbing crap in the back. Y'all, unless I can fix it, I'm going to have to rebead this whole freaking section. I just am so frustrated. I think I can fix it. Let's see if I can. Hey, Mary, when you can you come back and shut the door? Okay, you're an angel. Thank you. My beads aren't lining up right. I bead all the same color at the same time when I do multiple parts and pieces. Oh, are you kidding? I think I'm going to take a break. When things get frustrating, I just take a break. But I just do all the same color on all the pieces. What's going to really suck is when I get to the black. That's the hardest part. I made my own thimble thing made out of leather. These are the best things. They're the best. Okay. Oh, let's see what we can find on UbiTube. And U.S. Gymnastic runs away with the team gold. Well, why do they only say we have 4 gold when we had 3 earlier? That doesn't make sense when the team gymnastics team got gold and so did Simone Biles. So why is it not 5? Oh. Trying to figure out what we can show. Let's go to UbiTube. Anybody have any ideas? Let me know. Okay, let's see what they have. Do you know what TV? What's the word I'm looking for? I don't know if you're still listening, but if you are, Trial TV Live, if you know how to put a timer, I see something in Discord, in timer. Oh my gosh. Can I share I'm going to share your YouTube. Can I share your YouTube, love? Miss Kevin. Mm-hmm. Why isn't it? Oh, because we're not on YouTube. That's why. Duh. Get in YouTube. Why can't I find your actual page when I look it up? It didn't come up. All the cartoon stuff comes up. Videos. Lives. Nothing. Thank you. That helps. Appreciate it. Here, Miss Evans. YouTube. Y'all go like and subscribe. He's got 665 viewers and subscribers. And we need you to go and subscribe. He is a queen. These things on planning. Girl, you go, girl. I want to find some fun, free music. You can help me with that, love. You can help me with that. You're taking all of that out, girl. Oh, I thought it was on stage. My bad. I would not
Hello,
reset
everyone, and welcome
everything to
back to
save
another
my life.
Journey. I hope you are excited and ready
Oh
for
my
some
God, girl.
cleaning motivation, ready to get stuff done. Pull out those
This
to-do
sounds
lists
fun.
and let's see what we can get done today. First things first, I'm going through the girls' clothes and pulling out pants that are too small as I was making my list for what we're going to need for back to school. I can't believe that it's already almost August. Where did the summer go?
I know, where did it go? Fuck, summer's gone so fast. She makes these videos and people watch her phone. You go, girl. I wouldn't. Not me. Maybe you'll inspire me, though. Maybe you will inspire me. You know what? It broke my heart how fast my kids grew out of their clothes. And just hand them down to other people or resell them or whatever. But my son, it was so hard for me to find clothes for him once he got to middle school because he shot up 6 inches in one summer. And it was like any boy clothes that you could get that were hand-me-downs were destroyed. Something that I had to hand me barely wore it because, well, this kid outgrew everything in about a heartbeat. I know. I'll go to her
So
channel.
how are you guys doing? I hope you guys have been having a good week and had a great weekend and are ready for the new month that is coming. I know I am. I've been
There's her
it's just been
channel, y'all.
crazy
Go
over
love
here. I
on
feel
her.
like I can't catch a break. Like
Subscribe.
one thing to the next over here. I'm not sure if I told you guys that we were going to be going to the doctor for Naomi to get some testing done. And after having some testing done, we discovered that she has epilepsy, and we were able to get her on some medication.
We need to get
her
more
seizures
subscribers
under
than that,
control,
y'all.
which has been
All
just a
right,
huge relief. But she's been struggling with her meds. They make her super wobbly, and yeah, she actually fell and got hurt, and it's been stressful. But she's doing pretty good, and we are pressing on as we're preparing for school, which is why I was going through the clothes, trying to take inventory of what we have and make sure we've got plenty of pants as for the colder weather and some shorts and stuff for the warmer months, because it will still be kind of warm when she goes to school. They
Y'all go
usually start
subscribe.
like that Monday, that Tuesday after
So are
Labor
you
Day, or
texting
like the
me there?
Monday, like the week after Labor Day. So I'm not sure. I haven't got the schedule yet. So we'll see. But anyways, yeah, how are you guys? Let me know down in the comments. I am
When was this posted?
I am just so glad to be back and making
10 hours
videos for you guys.
You're not
So
good.
let me know
You're
how
doing
you're doing
good.
down in the comments.
I was going to say, it was during trial. You were probably 14, talking all working and listening, and you were amazing. I don't know how you do it all. And I was busy like you when I was your age. And actually, yeah, you had more energy back then. We all had more energy when we were young. I don't have that anymore. I'm too old. Oh, laundry. I hate it. Just looking at it makes me tired. Okay, you can come to my house. Jeez, that's a lot of clothes, girl. Are you washing or getting rid of? Jeez, Christmas. No wonder you're tired. And you got 3 kids. And you're doing all
So
this.
here I'm just jumping into laundry again. I feel like all I do is laundry. And I feel like as soon as I get it all done, there's more waiting. But I was going through, we were gifted some bigger clothes for Luke, so I was washing those and making sure those were all good and taken care of. So I was just folding and sorting and getting those ready to be put away. We're gonna put up the bigger sizes to hang on to till he's ready for them. And then I was putting.
Oh, well, sorry about that. Didn't mean to do that, but holy Moses, y'all. Well, go subscribe. Definitely go. And is he still live? He's still live. Oh my gosh. How many hours have we been live today? 9 hours. Oh my gosh, I've been alive 9 hours. What's the longest, Miss Kevin, you think I've been alive? I'm sorry, on live. I've been alive my whole life. On live. That's what I meant to say. Oh. What am I thinking? You know, if I was to 10 or 12 hours, I think that was right. It's listed up here. I'll see if it's still on Control V. There we go. There it is again. If I was to shut this down and come back, court would have already, court would come back and I'd be like, dagnabbit. So we're not going to worry about that. We're just going to hang in there. Miss Kevin, I need some cool new music that is truly royalty free because I have tried. Oh, that's awesome. I have tried to find some and then I get dinged for copyright. And I paid for it and it was supposed to be royalty free. It is as long as you're not monetized. So I need to find music I can use as a monetized person. Trial TV Live. Did you hear me ask? Is there any way you can put a clock up like they do on the other channels, like Verdict Clock? I will when I get my switcher. Did I show you guys what I am getting? Oh, you guys, I am getting some freaking cool stuff. Let me show y'all what I'm getting. TV, Trial TV, you will appreciate this, I'm sure. Some people don't understand the bigginess of it, so I'm going to try and make it, well, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do this and scroll up and cover the price tag because it is quite expensive. Oh, why won't you let me cover the price tag? Guess I can do that. Oh, well. That would be great, Sneak Aside, if you can look. Okay, I am getting this machine here, just like the one that RA has. And this will let me do a lot of other stuff like a verdict clock and things like that. So that is coming at the end of August. And then I am going to be, why can I not go back? Cart. I'm getting all of this, but I'm getting this thing here. And this is not the price. I'm getting the one up from this. But I'm getting this so I can travel and stream at the same time. It looks like that. I am getting a portable stream thing. See how I can have all the things like, and then your camera can attach to the side and on the other side, another camera or monitor or microphone mount. It is so cool. And then the rest are just protection things I need for the account to make sure everything is great. Sneaky, I already have the fancy Rodecaster. I have the Rodecaster Pro 2. RA has the 1. I have the 2. And then I have the fancy mic, the Shure mic. And then I have I wish my GoPro would work so I can, it's not, my GoPro has given me hell for some reason. And I don't know why. And I'm was trying to get it to, I might as well do it the easy way and work with it this way. Oh my God, that's all I had to do to get you to work? Lord have mercy. Well, just let me get you plugged in. We'll get you more power. Oh, don't tell me just not enough power. I don't care what you say. There's enough power. You're plugged in. Now I got to get the thing back in, and it's hard to hold. There it is. Oh, let's see if this will go in. See if that will give it enough power. Oh, there it is. Woohoo! Let's see if it's sinking, because I want you to see what I's got. Oh, come on. GoPro. Why are you not starting? It turned on, but it's not showing up in my cameras. Let me go to the back of it. I'm going to try and get it to work, y'all. Okay. Nope, that's not what I need. Voice. No. No, I don't want that. Nope. Come on, dude. Do what I ask. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. Well, okay, let's see what's going on. I don't know why it not recognizing it, but I'm trying to get my thing working. I have fancy toys. I do. And why is it not recognize it? Exit. Let's go over here. Let me go to my cameras. Nope. Nope. Let me go to my camera search. Settings. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Come on, baby girl. Mama's got you. Come on. Come on, baby girl. Oh, you know, I'm glad my children got out and they're doing something fun, but that means I'm here to watch the shop. So I got to do that. Got to watch the shop. Camera settings. Not what I wanted. That's what I want. Okay, that's good. I've been trying to get this thing to function better for me. I don't know why it's not working. It was working just fine. And then all of a sudden, nope. No more camera. How is it? I gotta search for a camera now. I gotta do all this again, y'all. This is no fun. The jury ordered food. Yay! No, I have the fancy roadcaster. I have the roadcaster. Why are you not finding my camera? That is weird. Why are you not finding my camera? That's crazy. Give me a second. Miss Sensei, what are you doing, love? What you doing, love? I'll have to figure it out because I wanted to show you my setup, but I need my camera to work. Oh, we're good. We're good. No, I know. Roadcaster is awesome. But why? Let me search GoPro. Let me go to my GoPro app. Move you all over just a little bit. I'll move you back. But yeah, me loves my setup, but it just Just frustrating when it doesn't want to work. Extra camera, GoPro, but it's not showing it. It's not, oh, there it is. Preferences. Does that work better? Is that going to help me any? Preferences. Also, half the time I spell it like broadcaster because I'm a guitar player in high school. Yeah. Yeah. Why is it not recognizing it? Y'all, this is frustrating. It's there, but it's not connecting. So I hate to do this. I hate to do this, but it may work. Sensei, out. Go. I think I heard something or felt something ping in my ear. I did. Oh, hallelujah. Oh, God, but this thing showed up. Okay, here we go, guys. Oh, it worked at the stage. Hi, everybody. I got to turn off this big light, man. It's too bright in here. Oh, my gosh, y'all. I got it working. And I didn't have to call RA for help. Yay. Well, I can do this. And maybe, oh, let me do this so I can loosen it and fix it a little better. Okay. There is, first of all, coffee pot. And then my hat and drum and all that. And then this is the actual setup. But I got to tighten it and get it to set up. Ah, okay. So, all right, y'all. Well, that didn't work very well. Here's the Rodecaster Pro 2. Down here's my Stream Deck. Love that sound. I have the iPad, which I have stuff on. Here's the phone, which I normally have stuff on. So this acts as a separate third monitor. I have this one and I have this one. And I have two lights up here. And what's great is I have a fan right there. And of course, over here's all my beadwork, which you can see it right there. So when I get the switcher, it's going to be right there on an angle. I'm going to clean this out. I'm going to put it right there on an angle. Yep. And that will be late August, early September. When my cashola, I get my cashola. So, sneaky side, do you like? Okay, I had to let the interpreter know we may have a verdict tonight. We'll see. But me likes. Yeah. Thank you, Trial TV Live. See, I wanted to actually angle this camera down and do my beading here and do some tutorials on how to bead. So that's one of my goals. And then I always have power backup for the camera. But yeah. Yep. So always have something on and always have something going. Love, love, love the setup.
Hmm. Well, I will tell you the story. Now, here's a story about. No, I'm kidding. Of course, y'all know, most of you know, I lost. I lost my husband to prison, and years ago in '09 he went to prison. In '07 was arrested, and there was no help for someone like me. No one to tell me how to do it. Nobody tell me. It was just like losing a spouse, but you don't probate and you don't have a death certificate. So everything was really difficult. Everything was super, super, super hard. I'm going to try and move this just a little bit to get me more in. Oh, that's not, I don't want to crash up my setup, but at the same time, I can tighten everything again. There it goes. So the short story is that I went through 15 years of muddling my way through. If it wasn't for my spiritual parents, I would not have survived this. But anyway, but there was no hope. There was no support groups. There was no advice on the internet. Everything I found was all related to the inmate going to prison. Nothing about the surviving people, nothing about the moms or the parents or the spouses or the children, little on children. So I decided that I was healed enough, and it's like the doctor said yesterday, the emotion has been unplugged from the event, so I can share without becoming emotionally triggered or upset. So I said, okay, let's go. Let's do this. And so luckily, I just researched, what do you need to set up a professional YouTube channel, equipment wise? And so this is what was suggested. Something similar to the Rodecaster and the Stream Deck was suggested, and a second monitor was suggested, and lighting. Well, I was a professional photographer for 20 years, so lighting and photography, I'm good. But I didn't have an appropriate camera for YouTubing. Mine's big. So I slowly bought things over a year and a half. Bought the camera first, bought the lights. The camera was almost $1,000. Things like that. Then I got the Rodecaster, I got the Stream Deck, and I had everything in boxes for a long time. And finally found somebody, because I knew absolutely nothing about any of this tech stuff. And so I put out a call in my neighborhood on Facebook. Anybody know how to set up a studio for a YouTuber? And these two guys answered. They worked together, and they were really nice guys. And they came over, and I don't know, my Wi-Fi is going down. They both came over, and they were very, very kind and started to help me get started. But unfortunately, their businesses, I guess they started working or something was happening. And so, long story short, didn't come back to help me anymore. I mean, I asked for an invoice and they didn't even send me an invoice. They helped me get the lighting done and a little bit of the technology done. But other than that, I mean, that was all. The lighting and connected Stream Deck, everything else kind of had to figure out on my own. And I started, I watched, I've been watching Emily D. Baker, but then I ran into Recovery Addict, and I got over my fear and reached out to him. And he was so kind, and he talked me through some adjustments, and he's just awesome. Couldn't get the camera to connect or something, and he helped me get that done. So long story short, I decided that I was going to tackle a trial. I wanted to do something that was going to be several days, like the George Kelly trial. And Hannah Gutierrez Reed, the first stream I think I did was her last day in trial. And that was a short one.
And then I did the George Kelly trial, but I did it just to play around. Scott is awesome. I did it to just play around and learn. I mean, I had to learn StreamYard. I had to learn Stream Deck. I had to learn Canva. I had to learn YouTube. I had to learn all this stuff. And now Discord and just a lot of stuff. And it's hard to do that unless you're on for a long period of time. So I said, well, nobody's going to watch me on George Kelly. I'm a nobody. So I'm just going to come in, make my mistakes. If I get cut off, if something happens, something blows up, then who cares? So I did that. And then I did a couple of alternate jurors. Now I have a YouTube channel called Alternate Juror. And I started sharing a little bit on alternate juror, but I didn't get any connections. And I said, well, I'm still tripping over things. I need more hands-on. So I did the Karen Reed trial. And I thought, perfect. I will watch the Karen Reed trial. I will get everything balanced on that because it was going to be more than just a couple of days. And all of a sudden, things started growing. And then I was on a panel on RA's channel. And that's when I started to grow. I met all my fabulous mods and a lot of you there. And then it just evolved. It was not anything I planned on doing. So if I feel like a fish out of water, that's what I am. I know what a trial to start with. I knew nothing about this trial. I don't know a lot about a lot of these trials. I know their names, but I've decided to call myself alternate juror. And when I Googled alternate juror and also in YouTube, nothing came up at that time. But below and behold, there's another alternate juror out there. I still wish I could have kept that. I liked it. But one of the things I wanted to do was ministry. I opened this place up for people in ministry to come and do good, high quality recordings for their YouTube channels or whatever. And I wanted to take some of the things that I enjoy watching and interpret them for the deaf because I'm deaf without my hearing aids and this high powered roadcaster. I mean, there's so much sound being pumped into my ears that you can stand next to me and hear clearly what's being said. So everything just started opening up. Everything just kind of happened. And the interpreter is a good friend of mine. I told her what my desire was. She said she'd help as much as she could. My goal is to make enough money to afford to pay an interpreting team, at least 3 or 4 people, because it's a lot for one person like Diane. It really is. Well, thank you, Erica. That is so sweet. And Miss Kevin came along, and Andrell and Ronnie and Karen were the first group, and then now Miss Sneaky Side and Braxton, where is my Braxton? Braxton. Oh, he's still at work. It's only 5:00 now for him. But everything just kind of happened. So my next goal is to get to 5,000. Yes, my love. Oh, okay. Yeah, turning a difficult time into a positive outcome. Oh, thank you so much. The squeegee is a squeegee of justice. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Well, look, guys, we all have baggage. It's what we choose to do with it. It's this world. It's the way this world is, y'all. There's nothing we can do but make the choice to either heal, better ourselves, do what we need to do to get ourselves in a better place, or sit in our own mess and be unhappy. I refuse to do that. I did it for a while. I have to be honest. It's not fun.
It's not fun sitting in your own mess at all. And I got tired of being the victim. I can relate a little bit to Eva, but oh, Chris, oh, thanks for telling me. I don't know everybody's names. I appreciate it. But let me see what happens when I go to that view. Oh, not so nice. We'll go back to that view. So I have worked very hard. It has been a long journey in a month. Just think of it. A month ago, this time last month, literally, I had less than 400 subscribers. And I had just met Miss Kevin and all my mods. I was doing everything behind the channels. I was like, so, come a long way in a month. And I appreciate my children for being understanding because they're used to having their mama. And, you know, my name is Lindsay. Yes, I know. I just call you Miss Kevin. But if it wasn't for all my mods, I wouldn't be here. I definitely don't think I'd be. And the kindness of Broken Baker and Valhalla and Brandy Churchwell and R.A. Am I missing anybody? Who came on and helped me push to the 1,000. That was awesome. We have already hit, where are we at right now? Does Miss Kevin, do you know? I think we're at like 2020, 2022, I guess. Let me see. 2021. Ian Runkle, well, Rob and Ian, I went on theirs one time, and that helped me get past that. Yeah, that was great. Yeah. I really was hoping to do this past weekend, but Rob was moving, but they said they're going to be on this weekend. So I really, really want to do Rob and Ian again. I absolutely adore those guys. I wish I could meet them, but, you know, I'm sure have time we'll get there. Well, bravo to you. Trial TV Live. I mean, Chris, I'm so glad you decided to do, not Chris. Aaron, is it Aaron? I'm so bad with names. Forgive me. Oh, by the way, if you don't know, not only am I deaf as a board, but I'm also dyslexic as hell. Dyslexic. So it takes me time to catch on to names. But I'm anything I can do to help you guys on your journey, I will be happy to do that. Mow in the deep. Yes, Aaron. Okay, I remembered. But it is a huge learning curve. And then Discord, and then learning how to be, I don't mind being, I've been a manager and a boss before, but I don't know what mods, I had to learn what a mod does. Thank God for my mod boss, though. There's a lot of people who helped us. You don't get here by yourself. I can guarantee you that. And if you say you did, you're lying out your teeth. I call it. Where's that saying? Where is it? Where is it? What is it? Wait. Oh, I love that one. I don't think y'all can hear that. Are you hearing those? So I'm just now I'm just on the journey. I cannot believe we got monetized so quickly. When you fill out the application, it tells you it's going to be 2 weeks. I know my something's going on with it. I don't know why my internet is so. Do you know what I'm going to do? I don't need internet on all this stuff. So I'm going to
break off of the internet for all of this. I don't think I need it. Seeing if that helps. I have some of the best internet, so I don't know why it's bogging down. This is going to be a issue for our wonderful Braxton. I finally figured it out, girl, but but anyway, researching, I didn't know how to find things. I didn't know where to find things. I did find some things in some courts, but I'll tell you, As the Gravel Drops is one of the best places you can do to get stuff. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. So, but my goal would be, I really want 10,000 by Christmas. That is my goal. Ours has been crazy because there's some kind of issue with a wire being cut or something. Yeah, everybody's been having this trouble. Even some of the big wigs are having the trouble. We do miss Braxton. I'm going to go, Braxton. Oh, I have his number. I can text Braxton. Hey, everybody misses you in chat. I hope you're having a good day at work. Maybe you can hop on. We are still waiting for the jury verdict. We're on watch. And what I will do is I will see if I can send him the link. He doesn't need the link. He can just hop on. But I would like to, my goal would be 10,000 by the end of the year. And then be able to start getting enough monetization in order to support some of my stuff. Oh, hi, Braxton. My internet is like a one little dot. I'm struggling here, sir. But we have missed you and your opinions. So hop on if you want. You can just sign into Discord and hop on. You know how to do it. I shouldn't have to give you a link. But I need memberships, guys. I need super chats, guys. Because let me tell you, we will. I got to tell you, these interpreters work their butts off. I'm an interpreter. I'm a deaf support specialist. And so I know how to interpret, but I can't run all this. And if it's court, you have to be a court certified interpreter. And I is not. Don't want to be. And like I said, all I have to do is go, Braxton. I know it's bad. But I really want to get her paid. We did set up buy a cup of coffee for her. So if anybody really feels blessed and can afford to bless her, please do so. She's doing this out of the love of her heart, and it's a lot of work. So she has to study up legal fees and court terms because it's a little different in every state and some things, and that's a lot of work for her to sit here 8 hours a day. So if you feel so inclined, bless her. I don't think she's listening to me. So let's bless her. And yes, we do. We want to hear about the job. We miss seeing you. You must really be having some burning ears because we talk about you quite frequently. I've got to do this, guys. I have a fabulous sponsor who keeps me in coffee. And I'd love for y'all to go and get some. It's really that good. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Kirk option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. I know. I was worried about her because I know she just getting over COVID. And then I saw and heard about everyone getting sick in the courtroom. I'm like, Jules can't handle this. So I'm thinking there's a good possibility that we may have a verdict tonight. Because if they didn't have any hopes of a verdict, then they would not have ordered a meal. They would have said, let's go home, come back tomorrow, pick this up. Dagnabbit, is this empty? Yeah, I gotta throw that one away. My favorite one's empty, y'all. I go through this. Oh, people have been asking. This is my cosmetic line that I am affiliated with, Limelight by Alcone. People have been asking about my lip gloss, what I use in my lip gloss. So I thought I'd share. So, yep. Let's see what's going on in the world. Olympic sportcaster Bob Ballard loses job after comment about an Australian women's swim team. Oh my God. Are you kidding? That's insane. I gotta go to my Facebook. There's some this Olympics feels very Oh, I've seen that, Diane. I've known that for years, baby girl. Sorry. What? Oh, my sensei. I'm going through my memories on my Facebook. You know how they send you your memories? Oh my gosh, that was me skinny. Y'all can see that on camera. Yeah, you could. But why is your internet spinning? See, this camera makes me look big. I am big, but I'm not that big. Can you remember why I go to my daughter? Oh yeah, that's me. By the way, y'all, thank you so much for having me today. We have a new letter from Boone to the judge. Oh, snap, this is going to be good. Okay, we'll bring this on. I'll share this. And we'll talk about this. Share screen. Letter from Boone. Share screen. Put it here. We'll pull this here. Add the stage. Oh, I got him big in it. I don't know if I can. Separate it, maybe. I'm learning to work with this. That's why I have one vertical screen and one horizontal screen. Because it's the only way I can do these verticals is this way. Okay. Let's read. Received from Judge Sarah Boone, defendant. Temporary motion for reservation of proposed costs to acquire investigator for. Okay, come down, Sarah. But boy, she's learning quick, y'all. I have a hard time with her handwriting. Pro se. Indigent defendant respectfully requests from one's court of revelation of proposed cost acquired investigator for defense trial. Y'all, this is where my dyslexia with this kind of thing, it's like, this is hard for me to read. Investigator to be determined, total amount to be determined, how to calculate, unknown by defendant, reason, no discovery or case materials provided to defendant from judge. This is a temporary motion being submitted to meet the delegate due to delay date of, okay. Judge or court stated the defendant in order of blank. This defendant is trying to avoid any further prosecution and while vigorously attempting to succeed in her first position of pro se attorney representation of self. The exceeding time limit of waiting to receive the defendant's discovery and case materials preserved by the court has forced submittal of this temporary motion. Once the defendant has finally received, she will be able to proceed, will revise and resubmit this motion upon completion of the review and research of contents. Oh. If this was on yellow or anything other than black and white, I could read it better. I'm sure it was on a different color. I don't know. Who knows? Whereas Sarah Boone, pro se, indigent defendant, respectfully requests the Honorable Court to reserve any and all costs. So basically, this is what was typed up and we saw earlier. Talking about the originals of documents. So all that say, this is the same stuff we've seen in the type up. Not now. No. This is rhetoric of the same stuff that she's already said. In conclusion, temporary motion for reservation of proposed cost to acquire expert witnesses for the defendant's defense in trial should be granted. Oath under the authority of Section 92525 Florida statute and state versus she has access to a law library if she's got this down. 628 SO Second 1102 Florida 1994. The defendant makes the following oath under penalties of perjury. I declare under penalties of perjury that I have read and the foregoing document and the facts in the matter stated are true. Here's her certificate of service. Oh my gosh, this is all the same. It's the same stuff with each. One is for an investigator. One is for witnesses. Certificate of service. Temporary motion, deposition conducted for the defendant undergoing attorney title and position. Scheduled dates for this is deposition request dates for scheduling. It's just all of that is the same. Geez. Oh no, not another one. Oh, service. And then 19 pages enclosed. Okay. Y'all. Minutes, order, status, sentencing memorandum, notice, order, a letter from Boone, going to Judge PDF. Oh, it's the same thing. Process for discovery, August 5, order, schedule of trial. Okay. Do you know what? I used to love to watch the Olympics. I mean, I'd be glued, but just this time, something doesn't feel right. Okay, guys. They are supposed to give her everything on the 5th. When is her court date? Oh, I see a head moving in court. When is either they're going to go home or we have a verdict? Or another question. I'm getting ready to call Miss Jules. I'm going to have her set up. So if I have to call, it's ready to go. There. Yeah, she's got some issues. Sarah definitely has issues. How many lawyers was it? 8? 9? 8 or 9? Where is my Rex? I love giving him a hard time. He's such a great guy. Probably using the same thing we do to look up cases on her laptop when she gets. Actually, no, she's going to get she'll have a little bit different access because she's going to have access to the court documents directly. We don't have direct access to that kind of stuff. So they're going to have to set her up with some kind of an access pathway on that computer. I'm surprised they're not making her sit in a room. Instead, they're just going to check the computer out to her and get it back at the end of the day. I would make her sit in a private room with that computer. I would not allow that computer out on the floor in a jail. I already have. I got you. I got my jewels. But she may be asleep. So I've texted her. I saw some movement in court, but nothing else. I was looking to see if she responded, but she has not. So, yeah. That be all. Oh, somebody dinged. Who dinged? My corner dinged. What's this? Why do I keep going? I'm hoping. Oh, the laptop and the USB devices will be available daily to inmate Boone between 0800 hours to 1600 hours. That's 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. The hearing is scheduled on August 5th. That is when she's to receive everything. But when is her actual case going to trial? Oh, yeah, we're good, Veronica. Thank you so much. Yeah. There was a temporary injunction for protection in place at this time. So that means that she may be in one of those lovely cells that you only get out of once an hour, 1 hour a day. So, yeah. Like I said, I have fabulous mods, man. They're right on it. I really appreciate you, Ronnie. I really, really do. You're fabulous. I have great research mods. An attorney list for our Discord. I posted her attorney list in our Discord. I'm looking. I see her letters. Braxton! Hi!
Hello.
I was letting people drool over my setup.
I love the setup.
Really? You didn't see it? I changed it a little. So I got my thing up high off my desk. So I now have my switcher on a little platform under, so it's all here, easy to access. And I made room because right here is going to be where my switcher goes.
Very nice.
Welcome home, Braxton.
I'm happy to be here.
Home. My internet, it's doing fine. It's still Braxton. I don't know what's going on with this internet, man, today.
Yeah. Weird.
I guess you want me to do the thing?
Yeah, go ahead and do the thing real quick.
You want the performance?
Yeah, actually, I can see your screen. So if you just want to maximize that on your screen, I can actually see it live.
Yeah, I figured you could.
Yeah. Go ahead and click the CPU one that's up there. All right. Interesting. Okay.
Tell me when I can click off.
Go ahead and click off. I've got a few ideas that when I'm not packed with work, I will be looking into.
You what?
I will be looking into a few things for you once I'm not
Okay, thank
so busy
you.
with work. But
Oh, I
yeah.
think it would be great if Uncivil Law took her case because I got to be honest, guys. He rubbed me raw. He said some things that are very inappropriate.
Who did?
Uncivil Law.
Yeah, Kurt can be. Kurt is. I like Kurt, but he can go off a little bit sometimes.
I don't want to diagnose anybody, but sometimes he reminds me of my neighbor who had Asperger's.
You know, here's the thing. I believe that everyone is somewhere on the spectrum.
Oh, we all are. 100%.
Yeah, right? Like, I am 100%. So, yeah. So, how was closings? I missed them. That good?
I don't want to rewatch it.
No, I'm gonna go back and rewatch it. So,
well, let's put it this way: the prosecution, apparently, the defense believes the prosecution misrepresented a few things, and Jules is on their side. I believe that it's possible there's a slight misrepresentation, but it depends on how you look at it. It's all about perspective. See, look. It's pissing me off. But do you know what? My camera in the background on my GoPro is just fine.
Yeah, I noticed.
And also, I'm going to do this up here. Up when I come in the morning, I got what is it? Is it? No, it's no. I got either one of the search engines that's popped up like thumbs. What do you call these tabs? I'll have 30 tabs open of Google something.
Google Chrome? Interesting.
And it's connected to the Stream Deck.
Interesting.
Yeah. But anyway, I keep saying this boils royally down to, was his actions to the level of her response in the end? Was what he did, say, didn't do, didn't whatever, warrant ending of life?
Based on
she
her
overreact?
story.
Did she appropriately react?
Based on her telling of the facts, I believe so. If he, I've honestly been on her side since not quite the beginning, but really early on, I've been on her side. So I think that all he would have had to do for it to be justified is to come towards her aggressively. Start, like, jump at her, do anything. If she is in fear for her life, then I think that it was justified. If she told him to leave, he didn't leave, and he came at her in any way. Because it seems to me, based on her telling, I don't think he believed that she'd shoot him. Like,
Yeah. Well,
I don't
once
think he thought
again,
she would.
I don't think the state proved beyond reasonable doubt.
No.
We
Nope.
can never know really the other side of the coin because he's not here to tell it. Because I'm sure there's more there than what she's saying. She's fighting for
Oh,
her
absolutely.
life. And I'm sure she's not, you know, saying everything. And
No.
the thing you didn't hear me say today was, what would make him that mad? Let's think about it. She wanted to move to Maryland and get a clean slate with the justice system. Now that's a pattern of behavior. Think about it. She did it in South Carolina. She did it tried to do it in Florida and didn't get what she wanted. And then she goes, I'll go to Maryland. And so now they're both going to Maryland. What can she not do under the order of the judge with her child? She can't leave the state without his permission, and he ain't going to give that permission. So that's why she was letting him believe that they were going to move in together. That's why she didn't confess, I'm not moving in with you. I think she said they had a fight over how the U-Haul was being packed. I believe that this is a possibility that she was angry because he was supposed to pack all his stuff in the back, all hers in the front, because she hadn't told him, hey, we're going to live separately. I'm going to live here, you're going to live there, but we're going to live in Maryland and whatever. So could they have been in the house when they got in a fight and she spilled the beans saying, I'm not living with you. We're moving to Maryland, but I'm not going to live with you. And then he may have realized, oh, so this is a plot to get out of the state so you can put more restraining orders is what we call them here. You see the pattern. They talked about a pattern of behavior. Well, if you look at it from this perspective, when she was pregnant, she could move without his consent. But the moment that baby was born, she couldn't. Also, some people have wanted to do a DNA test on him and that daughter because she had another person in her life and the baby was born a month early because she was supposedly being poisoned. Why wasn't that brought up a whole lot more in trial?
Yeah.
Because the defense would then have to prove that's his child. So you have to be careful. So is there a possibility that the second possibility that this wasn't his child and she told him?
Yeah.
Or could possibly not be his child and she told him?
Yeah. Like,
because if you look at it,
yeah,
the time that she got pregnant, if the baby came about the time of the proper due date, I mean, from his vasectomy and all that, it plans out 9 months, right? But if she was already a month pregnant when he got the vasectomy, because she got pregnant pretty quick. Do you remember how she did on the stand when it came to the thing about, oh, how fast did you get pregnant? Wouldn't you, how could this be a surprise pregnancy when you reversed it and you were not taking protection?
Yeah.
Someone says, I hear sirens. See, that's where my brain went with this. And then they got in a fight and he blew. And he may have smacked her because I tell you, what will make a man smack a woman more than anything? Finding out the baby's not yours.
or that you're trying to take the baby away.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's right for smacking her, but I mean, he did have an anger issue. I don't disagree with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying
Yeah.
there's another possibility here.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that it doesn't really matter what caused the fight, what caused the situation. They were either in a physical altercation or real close to one, to the point where she was fearing for her life. And I think that it was self-defense. I honestly and truly
I'm not
do.
saying it wasn't. I'm just saying somebody asked what would make him snap to the point that he would react that way where she would feel the need. I was just trying to figure out what argument would escalate to the point that he's never slapped before. There's no evidence of anything other than verbal things. You know what I'm saying? So what pushed him? Did she push his buttons? And I hate to say it, but I told my kids all the time, if you're manipulating someone and they get pissed and hurt you, you're partially responsible for that. They shouldn't have done it, but you're playing with fire and you're going to get burned.
And that's the problem. It's such a difficult case because I don't know. I think that.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get us a little better.
Yeah.
Because I have a lip reader. She doesn't know sign language.
So I think that there is the possibility that she just unalived him. I think that's a possibility. I think there's infinite possibilities. But the problem was none of that was proven.
See, that's the point.
I don't think. Like,
no matter
it has to be a not guilty because they didn't prove it.
It wasn't proven.
Yeah.
So, Braxton, tell us about work. You all dressed in a nice button down?
I am. Polo shirt. Yeah. So I'm working. So I live in Utah. We have a local grocery store called Harmon's. I'm actually working there as an IT support technician. So I have 6 stores that are my responsibility. So I do tickets, answer help desk calls, and then go do store visits to fix things. I absolutely adore it.
I'm glad. I'm glad for you.
Yeah. I honestly, the stress that was lifted off of me after getting the job was so much.
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah, getting this job was fantastic.
Well, I'm very happy for you. Live, eat, breathe.
Yeah.
ITIL and A plus Braxton. Well, I do agree. In the end, mother left to the park with the little girl so Ashley could do what she was going to do. All the other stuff, I brought smoke and mirrors. It's 50-50. But I think that the juror asked for dinner and they were going to stay till 7. It is now almost 8 o'clock their time.
Wow.
So I think they may be getting close. They had to ask permission to continue. Braxton, is there anything I can do right now to help with this?
Honestly, make sure you have everything closed that you can close. Only have the things that are necessary open.
I'm going to go ahead and close out my Discord and see if that improves it. Will that help improve it, you think?
Who knows? Like, honestly,
the only thing I have open is chat, video, and StreamYard. YouTube, StreamYard, that's it. And the monitor, let me see the task monitor. Here, I'll do this again so you can see it. Can you see it from there, seriously? Yeah. Oh, shoot. Who is that? Let me see. Oh, it's my children coming back. Children coming back. Can you see that now?
Yeah, go ahead and hit the processes tab.
The what?
One moment. Let me open up Task Manager on my computer. Click the processes tab.
I did.
That's along the side. Okay. What is using everything?
Microsoft Edge. Why is that?
What percentage is that?
20.
Yikes. Do me a favor. Click the CPU percentage up there at the top. The percentage. Yep, that one.
47%. It's 30%. 33%.
Jeez. Okay.
Microsoft Edge. What's Microsoft Edge?
Edge is the browser you're using. It's what replaced Internet Explorer.
So let me just close out of everything but my stream.
Yeah.
It's staying the same.
Okay.
It dropped down to 20s when I removed the YouTube. Oh, it's back up to 30s. Wow.
Okay. I'm going to make a few notes and do some research. And yeah.
Wow.
Cool.
But I got to get the YouTube back up because we got to have that information.
Yeah.
Got to have that. Is it that one? No, I want law crime.
Sneaky side.
Huh?
Yeah. If they ask you to go into business analysis, for the love of God, say no. Just say no. You're too interesting of a person.
What?
Business analysis. That does not sound fun.
For what?
A job, a field of work.
God, no.
Yeah.
See, Squeaky, but Braxton, if they ask you to go into businesses analysis, for the love of God, just say no, just say no. Oh, I see what you're saying. Squeaky, I think it was premeditated. It's just me coming up with this. None of it was brought up in Cordella. It very well could have been. You never know. Honestly, we won't know. You can never know. The other person's not here to counter. She's the only witness alive, and so she can say whatever she wants.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to, if y'all don't mind not looking at my
your microphone is coming from your other camera. You are now muted, technically.
How do I fix that?
There you go.
Why is this microphone cutting out? Huh?
So the microphone only cuts out when you take your face off the screen because the microphone is coming through that stream.
I can't make it come through all of them? I guess not in StreamYard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Microphone. Settings. Audio. Rodecaster.
Yeah.
Yep. Nope. Can't do it. So anyway, we'll just do this. So, what have you been watching all of it, or you've been overly involved with work like you should be?
I've been catching up at night. So
it was working fine. And then, excuse me, I came in one day and I had all these little folders open on my browser. We had done a cleanup on my computer the couple of days before.
right.
And then the Stream Deck, I mean, it is connected to Stream Deck. That's what it says. But all these browsers are open in the morning. I'm like, what the living crap? Did I take a screenshot?
Yeah.
Let me go see if I took a screenshot of that. Did I? Ooh, let's see. I don't think I did. I thought I did. Let me see what that is. Nope. Nope. I didn't. I should have. I thought I did. Let me look on my phone and see if I took a picture. But it is frustrating because every morning I come in and all of that's up on it and I have to X out. Or if I leave it for any long period of time, I have to X out all of it.
We will take a look. We will take a look at. We will take a look at that at some point. I'll dive into the settings and see what I can do.
Yep.
Because that's strange.
I have decided to go ahead. I wasn't going to get the portable system, but it's going to be an ouch, but I'm going to go ahead and get it along with the Stream Deck. It's going to be a big ouch.
Yeah.
But I may be going to Mexico for an interpreting job.
Ooh, that's cool.
At a 5-star resort. It's a medical conference for one of my clients who has some medical issues all her life. And she's late 20s, early 30s. And anyway, they're paying to bring me to interpret for her. And the good news is that may happen. We're waiting for all the details. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But if it does, I will have that. And at night, I can stream remotely.
Nice.
And I don't have to carry anything but my mic and camera. Everything else is all included.
Nice.
Ain't that nice?
That's fantastic.
I know Cynthia wouldn't want to be in their shoes. Yo, this is hard. This is a lot. So when when I'm looking at Ronnie, Braxton, when are you going to start your YouTube channel?
When I was unemployed, there was a lot more time. And I was planning on it. But then life got in the way. I still hope to. I know, just play the smallest violin. Yeah. But
you can just do a 10-minute, understand your proper settings for your cell phone.
Yeah.
And be very clean and simple.
Once I get into
background music screaming over your voice.
Right.
All of Ada's mods are going to have their own channel. Go for it. I'll support you. But no, seriously, I was listening to a how-to video. Because tomorrow night I'm going to do my first ever mod members only live. I hope you'll join us. And they had this music going in the background and I couldn't understand much of anything. And they had a British accent on top of it. I'm like,
Yeah, that's difficult.
People. Really? No, don't. Yes, Karen, we're still waiting. We're going to wait until they cut us off. I know. I've been streaming for 11 hours. Is this
Yeah,
the
you are
longest?
going to want to, I think so. You are going to want to, portal over to a new stream. If we get too close to 12 hours, because it will cut off the VOD. It cuts off at like
Cut it off?
12 hours, 56 minutes.
It'll cut what off?
The video on YouTube after you finish streaming will be cut down to like 11 hours, 56 minutes.
Okay.
Because
so what I'm going to do is create a live stream.
Could have a little bit longer, but
I'll go ahead and start working on that.
Hello, Karen, but not a Karen.
Yeah, entertain. Yeah, I'm typing. I can't see anything because I'm setting up. Y'all can have fun.
Yeah. Oh, I
I'm
am
so happy. Hey, have you followed the Olympics?
Ever so slightly. I watched the gymnastics. Yes, Karen, I did get a job. I did indeed, and I love it. But I don't know, the Olympics, I saw you guys talking about it earlier, that it's been kind of weird this year. Like, I don't know what it is, but I used to care a lot about the Olympics, but this kind of is what it is right now. But
Since I stop. Now, how do I get you guys over to this stream?
You should be able to redirect.
How do you
to your own
redirect?
stream. That I have no idea. That is YouTube side.
I don't know how to redirect. Unless I just take this link, copy, and make sure it works. Control V, enter. Okay, that works. So what I'll do is keep that up. I'm going to post this, y'all. Here's the link to hop on over. In 5 minutes, we're hopping over to this link. Copy the link, please, y'all. Hop with me. Copy the link and open up the other window, and it should say that you are waiting. And then as soon as 7 o'clock hits, I am going to close this one down and hop over there. I guess that's what you're saying is a redirect?
There is something that will automatically send your will send the stream over. I have no idea how to do it because I don't stream. But there's something to figure out.
Oh gosh. How to raid?
Yeah, it's
Would that be it?
I'm sending you a Discord with link to the
I'm watching a video. Okay. I think I know how to do it. Let's see if I can do this. YouTube content.
Cool.
Let's see.
I won't be able to stay on for too much longer, but I've got a little bit of stuff to do.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I don't. All my free time has gone. So now everything that I was doing during the day, I have to get done after work now.
I get it. I really do.
Yeah.
I understand.
As stressful as it was to not have a job, it was so nice to take a break. They have been deliberating around 3.5 hours.
Yep. Well, it's actually getting ready to be 4 hours.
Cool. I don't remember the last time we had a jury go this late.
I don't know, but I like it.
Yeah, I think they're just done. I don't blame
Oh,
them.
I would be just done. I wouldn't want to continue if I didn't have to. I don't know how to do this. It doesn't. I wish someone could help me. I got 1 minute. See, what they show on their videos is not what's showing up on mine.
Oh, that's the worst.
So I go to where they go, but what I'm looking for is not there. And I know I can redirect. I just don't know how.
Sounds about right.
Let me go back. I don't know what to do.
That's all good. We should be able to just jump over.
I'll figure it out another time, guys. I apologize so much. But what I'm going to do is go ahead and say farewell. I'm going to end this live, and then we're going to hop right into the other live. I promise you. In fact, let me enter this one, get that in the background, although my camera won't work. I think they are, because I've seen some heads moving on the monitor. And so I think that they may definitely have something tonight. If they're staying this late, they're fighting to have something tonight.
Yeah.
So with that, let me sign off. Will you hop on over there, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see y'all there. Let me say my farewells. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. It has been a fabulous day. Please hop on over to the other live. It will be Verdict Watch, and join us there for the rest of this journey with the Black Swan trial. Okay? I'll see you in a minute. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.
End stream. Uh-oh.